Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasquist and today is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by ToyoTires, powered by Optima Battery. Today is basically the qualifier. We call it the Prologue. It's 135-mile loop, getting everything set up for tomorrow's action. We are also racing the 1400, 1450s and the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown, presented by Emme. So it's going to be a great day. Don't go anywhere. The action is about to start.
Okay, and welcome to the ToyoTires Desert Challenge. So good to have Miles back on the mic, and joining me in the booth right now is Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, how you doing?
Good, how you doing? Ready to get some racing action going on today?
It is indeed. It's so good to be back in Hammertown. It is a beautiful day. The sun is shining. We've got a little bit of wind. It's almost perfect race conditions out here. So what are we doing here today? We're doing the prologue and the qualifying for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge 2024. It's going to be absolutely epic. We're going to see some of the greatest classes of desert races to grace this stage. Now, Fish, who are we looking forward to?
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing some anywhere from a T1 all the way to a T4, from a B1 to a B4. That's all of your trucks, all of your buggies. We have a ton of UTVs out here. This is one of the most stacked UTV fields that we've had yet. That's going to be one of the most exciting races of the day, with over 20 UTVs in a couple of those classes. It's going to be good. It is,
and I'm looking down at my list, and the quality of the drivers that we've got out here is absolutely exceptional. I'm even looking down through the T1s, and the drivers list is incredible. But I also want to talk about later on today, the Class 11s. How many people are going to be loving to watch those later on?
Oh yeah, last year that was a big hit with the land rush start out on the dry lake bed, so they brought it back this year. I think there's over 30 of them going to be there at a land rush start. So 30 bugs coming at you at the same time, that's going to be awesome.
Absolutely. Right, we're around about a 1 minute from the start. We're going to be popping down to Pam, who's going to be down on the start line and getting this thing underway for us. So we're just looking now here at the start runners, and there's going to be the Class 10s, or what we're calling B2s here today.
Good morning. We are out here at the start line. The drivers are getting ready to go out on their prologue. They are super pumped for the race course that we have put on out here for them. But we have a young team that's going to be first off the line, so the nerves are running through. But back to you guys back in the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Great to have you down there. Now, Fish, let's talk about these B2s. They're going to be leaving the line shortly. What are these B2s all about?
Yeah, this is a Class 10 car right here. So these cars pretty much all have a 2.4-liter engine in it. The rest of the car is open. You can do whatever you want on the suspension. Pretty much, it comes down to a driver's class. So we're getting ready to go. This is going to be Cade Martin and Todd Jackson. The 1013 and the 1030 are going to be your first cars off the line.
Okay, here we go. We're going to be going live very shortly. Looks like we're down to the last few seconds. And we can see our starter down there from Zack. Just double checking
5
everything.
5 seconds. 2, 1. Should be going.
And there we go. The first cars are off the line here today for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy. And this is the prologue. So, Fish, this is a 35-mile course they've got out there on track. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a 35-mile course. It has a little bit of everything. The first part of the course is the rough part. Getting out of Hammertown, going around the mountain here, there's some big holes. There's some massive rocks. We're going to see some issues early on in this qualifying for a few people today for sure. Once you get out of town, it gets a lot faster. There's a little bit of straightaways, a little bit of dry lake bed. There's not any mud. All the mud's gone. So we're going to see some good racing action today.
Yeah, no, in fact, let's all talk about that, because we had some really heavy weather out here late last week, and but that's really good, in fact, because what it's done is put some moisture down into the track, so the dust isn't going to be so bad. When saying that, once they get out the back of Melville, it is still going to be very dusty indeed. That's why we're trying to give these drivers as much space as possible out on track, which is why we're delaying the start between the vehicles.
Yeah, so it's a 2-minute start here for the B2 class. They're going to go every 2 minutes. After that, once we get down to the B3 class, they're going to drop it down to a minute between them. There's so many entries that we have to get everybody off the line today, so we can't do 2 minutes for everybody. We're going to go 1 minute for the B1 or for the B3s, then we're going to go 1 minute for the T3s. We're going to do 1 minute all the way down until later this afternoon when the T1s will be spread out by 3 minutes.
Yeah, I can't wait for this, Fish. It is so cool indeed to see this. And you saw a little glimmer there of some in-car action. Expect to see plenty of that this year. We've been working really hard with production, and they're hoping to bring us lots of footage as we go through all the races here at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Batteries and powered by Optima Batteries. Look at this, Fish. We're out there now, right in the thick of it. What are these guys thinking so early on?
Yeah, this is. I think this is a little bit earlier. They're going. Oh, this might be someone coming over to Hammertown here. That's a B3 right there. So they haven't got on course yet. But we are going to have a lot of in-car cameras today. So this is going to be pretty awesome. A lot of these guys, they have thanks to Starlink now, they're able to use Starstream. They're able to put an in-car camera in there, and we're going to be able to see a lot of these guys live. That is 10:30 off the line right there. That is Todd Jackson. So that is your next car out on course in the B2 class. So it's going to be 2 minutes, and then we're going to have the 1080 in 2 minutes will be the next car off the line.
Oh, look at him go there, pushing absolutely everything as he makes his way out into the desert. And these two-wheel drive vehicles really do hook up. And there's always that continual battle between the B2s and the UTVs. Who's going to be faster today, do we think?
I don't know. It's going to be really close. You know, the Class 10 cars, like you said, and the UTVs, they got a good battle between them. It's close nowadays. The Class 10 cars, the B2s, have more top speed. They can go over 100 miles an hour. Some will get up to maybe 110, 115 maybe. The UTVs are right around 100, maybe 105, 110 at the very most, but they can't go as fast in the big bumps. So where you see right here, like through this section, you know, there's some big holes in there. The Class 10 cars B2s are going to have a little bit of an advantage through there, but it all comes around in the end. You know, they're going to be close on time.
Indeed. And it's worth noting that in those technical areas, the UTVs are four-wheel drive, and that all-wheel drive can pull you around the corners a little bit easier. Whereas, let's be honest, these B2s, they can slide the back end out, and that leaves them wide open to getting flat tires.
Exactly. And that is where the B3s make up some time, is when it gets tight and curvy coming out of the corners. Like you said, they're all-wheel drive. They pull out a lot faster. So that's why they are, when you look at them, you think, oh, they don't really look too similar. They have two shocks in the back on the Class 10 cars, which some of the UTVs now do. They have added bypass shocks to a couple of the UTVs out here, so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. I know the Matlocks have that, and a couple other cars.
Yeah, the technology in those in the B3 vehicles is quite astonishing, but we'll come to those. Right now, it's all about these B2s. They're out there on course as we're watching the 1080 there of Peter Haas as he crakes off the line and heads on out into the desert. Now, we're talking about approximate times for these vehicles. We're at 35-mile loop. What are we reckoning? We're going to be around about that 40-minute, 42 minutes, something around there?
Yeah, probably around 40 for these ones. You know, later in the day, our fastest guys today probably be maybe 27-ish, you know, the T1s, 28, something like that maybe.
Wow, that's fast. But they were saying that they were going to be looking at three-figure speeds out in the back there for those big T1s, and I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So you can see right here, there's some big holes going through there. You know, they got a lot of suspension on these cars, and when they're jumping around, you know those holes are big. I went out there yesterday and looked, and there's some big rocks. Like, this is the most rocks I've ever seen in this first 2 miles of the course. There's some big rocks out there.
Yeah, and this course is constantly changing. Let's not forget that this is open OHV parkland, so you can come out here and wheel at any time, and that does change the course.
Yeah, most definitely. And they do different directions. Not every year we go this direction, right? Some years they go the other direction. Some years they go this direction. So they mix it up a little bit, which is good.
What I'm really enjoying watching this right now is look at the dust or the lack of it. This is great news for the racing. As we watch our heli there following one of the vehicles making his way into the desert.
Yeah, definitely that's going to help, especially, you know, with us having to do 1 minute split times here. There is going to be some people getting caught today. That's going to happen for sure. So there will be some passing today. You know, when you're lined up, this was a random draw for the start. So you kind of got maybe lucky or you got unlucky depending on who is in front of you, right? Like if you got a slower guy in front of you, maybe you got a little unlucky and you're going to catch him. But it was totally random, so that's how it goes.
Yeah, and we're watching there now as it's Zack McLaren lining up. All of these B2 cars have a very similar silhouette, and some of these cars are quite old. I mean, some of these cars here are over 10 years old, if I'm not wrong in thinking.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Even older than that, some of these cars. The Class 10 is not a new, you know, the B2 class has been around for a long time. There's always new ones, and there is single seats also. So I haven't seen a single seat in the line yet, but there might be. You can run either 1 or 2 seats.
Yeah, they're one of the most famous desert classes out there, and it's so good to see them here on these famous hammer trails. But let's not forget, this is all about qualifying. This is all about setting your position for tomorrow's main race.
Correct.
It will be the ToyoTires Desert Challenge powered by Monster Energy.
Yeah, and what you just said, you have to be really smart today because this time that you put down today, it carries over to tomorrow. So normal qualifying at a lot of other races, you go out, it's just a short qualifier. Doesn't really matter if you DNF because you're not going to have anything. You're started 0 the next day. Today, if you come in with a 45-minute time, you're starting at 45 tomorrow. If someone comes in with a 30-minute time today, you're starting at 30. So you're already 15 minutes down going into tomorrow just based off those splits like that. So you have to be super smart and get a clean run today.
So it's not about driving a prologue. This is about driving the first stage of a race.
Exactly.
And that's a very different mentality.
Yeah, this is basically stage 1 right here.
Absolutely. Now, we saw that last year. We saw, I think it was Ryan Arciero who had an absolute shocker of a qualifier last year. And that really did damage to his main race, and in fact I don't think he even raced the second day.
Yeah, I think this is a single seat right here. Actually, this might be our first one. Bruce Yee in the 1014. Looks like a single seat from over here, or it's a really small 2-seater.
Now, we talk about desert conditions and we talk about different kinds of racing. Most of these vehicles we'll be racing with Score or with Moore or with Best in the Desert. Do those courses vary much to the course that we see today?
Yeah, I mean this is a true desert race out here. You know, it's a little different than Baja. There's not as much straightaways, long distance in between pits and everything. It's a little bit tighter out here. But this is a true desert race. If you're a race car driver, you're gonna like this course today because you get a little bit of everything.
Okay, so as we continue with the action here, we've got Pam down in the pits. She's got some action for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Dale Ebberts. We are seeing you in the driver's seat this year. Ezra is over there in the passenger seat. He's our winner from the 2023 King of the Hammers. Here you are. What is your strategy for going into the race, into the prologue today? Because you were saying you guys are switching drivers and all of that.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, definitely a family team. So I'm Dale. I'm dad of Ezra. And we out here trying to defend our win from last year. So we're excited. So yeah, race time will look just like this. I'll drive, Ezra will ride with me. Halfway through, we'll switch. Or actually, Ezra will switch. He'll get in the driver's seat, and we'll our daughter, his sister, will get Madison will get into the passenger seat. So same exact setup we did last year, and it worked last year, so we sticking to it.
Well, that's awesome to hear. It's a family team right here, but good luck out there to you guys. You're getting ready to go for your prologue, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want a good clean run in the prologue, and yeah, excited to be at King of the Hammers again.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Back to the booth.
Okay, and thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from the racers before they head out onto track. But look at this fish. We've got some action now as these cars make their way further into this desert course.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. We got a couple helicopters out here. We got a bunch of drones, so we should have a bunch of different shots for you guys today. You can see how wet and how, look at that dirt. There's no dust there today. That's going to make it super exciting, especially for tomorrow once we have, side-by-side action and a lot of cars on the course at the same time. That's going to make a big difference. That's Bruce Yee right there. That is a single-seat car. So there's a single-seat Class 10 car headed out, B2, for his qualifying run. Now, if you were going to race, would you race a single-seater or would you race a two-seater? What do you think? There's pluses
I'd have to race a two-seater. I get bored sitting on my own, if I'm completely honest, and start looking at the scenery. I need someone to be sitting there and saying, hey, come on, guy, focus, get going.
That is Ethan Jackson in the 1007 that just went off the line. So there's Ethan headed out of Hammertown. And the other good thing with a two-seater is if you do mess up, you got someone to fix the car or change a flap for you, right? You don't have to get out.
Absolutely, yeah. Someone to pass you a water bottle, someone to have a talk to.
Yeah.
It's a lonely place in a race car on your own.
And it's always your fault if you're the only one in the car. If there's a co-driver in there, it's always the co-driver's fault. So, see, that's a good, good reason to have a co-driver.
Yeah, you always have to have a co-driver with a thick skin, that is for sure. But it's interesting, the team dynamic plays a major part in all of this, and we watch, particularly in UTV, we're starting to see that big split now between single-seat racers and two-seat race cars. And in vehicles of that size, weight is important, and carrying an extra, what are we going to say, 120 pounds, 140 pounds of co-driver makes a big difference.
Yeah, definitely. There's Todd Jackson, it looks like, in the 1030 coming by, looking pretty fast. So one of the points, what you just said, you said weight. So these cars, a lot of these cars, they have large fuel cells in them, right? A lot of these guys do a long race, especially in Baja, if you're going, 150 miles between pits. Sometimes you have to have a lot of fuel. So today, there's a bit of strategy. You only have to go 35 miles. So how much fuel do you run in your car today? Does your car work better when it has more weight in the cell, or does it work better when there's less? Obviously, it's going to be a little bit faster with less weight. So no one's probably running full fuel today. What do you think? How much fuel would you put in?
Well, this is an interesting one because all of these cars, they will have spent time tuning their suspension, working out what is best for their car. Invariably, when you do your tuning, you tend to do it with a full tank of fuel and with your co-driver sat next to you. So if you start trimming down, and one of the things we see a lot in qualifying is people taking spare wheels off the car, running trim tanks.
Yep.
Is your suspension working correctly? Have you tuned for that scenario, or are you working with a car that you would usually be working better with a full setup? So yeah, it's a real yin and yang, and it all comes down to basically, have you had the time to prepare for all eventualities?
Exactly, yeah. And today, you know, with it being so long, I don't think we're going to see anybody take their spare tire off. That would be way too risky. There's no reason to take the tire off today, right?
Exactly. No, that would be really risky out here.
Yeah.
This is a course that's got lots of little landmines all over it. There are so many sharp rocks out here you cannot believe. And when you're looking at it on the video cameras like right now, they don't look that big. When you actually get there on track, they're the size of large soccer balls. They are absolutely enormous, and they're just waiting for you just off the line. And if you step off, they're going to bite you.
That is TJ Fisher right there in the 1058, headed out on his qualifying run on the Prologue today. You can see, just look at the rocks. If you guys look there, that's a good shot. You can just see how these massive rocks that are all over the course in this first couple miles. Look at right there on the right. That's just just waiting to bite you. So you got to be really smart.
Yeah, and you can see the depth of the ruts as well. Look at the shadows, the way they're casting across there. The sun's starting to get some height into it now, and these berms, they're nearly sort of 2 foot deep. Incredible how these tracks have changed over the years. So as we continue to watch the Prologue action here, we've got Pam Hall, who's down in the pits, and she's rounding out some fantastic stories for us. And I believe Pam's got some more. Pam, what do you got?
I am down here with Doug Mittag. He is in our B3 class. You got second place last year out here. I know you're out here wanting to get in that #1 spot. You're a well-rounded racer. How are you feeling about this Prologue loop right now, getting ready to go out for your 35-mile?
Yeah, super excited to be back here again. Last year was my first year racing here, and we had a good run. We got second place. It was a close battle between me and Brandon Sims, so looking to take that next step up on the podium and try to get that win. We'll start off here hopefully with a top qualifying position.
Do you have any strategies up your sleeve this morning you want to let us know about, or is it just going to be going out there, holding your lines and seeing what you can do?
Well, the awesome part about King of Hammers is they let us pre-run, so we got our fair share pre-running in, and I think we did our homework, so we'll see what we got.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, and we'll hopefully see you up on top of the box tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Doug Mittag, and he is going to be looking to lay down some vicious times out here. He's going to be in one of those Polaris Pro R factory team vehicles. I can't wait to see what he can deliver. Now, Fish, you're starting to have a look at the tracker. What do we got out there? Are we starting to get any data coming back?
It looks like everybody's still moving right now. So the 1013, the 1030, those were our first two cars. They're still spread out. It looks like about the same distance there. The 1080 is still moving. Yeah, I don't see anybody that's had a problem yet, so that's good.
Well, this
is
one of those weird ones, isn't it? It's because we're waiting until someone posts a time so we can start working off of that and try and work out what those times are going to be. At the moment, we're guessing it's going to be around that sort of between 35 and 42 minute zone for these B2s.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess, somewhere right around there. We'll find out. As soon as the first one or two finishes, then we'll have a better idea, but I think it's going to be pretty close to that.
Guess.
Yeah.
That was calculated, I'll have you know.
So the one thing that did change on this course from last year, it's almost the same, the Prologue from last year, but they did cut out the dry lake bed coming back in right on the other side of Hammertown here, and you do not go over Baldwin's Leap this year. They go around it. So that's the major difference. Other than that, this Prologue is basically the same Prologue as last year. So a lot of these guys that ran it last year, they already have some experience on it. Plus, pre-running was open for the last day and a half, so everybody was able to go out there and get some pre-run time in, and hopefully they got their notes dialed.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And it's worth noting that a lot of these vehicles are carrying very fantastic navigation systems. And when they're out there pre-running, they can actually program things into their navigation system, so they can program warnings in there. If there's dupes, if there's whoops, if there's dips, if there's rocks, and they can put those in there as cautions, and they'll be using all of those today. Yeah,
definitely. You want to mark all the holes, that's for sure. This car leaving town looks pretty fast. I think that's Rob Arciero there in the 1066. So the Arciero family, that's a big name out here. Like we said, Ryan Arciero is also racing later in a T1. And off the line right there, we have, was that the 1055? Tom Coons, I think,
yeah,
just left the line?
Yeah, Tom Coons going off there. So we're making our way down now through, and we've got 4 cars left in this group of B2s.
And then after the B2s, we're going to go straight into the UTV Open class, which is the inside of the B3 class. So it's kind of a sub-class inside of B3.
Yeah, no, I actually quite like the fact that what we're doing is we're bringing these UTV classes back together. Because what we've been seeing in the last few years, we've been seeing the splintering of the UTV classes.
Yeah.
And but when we actually look at the score sheets, we're seeing that the turbo cars, the non-turbos, the stocks, all of they're starting to mix it up. And you quite often have all of those inside the top 5. So I think it's quite nice that we're bringing these UTV classes back together as a singular class and just letting them duke it out.
Exactly. Everybody's racing for the overall, pretty much in those classes. You have the Pro Turbo class and then you have the UTV Open. Both of those classes are really racing against each other. Like you just said, they're all in B3. They're in a subclass, but they really care about winning the overall, right? Like if you win your own class, that's cool, but you want to be the fastest B3 to the finish line.
Exactly. As we're looking at the 10.03 there of Nick May. Loving the livery on this car, just nice and simple. You see those huge bypass shocks there on the back of the vehicle. And this is one of those moments where your palms are getting sweaty. You're sitting there, you're checking your dials, you're making sure that everything's as it should be. You're glancing over your co-driver, you pump fists for one last time, you check your pumpers on, and you wait for that checkered flag. Or the green flag, should I say.
All right, and once again, they're going every 2 minutes today, so that's what we're waiting for at the start. This class is every 2 minutes. Once we get to the UTV Open, we're going to get a little bit closer together. We're going to go every 1 minute, so things are going to speed up after a few more cars.
So Nick May making his way out onto course now. You see the 2-wheel drive of that B2 pushing him round the corners. Getting some great images there of the 1087. 10.8.
Yeah, Peter's been around for a long time. He's raced a bunch of different races. He races some more races out here, so he's definitely used to this area. He races Snore. I think I've seen him at. He's one of the more veterans out here in Class 10 or the B2 today.
It's going to be so much more action. Now, we're going to see, as you say, with the B3s, they're tightening that down. It's going to be a minute gap between the vehicles. There's not much dust out there today, but are these B3s with that all-wheel drive, are they going to be tearing up the track a little bit more? Are they going to be putting more dust down?
Yeah, definitely. There'll be a little bit more because you have 4 wheels that have power compared to 2. And honestly, the tire size is the same nowadays. A lot of these guys, especially in the UTV Open, they're running 35s, a lot of these guys now. And, the Class 10 cars are running 35s. And it's pretty much the same. You just have 2 more wheels driving. Yeah,
absolutely. Now, the interesting thing about that is the way the technology has changed. A few short years ago, we were sitting there going, oh, man, you can't put 35s on a UTV. The driveline won't take it. Now, it's just accepted that the drivelines can take it.
Everything's just gotten bigger, gotten faster, and gotten, more sturdy.
So as the action continues here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Prologue, we've got Pam down in the pits and she's got some more info for us. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Kristen Matlock. She is an Iron Woman. She races all of her races from start to finish in Baja. Here you are, your second year out here at King of the Hammers, and I know you're super stoked. You always have a smile on your face. So how are you really feeling right now? Are your nerves going? Because you're right here on the start line.
I always get a little bit of butterflies, but once I pass that flag that says go, 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 I instantly calm down and just get in the zone. And today's only 35-mile prologue. I'm excited to get out there and just see how we can do against the competition. And that time does go towards our time tomorrow for race day. So it is super important. Just want to be smart and not have any issues and see how it goes.
Well, and for those of you at home that don't know, her husband races as well. He's actually right behind her here in the start line, so a lot of competition going on.
Yeah, definitely. There's all the big names are out here today, and that's super exciting. I love competition. Wayne and I are really competitive against one another too, so it's pretty cool to be husband and wife out here competing and having him start right behind me. I told him, just be friendly when you pass. Hopefully he doesn't, but.
Well, good luck out there. We'll let you get going because I know you got to get back in that mindset, so good luck out there.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Now, I love that relationship out there. You got Kristen and you got Wayne racing head-to-head. And let's be honest, I think Kirsten's probably got the win on Wayne at the moment.
Yeah, I think she has more wins than Wayne. I mean, Wayne has beat his wife a few times, though. So
you've got to be careful how you say that, mate. You can't just go around saying he's beaten his wife.
Hey, I'm just looking at the results. He's been ahead a few times. So.
No, I'm looking forward to that. That is one of the great battles in UTV between husband and wife there. But there are so many big hitters. And as we continue to watch our B2s out there on track, let's just have a quick look down through these B3s. Drivers of note. We've got Doug Mittag obviously going up. We've got Christian, we've got Wayne. We've got Caden McCachran, of course. Caden coming off of that big Baja 1000 win. I mean, there's so many great drivers. Let's keep going down through there. We've got Christian Sourapas, Cameron Steele, Cowboy Ceramony's making in there. Brandon Sims, this is a man who's on a charge. He's overdue a win right now. Are we going to see something from Brandon?
Yeah, we definitely could. He's always one of the ones right up there. And look at on the camera here. This is one of the high-speed sections. So see how fast the Class 10 cars are going through here, and that shot right before this. This is where they're going to have a little bit of an advantage over the B3s because they have that higher top-end speed with a little bit more suspension. So they can go 100 miles an hour through those bigger bumps when some of the B3s can't go 100 miles an hour through there if they're even able to do 100 miles an hour at all.
Now, it looks also, if you're looking as a bystander and know nothing about these B2s, they seem to have a longer wheelbase than most of the B3s. Would that be correct?
Yes, yeah, definitely. The 10s are built to a racer-specific, whatever you want. You can build your chassis to whatever. A lot of these B3s are as they come. It's a UTV as delivered from the factory. They don't stretch the wheelbase on them. You're not even allowed to in most of the classes and most of the series. So that's why there is a big difference. A lot of these are 2-seat UTVs out here in the B3 class. There is a couple 4 seats every once in a while. You get a longer wheelbase. There's pluses and minuses. You get a longer wheelbase. It's a little bit more stable in the bumps with the 4-seat, but it's heavier. So a lot of these guys go with the 2-seat, save weight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this here is Cade Martin. He was the first car off the line earlier this morning, and he must be getting close now. I reckon he's still probably about 15 minutes out from coming to join us back here in town.
Yeah, it looks like he's at about, not sure what mile it is, 24. He's at mile 24 right now, so he's got 10 miles or 11 miles until he gets back into town.
Now, I was just looking there to see if it... now, on this kind of course, we're seeing sort of a 2-minute time between them. So the only way any of these cars can catch a car in front if the car in front gets a flat or has a problem.
Exactly, unless somebody's really slow today, right? 2 minutes is a big gap.
Oh, that's massive.
35 miles.
Yeah.
If your car's not running right, anything's possible for sure.
Well, we always get those drivers come in and go, hey, man, I was down to 10 seconds. And you sit there and say, okay, you park up here, hit the throttle and drive for 10 seconds as fast as you can, and you see what kind of gap that is. It's always bigger than they realize.
It's big. It's definitely big, yeah.
But as we continue to watch the Prologue action here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, the sun really is starting to shine. There's some warmth here in Johnson Valley. And the crowds are starting to gather. This is going to be a fantastic day, Fish.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect out here. Like you said, the weather is absolutely beautiful. There's barely a cloud in the sky. This is perfect racing weather. We got a little bit of a breeze for tomorrow. You're going to want a little bit more of a breeze than today. Today it doesn't really matter because they're spread out a little bit. But tomorrow, dust could be a factor again.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the 1013 again. That is Cade Martin once again.
Sorry. And that's the 10:22 there of Tim Craig making his way out across the desert.
Yeah, he's looking pretty fast in the 10:22 there. This course is really fast. There's only a couple spots that you really have to slow down. There's one little rock crawl section. It's not even really a rock crawl. There's an either or to go around it. But a lot of these guys are going to have fast times today. This is going to be super quick.
Yeah, and it always amazes me. You watch these cars, some of them, they look so different. Now this looks like we got the first of our B3s out there on track.
Yeah, there we go. That is Brian Marion there. Now that was that looked like a Yamaha there. That's interesting that he's racing that one in the UTV Open class. I wonder if he maybe put it in there with a little bit of strategy, knowing that he'd be starting earlier in the qualifying and he would be out on the course before it's a little bit more chewed up later in the day. Because normally that car would not race in UTV Open.
Okay, well, let's talk about that, because the Yamaha is one of the vehicles that doesn't use a belt drive. It actually has a gearbox and a sequential gearbox, doesn't it?
Yeah, correct. It has a more standard transmission.
Yeah.
There's no belt on there.
Now, is that better in the desert for some of these things? There are so many yings and yangs on this, isn't there? So many opinions.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, just going through here, he does not have the suspension that a lot of these other guys coming after him are going to have. So you give and you get a little bit, right? Maybe you got a cool transmission, but you don't have the suspension. So in a desert race, what would you rather have? You know, it's going to come down to
my hands are up for suspension.
Suspension, yeah. You can see. We'll see the difference. We saw what he looked like coming through there, and then we'll see what the next car looks like.
Yeah, we also saw the pace of those B2s going through there earlier on today, and you could see there was so much faster than that first of the B3s. But coming out very shortly, we're going to see Doug Mittag. Now, Doug Mittag is going to be in one of those Polaris R factory machines, and I'm expecting to see him absolutely throw it down here.
Yeah, Doug, he builds some nice cars. He's built a few cars now, and I like the way his chassis looks. I think it's one of the best looking chassis out there. It looks really cool, and he's gonna be fast. I think this is a new car that he just finished recently that he's racing today, if I'm not mistaken. Could be mistaken, but it's gonna be fun to see what time he can throw down. He'll definitely be one of the faster ones today if he has a clean run.
Yeah, that was Nick May we just saw there passing through the screen. And all these guys are deep into the desert now, and I think we're probably around about 7 to 8 minutes away from seeing our lead vehicles coming back into Hammertown.
And it's been 28 minutes so far, right? We started at 8 o'clock, I believe, right on the dot, or pretty close to it. So it's been 8:28 now. So once again, this is Brian right here in the 181, Brian Marion. There's a B2 coming at us. There's a 1014. That is going to be Yeet in the single seat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Bruce can lay down today.
Yeah, it looks like he's had a pretty clean run so far. Oh, we have the 1007. Looks like they may... the tracker hasn't updated in a minute. Oh, they just moved. Okay. Thought maybe they were stopped. See, there was a car stopped there, it almost looks like, but then it's just a screen glitch.
It's a screen glitch, yeah. Get all excited for a moment. So let's not forget, we are qualifying today for tomorrow's ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And the action is going to be starting at 8 a.m. We're going to be seeing the buggies and the trucks on race 1, which is the B2s, B3s, B4s, T3s and T4s. They're going to be going out, and then at 12:30 we will be looking towards the unlimited trucks, the T1s, the T2s and the B1s. It's going to be a fantastic thing. So we now have all of our B2 racers out on course. There's 13 runners and riders in B2, and we're into our B3s. The B3s are going out in a 1-minute intervals.
And I just got an update. Doug is not in a brand new car. He's racing his original car today.
Is he?
So there we go. Thank you guys for the updates.
Okay, as the action continues here, we're going to pass it on down to Pam, who's got some more information in the pits. Pam, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Kristen Sourapas. You're in this monster, nasty beast wrapped car here. You're getting ready to take the green flag. How are your feelings right now? What's your nerves going like?
Feeling pretty good. First year back at King of the Hammers. I know we raced a few years ago, but when you want to race against the best, you got to come to King of the Hammers. So we're fresh off a win 2 weeks ago at the Parker 400. I'm just ready to go down and put a clean lap for qualifying. Obviously, we're going to have to send it hard and take some chances, but also can't compromise race day tomorrow either. So we're going to try to put down as clean of a lap as we can while still taking moderate amount of risks.
Well, thanks for taking the time, because I know your mind is all about this Prologue course right now. So good luck out there, and hopefully we see you up there on that podium tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from the racers before they go out. Now, it's one of those weird ones when someone comes up to you when you're sitting in the lineup, getting ready to race, and someone shoves a microphone in through the net and says, "Hey, can we have an interview?"
Yeah, right before you're getting ready to go, right? Well, we know, race car drivers, once they put their helmet on, they're definitely the smartest people in the world, right? As soon as that helmet goes on.
Oh, absolutely, mate. We only know one way.
Yeah. All right, so here's another car out on course. It's a 4900. So, see, a few of these guys that are in this UTV Open, they're not quite UTV Open cars, necessarily. So I think some people are doing some strategy today, trying to get out on course before it gets too torn up.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. But also, we've got some big desert hitters out there as well. I've got a feeling that might have been Mike Pratt there that we saw, just trying to catch a line as we cut back there.
That is Kristen Matlock right there in 1854. So she's one of the cars that has 2 shocks on the rear. So they added a bypass shock behind the coilover on the trailing arms on these. So there's a couple of them out here that have a little bit more rear suspension. We'll see if it makes any difference today. There goes that Wayne right there, I think. Yeah, that was Wayne.
Yes, that is indeed. That is Wayne.
So you can see the 2 shocks in the back. That's the biggest difference between a couple of these guys out here.
Yeah, now these are cars, these are Pro Rs, and they've been dialing these in now for a couple of years. These are getting really fast now.
They are. These guys are definitely getting fast, especially in the, up in the overall. They're getting up pretty high in the overall. Like you said, the Class 10s. They're even running with some of the Class 1s at some of these races. It's crazy how fast these cars are getting.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
It's Wayne Matlock.
Yeah, as we watch there, we continue to watch the action here. As we cut back there to another B2. The B3s are out there on track right now.
That is Ebberts right there.
But we're waiting for our first cars to come back into town here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Prologue. And we'll start getting some times down and finding out who are the runners and riders and who are going to be lining up on the front row of the grid for tomorrow. But right now, we're going to step out for a short commercial break. Don't forget, if you're signed up for Premium, you'll be staying live with the action. Otherwise, we'll be joining you very, very soon. See you in a bit.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping. Who are you
counting on? Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, how you doing?
Good. It's been an exciting morning. This is nice weather. I'm liking it. About to take my jacket off, which is the first here at King of the Hammers. Usually,
yeah, I was going to say
jackets on.
We were just saying. Usually, I've got every piece of clothing I own and my friends as we sit up in the booth first thing in the morning. But
Yeah.
the sun is glorious this morning.
Looks like that's Nick May going by right there out on his Prologue. It's a 35-mile Prologue today. We're going to see what kind of times we get. It's been 35 minutes right now. We don't have a finisher in quite yet, I don't think, right? Is that our first one or a second one?
Yeah, I think that looks like Todd Jackson, who was our second car off the line this morning, and that is definitely coming down through the Bronco Arch there and making his way onto our short course. So does that mean he has got past our first runner that was Cade Martin? We'll have to find out shortly. Hopefully we'll have some times for you very, very soon.
Yeah, Martin is in, it looks like. So it looks like he did finish. So that's good. So we have 2 cars. This will be our second car finishing, like you said. So we're right about, what did we guess? Right around 35 minutes, something like that, 37 minutes?
Yeah, we were guessing around that. Anything between 35 and 42 was the first guess this morning.
So it's 8:36 right now, so he was right at about 8:35, maybe even 8:34, that first car. So right about 60-mile-an-hour average, just about.
You know what? It's almost like we know what we're talking about, and that frightens me.
Yeah, we have 35:24 was the time for Martin there. Cade Martin in the 10:13 was our first finisher. He was in with 35:24.
That's a solid time. But now the interesting thing is, how's that going to hang up against all of those other B3s or B2s? And then how's it going to hang up against those B3s? Are those B3s going to be able to make up that time in those technical sections out there on the course? Or are those wide open sections where the B2s can really hang it out the door? Are they going to make the difference?
We're going to find out pretty soon, right? Like I said, the suspension plays a bit of a difference today. So the speed between these guys is pretty similar. We're gonna see, can they beat a Class 10? It's always a bit of smack talk. There's Cameron Steele, looks like, out there.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, Cameron is usually always on multiple driving duties. Do we know what he's driving this week?
He actually toned it back a little bit, right? Maybe he's doing 1 less race. So that means he's doing 6 races instead of 7, right? Well, there's one of the factory UTV cars you were mentioning earlier, 1921. That is Caden McCachran right there. So look at the speed difference between this car and some of the cars we've seen earlier. So now we're getting into some of our top race drivers are out on course. We're going to see a bit of speed difference here.
Yeah, we saw Caden doing great things at the Baja 1000 earlier this year. But just look at this. The thing that's really pleasing me about this shot isn't just the speed of Caden, it's the lack of dust when you consider how many vehicles are out in front of him. Just looking down there right now, and he is the 7th of the B3s that are out on course. That's great to watch. Is that Brandon Sims?
Right there, that's one of the B2s.
No, it's not. That's one of the B2s. I do apologize. I just saw the red and white there for a moment.
There's a B3 coming at us.
That is indeed.
And we do have another time there. So Todd Jackson in the 10:30 was 34:38. So that second car that we saw finish had a faster time by about a minute than the first car. So he's going to be first.
Yeah, that's Bill Zamak there in the 935. That was the last of our B2 cars to go out on track. Awesome looking livery. Very different looking car. And that is actually a 6200, I believe.
There's the 1003 once again.
That is Nick May. Love the simplicity of the livery.
Looks like that's Caden again. So Caden's headed out into the desert. He got through the first section clean, so that's good. That's a lot of the rough stuff. He's through the rough. Now he's going to get into some of the faster stuff. Check out the ruts in these corners. A lot of these, when it rains, the dirt gets soft. Then you had all these guys going out and pre-running in the soft dirt with large tires on some of their other trucks. So now you have, 40-inch ruts out there. These guys are running 35-inch tires. A lot of them run 32-inch tires. So when you have a 40-inch tire and a 32-inch tire go through the same rut, you might be dragging a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, Caden, of course, is the son of Rob McCachran, the GOAT, probably the greatest off-road driver of all time in many people's opinions, and big shoes to fill, but my word, he's making a fine job of it so far. Great pace from the young man there.
Oh, we can see a little bit of this coming into the finish, coming into Hammertown. Got a little bit of rocks through the Ford arch there. So it's going to be the 1047. It's going to be our third car in, it looks like.
Yeah, that is Zack McLaren, making his way into the short course.
As soon as we get a time, I'll let you know what it was.
I'm going to jinx this now. What's impressed me so far is we haven't seen any flat tyres yet.
We haven't so far.
Of course, the next 3 cars will come in with flats now, I've said that. But no, that's great to see.
Yeah, everyone's had a clean run so far. Even just, looking at the map, I haven't seen anybody come to 0 miles an hour necessarily yet either.
But we can see their cars stacking up on top of each other. Now, let's not forget, these cars started with 2-minute gaps. So if they're coming in that close, that usually means that they've had a problem, because 2 minutes is a lot of time to lose out on that course.
Yeah, you should not be giving up 2 minutes in 30 miles. You shouldn't be, if you're on pace. 1047 coming in.
So it's Zack McLaren. He crosses the line and takes the time. And he'll be super pumped with that. I'm not going to put pressure on you for times, Fish. I know you'll give them to me when you get them.
We're working with what we got.
Exactly. Do you want me to break out the sundial?
Yeah, it's right in our face. So what time is that? There's Caden once again, looking fast. Was he waving it? Did you see him? Was he giving a little shaka there, it looked like? Maybe to the helicopter. I think I saw that.
I think he's waving
there.
at you, Fish. I don't think he's waving at the helicopter.
Maybe saying hi. So when the helicopter's on you, that adds a little bit to your speed too.
It does indeed.
When you see the helicopter and then you see that big camera that's hanging off the front of it, the big shot over there, you probably push the pedal a little bit harder, which is good. It's good for us. It makes it more exciting. Could be bad for the driver, depending on what happens.
I personally think there's sometimes nothing worse than having a helicopter coming alongside you. You start thinking to yourself, is it because I'm doing something wrong or is it because I'm doing something right?
Yeah. All right, so the time for the 1080, we had Peter in the 1080. He came in with a 37:09. So third place for the third finisher there, the 1080. And then we should have that other time of the car we just saw finish on camera a second ago, as we're watching Caden McCachran.
Now, that's worth noting, because if that was Peter Haas that came in there, that was Zack McLaren that was just behind him or just in front of him. So it'll be really interesting to see where Zack McLaren's time was at.
Yeah, as soon as we get it, we'll see. It's going to be close.
Yeah, and Caden McCachran here. Just look at how smooth this vehicle is. This is
look at his hands on the wheel. You see that? He's on the wheel. Literally, when you say up on the wheel, he is up on the wheel driving that thing. With the short wheelbase of the two-seater, it gets more squirrely. So you really got to drive hard to keep that thing straight.
Yeah, I mean, he is a professional off-road racer, and he's showing us exactly what he can do. So we've got Pam down in the pits, and she's got some more news for us. So Pam, what have you got for us?
I am here with Brayden Baker. You are out here for your year number 2 at King of the Hammers. What are your thoughts right now, because you're getting ready to take that green flag?
I'm super excited. We're starting back of the pack for the Prologue, and we're going to be trying to push for pole position so we get clean air for tomorrow.
Well, that's definitely a great strategy right there. Now, last year you were out here again, running the Prologue. How do you feel about the course?
I'm super stoked. The track's awesome. It's fast. It's a little rough in some areas, but in all, I like it. We're going to see where we end up today.
Well, good luck out there. Can't wait to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Back to the booth.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from you and what the drivers have to say. But still, qualifying continues here.
Oh, no. Look at this. You did jinx it. You jinxed it. That is the 1866. It looks like they're changing a flat tire there. That is Harrison Weiss there, trying to get the jack on the arm, the co-driver. Looks like he's having some trouble there.
Now, this is going to be interesting. That looks like he's using one of those AGM jacks.
It is. That is one of the AGM jacks.
Yeah,
but it's tough because when you weld those mounts on the arm, you weld those mounts on at the shop, right? So once you get out in the dirt and you have a flat tire, especially in the soft sand like that, the angle of that is not what it was at the shop.
Exactly. Now, I was just about to say exactly that, because I've been there myself doing this. And in fact, managed to get my rattle gun caught up underneath some of the tubing as I was trying to take a wheel off.
Yeah, so you did definitely you're one up on the announcer jinx so far. So good on that one. We'll mark that down.
Well, on the announcer bingo, I've already got that marked down, so we're going well.
Look at this. We got someone catching somebody at the top here. So 1 minute splits. We're going to see more of this, like I said. And this class did have quite a diversified type of car in it. There was some really fast cars, and then there was some cars that weren't normally in this class. So that's why we're going to see what we're seeing right here. Looks like, is that Kristen Matlock in the back? It looks like it. So Kristen is catching somebody here, or did they pass Christian? Let's see who this is. Oh, is that Wayne? That is Wayne. It looks like Wayne. So Wayne is currently beating his wife again because he passed her.
I think that's the only time you can legitimately say that on air.
Yeah, look at that. So that's a good battle right there.
So Wayne there. Wayne's laying down a phenomenal pace here, putting those Yokohama tires to work.
So that's actually not too good for them that they started right next to each other, because that's not, you don't want to do that, you know what I mean? Because Wayne doesn't want to have Kristen have a bad run because he wants her to do well, but at the same time, he's not going to sit behind her and wait if he's going to go faster.
No,
so
mate,
they got a horrible draw being one and two right with each other.
Hey, look at this. We've got a good battle going on there. We've got that car coming in from that now, the red car.
We got three there. We got three cars there.
Look at this. Oh, we got bad news there. This is...
That's Harrison still. They're still trying to change that tire.
Yeah, but it looks like
something else going on.
It looks to me like he had two tires gone there, so we'll have to pay a little.
Oh, look at this. Oh, coming together. Did he make it? Oh, he made the pass. All right.
Now, it looked to me like the red car had the pace here, so he'll be absolutely gutted.
49.79 is the green car there. They're not on my list.
No, it's not on my list either.
Maybe a late entry. So the 29.25 there, what's he going to do? You are allowed to nerf. There is nerfing allowed here. And he pulled over for him.
Yeah,
okay, so the
Zack
red car's going
Quirrell's
around him. So Zack has caught him and now passed him.
Now, you could see the pace difference there when Zack sprung out wide to go on that far out line, but he just couldn't make it work. But he's got the pass now, and he moves off into the distance.
Yeah, so now he's going to check out a little bit. The last thing he wants to do is make a mistake right here and have that guy pass him back. So you got to be clean once you pass somebody, right?
Yeah, we've all been that guy. Now, the interesting thing, and this is why I really enjoy the B3s, and the fact that we are mixing up that class and we're getting all of those moving together, is that we're going to see overtaking. We're going to see action out on track, and it will shake down.
All right, so in the B2 class, here's a quick run at the leaderboard that I have. We have Jackson in the 10:30 in first with a 34:38. We have McLaren in second with a 35:01. We got Martin in third with a 35:24. And then we got Hejas in fourth with 37:09. Those are the 4 times that I have so far. As soon as we get more, we'll read them off for you guys.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That Todd Jackson time, he was the second car out on track today, so he laid down a really good time. Now, let's talk about track degradation, as we were talking about earlier. Is the track going to get faster as the day goes on? Are we going to see this getting quicker and quicker and quicker? Or are the guys that are going out early in B3 going to take advantage of the early morning cool track?
I don't think this track is going to get faster, and the reason for that is there's already been pre-running on it for the last couple days, and the pre-running was when it was a little bit wetter or a little bit softer. So the ruts that are out there have been dug deep, and they're not going to go away. They're only going to get bigger. You know, they're not going to get smaller ruts. Sometimes you get berms up on the corners later in the day that help you go through the berm a little faster, but that's already all out there. So only the bad stuff is going to get worse. It's not like something good is going to get a berm that's going to give you more speed. So I think it's going to get slower.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, when you do your pre-running, you were talking about this earlier, is in the last 12 months, what's happened is the sand is blowing back into those holes, and it makes it softer as you're driving. As more and more cars go across there, what happens, that sand gets dug out of those holes again, and it becomes a lot harsher. So it feels different. So if you pre-run out there, it feels completely different to how you're feeling when you're out there doing your prologue right now. It'll feel harder, it'll feel harsher, you'll be starting to question if your suspension is working correctly. The answer is it is. The track is changing.
Definitely. And another cool thing about, you know, the B3 class here, a lot of these guys have almost the same car for their pre-runner. You know, these are UTVs. They're not a lot. Some of them are highly modified, but a lot of them are running a lot of stock parts still. So you can go out and you can pre-run in a car that's almost the same as your race car. So you get a really good feel for the track and what it's going to do. You know, if you get a T1, you know, you got to have a full T1 to go pre-running in if you really want to have it be the same, right? So it's a little easier to do in the B3 class. And someone's going really slow here. I don't know if they got an issue or what. Someone's creeping along there.
I did watching there. That is the 1866. Now it looks
Does he
like
have
he's
all of his tires are they flat?
That's kind of what I was just about to say.
That back left one looks flat, and so does the front left, doesn't
but
it?
It looked like he was also changing the offside as well. The near side.
He was changing the rear right when we first saw him. I think he might have seriously flattened 3 or 4 tires at the same time, which is quite impressive. You know, you can do 2 at once sometimes, but to do 3 or 4 at the same time, that's impressive.
Yeah, he's done a proper job on that one, that is for sure. Okay, as we continue here with the qualifying for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't forget, if you're with Premium, you'll be staying with the action. Otherwise, you'll be joining us live back here in Hammertown very, very soon. Don't go away, and we'll see you in a bit.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden, and we are here for qualifying. And joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing really good. And I was just looking at the tracker, and we have some bad news for Kristen Matlock. It looks like Kristen Matlock is at 0 miles an hour right now. So she has a bit of an issue. She's at mile 21, sitting at 0. So big bummer for Kristen.
Now, you see, straight away I want to say this is what happens when you get beaten by your husband, but I can't say that.
Hopefully it's just a tire, they can get it changed and get moving quick. I'll keep an eye on it and let you guys know if they get going again. That's the only one I see at 0 right now, so that's good news at least.
It is, and I just want to talk about some of the runners and riders that we got out there today. I mean, we got some really big names. We've got Doug Mittag, we've got Kristen Matlock, Wayne Matlock, Caden McCachran, Christian Sourapas, we've got Cameron Steele, Cowboy Ceramony, we've got Brandon Sims, we've got Ryan Piplick, we've got Jay... lost my list there for a moment. We've also got Brock Hager. We've also got Caden Mack, of course. Tyler Gibbs, Dustin Battleaxe Jones. We've got Kyle Cheney, Phil Blurton, and Max Gordon and Robby Gordon still to come today. It's a massive field of heavy hitters.
Yeah, definitely stacked. And this looks like Nick May coming into the finish here. So that's one of our earlier starters in. We're doing about 35-minute laps right now is what it looks like. We got 34:38 is our leader still. That is the Jackson car, the 1030. We got McLaren in second, 35:01. Martin in third, 35:24. Arciero, here we go. We got Arciero moved into fourth, 35:56. And then Hejas, 37:09.
Now, Arciero looked really fast straight out the doors. So this is what I love about this course. That technicality as well as the high speed, it really does level the field completely. And we get to see what I consider to be a complete driver.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most fun qualifying courses because it is, like you said, it's stage 1. It's not really even, it's a prologue. It's stage 1.
Yeah.
So there's the 214 car moving along, one of the B3s.
Now, we've had a lot of late entries inside of the desert race. Some of these entries coming in literally last minute yesterday. So if we're not sure on numbers, please bear with us. We are working on it and we will come to you.
We know this one. This is Dale Ebberts right here. He's been around for a long time. This is one of the fastest guys in the desert right here. Anything he gets in, he is super fast. He's going to have his daughter, Madison, co-driving with him tomorrow. So that's going to be pretty cool. They're going to have some fun family time out there on the racetrack. Once again, there's the 214 coming by. One of the Can-Am entries in the B3 class.
Yeah, 214 pushing on well there, looking really solid.
There's Caden. I believe that's Caden McCachran, or was for a second there.
Yeah. Let's just talk about those B3s for a moment that we're watching qualifying. We have over 100 B3s registered to race. That is absolutely astonishing.
It is. It is huge. That's the most that's ever been out here, I'm pretty sure. It's
yeah, absolutely.
Classes.
Well, as the action continues here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Prologue, we've got our girl on the scene. It's Pam. She's in the pits, and she's got some more info for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I am here with Kyle Cheney. He is our 3-time King of the Hammers winner, but you're out here racing in the desert. Your thoughts right now, because I know that you are full strategy of game. Your face right now is all race.
Yeah, my Can-Am's really good. We ran the Prologue a couple times. We got the shocks dialed, and we're ready to go out here and put a good Prologue time in.
Well, I know you put your time in out here. You've been out here multiple times besides just out here this week. So we want to see you back up on top of the box, hopefully out here in the desert this weekend.
Thank you. See you guys on race day.
Awesome. Good luck to Kyle Cheney. Cash LaCroix is his co-driver.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Did you hear that? Cash LaCroix is his co-driver. How cool is that?
That's what he said, huh? That is cool.
Kyle Cheney, he's been there, seen it, done it in all things UTV. Can he bring home a win to this weekend in the Desert Challenge? More importantly, can he then come back here on Thursday and do a 4-peat in the 4900 class? Now, that would be something very special. So who are we watching? I've got a feeling that car we're looking at right now might be Bill Zemark in the 6200.
Looks like the 935. So 6200, if you guys are wondering what that is basically a B1 chassis, but it has a limited engine in it. It has an LS engine in it, similar to the T2. So it has like a 525 horsepower engine in it.
Being one of these kind of desert, I'm not going to say a virgin because that would be the wrong thing to do. But the B1
hold on. We're
going
to see some nerfing.
Hold on.
Nerfing
right.
by Caden. Look at Caden's hitting him. Get out of his way. So this is what's awesome about desert racing. You're allowed to hit people. He is on him. Oh, man, look at that. He's trying to get around him, but that's what's so sketchy. When someone doesn't move and you try to step out, look, he's trying to step out to go around him, but that's taking a huge risk coming off the course to go around somebody.
And also the problem here is these cars actually have very, very similar powers. So what happens is you come up behind you and nerf them, you come off the gas just a fraction, and it takes you a while to catch them back up again, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. But this guy, we have an unwritten rule in this sport. It's 2 toots, 2 taps, 2 ton.
Exactly. The next one, you just they're going off course on the next one, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's pretty bad manners there from the car holding up Caden.
There we go. That's the 981 right there, headed out. But that was an awesome shot of Caden we had there. And that guy did not want to move out of his way.
No, he did not. That is Doug Mittag coming in. So Doug looks like he's laid down an awesome lap here.
Yeah, he's
so hopefully we'll be able to pick
ones.
up a time for him very soon. Oh, look at that one with the inside wheel off the ground as he powers around these corners. And I love the way these B3s come in through this short course. Completely different to the way the B2s take it.
And Ebberts, we just got a time for Ebberts there in the 1077. He just jumped all the way up to second place. I told you that guy's one of the fastest guys in the desert. So he's a 34.45. That means he's only 7 seconds behind Jackson in first place right now. So that's another time there.
Yeah.
Also, we have Craig, let's see, in the 1022. They finished in 36.14. We got Coons in the 10:55 at 36.52, and then Nick May at 37.54. Those are our updated times that we have so far. Those are all of your B2s so far. We haven't got a time for the B3 yet, but we should get Mittag's time pretty soon, hopefully.
Well, when we get Mittag's time, I'm betting that he's going to step up right into the ranks of those B2s.
Oh, definitely.
And we've got more action here, and it's going to be fast and furious now as they start to cross the line in this B3 class. Let's not forget there's over 100 vehicles registered, and B3 covers basically all things UTV. So we've got UTV Open, we've also got UTV Pro Modified and UTV Pro Stock Turbos and Pro Stock NAs. So they're all being put together inside of the open bracket of B3, and it's great to see these classes being combined one more time. Now this is interesting. This is the 6200 car here that we're just seeing coming in of Bill Zemark. That means he was actually passed by at least 2 of the B3s.
Yeah, because of where he started, and we already saw some of them finish, correct?
Correct.
Well, I want to know if Caden got around, or if he's still behind that guy, right? That guy's not going to have a rear bumper or anything in the back of his car pretty soon if he's still behind him.
Yeah, and Caden's going to be seeing red mist. As he gets behind him, there's nothing more frustrating than the driver that won't get out of his way. I had that exact experience in Portugal this year. It cost me a race. I was not impressed.
And there you go, Doug Mittag. What'd you say? Where was he going to go?
I reckon that he was
right
going to go top of the box.
There you go, Doug Mittag, new leader.
Boom.
Almost a minute faster than the fastest B2 so far.
Okay,
so Doug Mittag in his original car that he built. That's not even a new car. That's his original car that he's racing today.
And this is what we were talking about. Are the B3s going to make advantage of those rock sections out there to really pull those vehicles through and make them to work? And they have done exactly that.
And here's Christian Sourapas right here. This is another fast car. He just won the last desert race out in Parker. He was the winner of that one in the UTV category. So he came out here on short prep. It was only 2 weeks ago, right, that the last one was. So he's out here on short prep. Going to hopefully have another good run today. He's out there in his monster car. He's got the T. You like tea, right? He's sponsored by the new tea.
Well,
have a tea with him.
Well, actually, that's a very good idea. Do you know what? I might just do that. I'll take some bone china. I'll take some, bit of sugar, a little bit of milk, and we'll do it properly.
Make sure your pinky's up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so more going out of Hammertown here. All right, we got more times coming in now. So far, Doug Mittag is still at the top. We have the 935, the Z-Mac. He's in with a 38.17.
Yeah, I do like that Z-Mac car. Very smart indeed. But that can't be any fun at all for him, watching those B3s come past him. But he'll put that all behind him now. The qualifying is over, and he'll be getting ready for the main race tomorrow. Now, the evolution of the B3s, we keep seeing this, and we keep seeing all the differences in suspension. We keep seeing all the differences in cage design. We're also seeing the differences in front suspension design. And we've got some vehicles out on track this year. The new Can-Ams, they've got this funky new front end. How's that going to hold up in the desert, do we think?
I think it'll hold up just fine, I mean, yeah, it's fine. It has the proper geometry. That's why they did that. When it came out, everyone's like, why did they do that? It looks all weird, But that's how it gives you the proper geometry. If you look at the wheel, it stays straight when it goes up and down. There's not a lot of bumps here.
That's why
we do that.
We just saw the red car there. We saw overtaking earlier. I forget the gentleman's name. It was Zack Quiros. Looked like he had a right rear flat there, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if we can come back to you.
That was the car that was stuck behind the other one earlier, right? That we saw make the pass.
Absolutely. Yeah, it did look like he just had a right rear flat there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
We'll keep an eye on that.
It's interesting also because tyre technology is changing. When 4400, so the big dogs of out here at King of the Hammers, we've watched tyre technology take off in that sport, but now that's happening also in UTV. We've got lots of tyre manufacturers who are working really hard to give these guys the best possible opportunities to win races with as fewer flats as possible.
Definitely.
So as the racing continues here out in Johnson Valley, California, it's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, but Pam Hall is down in the pits and she's got some more news for us. So Pam, what do you got?
With Phil Blurton, you are in the brand new Mamer out here. You have done your homework on this car, and here you're racing it out here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is the first race of the 24 season for us. These Maverick cars are phenomenal. We just did the Baja 1001. Been out here pre-running them. It's so fun to drive these cars. I can't wait.
Well, I know that you have your strategy in your head and you're ready to get out there and do your prologue. And what are your thoughts on the race course that we have out there set up for the prologue?
Oh, the Prologue and just the Desert Challenge at KOH is one of my favorite races. It's so rough out there, and we got all the good drivers, everybody from East Coast, West Coast. You got everybody here, and it's a blast.
Well, good luck out there. We'll let you get going. You're getting ready to take that green flag, and we hope to see you up on top of that box.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Okay, Pam, thank you so much. Now, that was interesting what Phil was just saying there. We've got the best drivers from all over the country racing here at King of the Hammers.
Yes. And this is a car you thought had a flat tire?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's carrying a flat right from that shot, but let's have a look as he turns the corner, comes down through the Bronco arch.
Oh, look.
No, I
That's
think
Wayne
he is.
Matlock. He's caught him also. Wayne had a really good run. That's 2 cars Wayne passed.
Is he carrying a flat on the back there?
No, it looks pretty good.
No, it does look good.
Hard to tell sometimes.
Oh, I don't know. It looks squealy to me.
It's got air in the top. He's good. And there's Wayne coming in, so we're going to have some more times coming in pretty soon here.
Now, this is going to be hurting Wayne here because Wayne's not able to get the pass on him.
Yeah, there's no point, here. He's not really holding them up too much, but every second does count in, today. There's going to be 1 or 2 seconds is going to separate a lot of positions today.
Yeah, absolutely. But this looks like Wayne has actually made up at least 2 minutes.
Well, they started 1 minute apart, and where did he start? 2 spots in front of him?
Yeah, exactly. So Wayne has made up 2 minutes over Zack.
Yeah, Wayne's going to have a really fast time. I wonder how long Zack was held up by that car that we saw him trying to get around before we saw him.
If you consider that, then it must mean that Wayne has passed at least 3 cars on track.
Correct. He probably passed that green car also if he's passed him.
Yep.
All right, it's coming in Hammertown, and hopefully we get some more B3 times for you guys soon.
We've got so much action here at the qualifying for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. The sun is shining, the crowds are building, and Hammertown is already heaving at the seams.
There's
It
Katie
seems hard to
McCacker.
believe that it's only Saturday.
So Caden's coming in also. So he finished his run. He got around that guy. I wonder what his front bumper looks like. I bet you there's a few more dents in that front bumper on that car right now.
Well, this is really interesting because if Caden's coming in this close to Wayne, it means that Caden has made up also at least a minute and a half on Wayne Matlock.
Oh, I'm not surprised. We saw how he was driving earlier. He was up on that wheel. Here's a couple more. So there's a lot of guys catching. That 1 minute, that's not that much between the speed difference on some of these cars that we have in this UTV Open class today.
Absolutely. But let's just talk about that. Caden McCachran, Wayne Matlock, these are professional race car drivers. Simple as that. They are paid to race cars.
Correct. This is their job, so you got to be good at it, right?
Absolutely. You don't get to be in that position without being very good indeed. And do you remember it's not that many years ago that what we used to see is hired guns brought in from other classes to drive the UTVs, and they were expected to go out there and win?
Yep.
That doesn't happen anymore because the professionals, they come out here and they kick butt.
All right, we got some times coming in. So Doug Mittag is still sitting at the top. We got Wayne Matlock came in with a 35.25. Mittag was a 33.31. So Mittag is almost 2 minutes faster than Wayne, and Wayne was one of the fast ones.
Wow.
So and then Zack in the red car, the 29.25, came in with a 37.23. So he was almost 2 minutes behind Wayne, like you thought.
Yep.
So those are the 3 times we have so far. So it's still Mittag, Matlock, and Zack in the 29.25 is 1, 2, 3 in that class. Wayne is going to, here's Caden McCachran, just got a time for Caden. So Caden is in with the 34.57. So 34.57, so he's about a minute and a half behind the leader right now, Mittag. So that car we saw was holding him up for a little while for sure. That definitely cost, I don't think it cost him a minute and a half, but it definitely cost him a little bit of time.
So just run that by me again. Oh, Caden McCachran, yeah, I got you there.
Yeah, so Mittag was in with a 33.31, and then Caden was in with the 34.57.
Wow, Doug Mittag, he's really throwing it down there. That's an awesome run for Doug. And we're talking about clear air. Doug Mittag, he started second in this class. That's really helped him out there. We've seen Caden McCachran and also Wayne Matlock catching traffic, and those few seconds do make a difference.
And there's Max Eddy Jr. He's the newest official driver on that Polaris Razor team, factory team there. So he's going to be the driver of record this year. Another very fast driver, Max Eddy Jr. He is also ex-bike rider. He has a lot of wins in Baja on the bikes, and a lot of bike riders are fast drivers. There's not been very many bike riders that have not been successful once they've transferred over.
Well, let's look at Dakar, for example. Many of the fastest car drivers we see at Dakar started as motorcycle riders. Mr. Dakar, Stefan Petter Hansel, great example.
I think a lot of that comes down to line choice. When you're on a bike, if you don't pick the right line, it hurts, right? When you're in a car, if you don't pick the right line, sometimes it doesn't hurt, or it hurts the car, but not you.
I had it described to me in a really
consequences.
I had it described to me like this: car drivers look in front of them, motorcycle drivers look ahead.
Exactly. That's the biggest difference. So we'll see what kind of time he's got once he crosses the line, which he just did. We have Pratt in the 1867 is in with a 41.04. We got a finisher there.
And we're trying to keep you honest here as we see the names. As I said before, we've got a lot of late entries into this class, so it's very difficult sometimes to pick up the names and numbers, but we will do our very best for you.
That might be one of the Ampudia entries there.
I'm showing how. And as the action continues to happen here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we are here on the Saturday for the Prologue. I'm Jim Marsden, I'm joined in the booth by Fish from Fishgistics. And just look at this view now as we swing around the back at the bottom of King Hill, making our way into Hammertown.
All right, we got a time for Max Eddy Jr. in the 1841, 36.56. So that's 4th position so far in the UTV Open. Check that, he just dropped down to 5th position. Christian Sourapas in the 909 just came in with a 35.56. So Christian Sourapas is now your 4th fastest driver so far in the UTV Open class with a 35.56. These guys are all still behind Doug Mittag, who's your overall leader so far today with a 33.31, which is a blistering fast time.
that open area, that open dust or the dust-free zone that he had, Doug really put that to work and make it work for him. That's worth, as you mentioning, Kristen Sourapas. Just come off of that win at Parker. Does that set him up nicely for this race, or as you say, he only had a short time to do his prep?
Yeah, I mean, you prep and you don't even have time to go testing again, really. You got 2 weeks to go from a 400-mile race, which is a pretty long race, to come out here to do a rough race for a couple hundred miles. So you got to hope your prep's on point. Obviously, it must have been today because he had a pretty good time so far.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all about tomorrow and the main race itself. And let's not forget, we've got a whole day of racing tomorrow. It starts at 8 a.m. with our B2s, B3s, B4s, T3s and T4s leaving the line. Then at 12:30 it will be the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, Race 2, the Unlimited Trucks and Buggies, which will be the T1s, T2s and B1s. Can't wait for that. And also, let's not forget, my favourite is later on this afternoon. We are going to have the Class 11s joining us out here in Johnson Valley.
That's going to be awesome with a land rush start of 30 Class 11s at the same time.
It's Herbie Goes Bananas on a whole new level.
All right, 10-10. Is that the 10-10 it looks like? Yep.
And I've got to talk about the Class 11s for a minute. I mean, the Class 11, literally 7-8 years ago, was a class that was dying. It really was. There wasn't much going on, and all of a sudden it had this injection, and it came back to life again. It's so good to see. Now, look at this.
Yeah, that's another one stopped there, the 2944. That's definitely never good when you're pulled over on the course and your co-driver is out, looking like he's not in too big of a hurry either. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, that is one of those new Can-Ams, and you can just check out that front suspension. Revolutionary stuff there from Can-Am. But unfortunately, a spectator at this time as we are watching the 6961.
All right, let me
the
see.
6961 there. That was Michael Mack is making his way through.
All right, here's a quick rundown on times that we have so far. So for the let's see, we'll start with B2 for you guys. So the B2 class, we have Jackson is in first with a 34:38. Ebberts is in second, 34:45. McLaren in third, 35:01. Martin fourth, 35:24. Arciero fifth, 35:56. Craig is sixth, 36:14. Coons 7th, 36:52. Hages 8th, 37:09. May next with the 37:54. And those are the times that I have for you guys so far in 10, which is the B2 class. In B3, so far we got Mittag at the top still with a 33:31. McCachran is going to be, let's see, is that second? Yep, he's in second. I'll come back on the times.
Yeah, Fish, let's cut to the action here, mate. There's some great stuff there coming up with the times. Just look at this. There's another one of those new Can-Ams there. You can see that front suspension being put to work. Hard to see who it is at this moment. Is that the 904 or 907? If that was 944, that would make it Phil Blurton. What's Phil driving in this race, Fish?
Yeah, he is driving in one of those cars. That could have been him.
That could have been Phil Blurton, couldn't it? It looked like he was just making the pass there. So Phil doing what Phil does, which is overtaking people.
I was looking at the split time screen, so I didn't see it.
That's all right. I got you.
All right, Wayne Matlock, yeah, he's in. Sourapas, Eddie Jr. Let's see, Cameron Steele is in with the time. We got 37:39, so that's about, was that 8th or 9th for him?
That's 29:44. We just saw there pulled up on the side of the track. Oh, just loving these views that we're getting here right now. Yeah, just getting confirmation that the 2944 is actually Phil Blurton, so that is really tough news for Phil. No one wants to see that. That's a brand new car. And that's difficult in this race. This isn't like a normal prologue. We were talking about this earlier. Normally, if that's a prologue, you go, oh, okay, we'll be starting from the back of the pack. It's all fine. But actually, what that means out here is that you're going to get the final time. You're going to get the... In fact, I'm not sure how this one works. It's the slowest time. And do you get a penalty on top of that?
Plus 10 minutes. So, yeah, if you DNF today, you can still race tomorrow, but you're going to get today's slowest finisher plus 10 minutes.
Wow.
So here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be broke down out on course for a while and then finish if you've been broken down, because now you're going to be that final time that's way back.
Yep.
So your best strategy is sit and don't finish, because you're going to get the slowest time. If all the finishers have good runs, the slowest time's not going to be that slow, right? So who's going to be the guy that messes it up for everybody and fixes their car and then finishes way late, and then they get 10 minutes after that?
Don't do that to me. I had that racing in Poland a few years ago. I ended up with an 18-hour time because of somebody doing that.
See, exactly. All right, the 1021 is going to be next. That's not a 10 car. The numbers out here are all mixed. So when you guys are looking at the numbers on the cars, if you're used to seeing a number for a certain series, it doesn't necessarily coordinate to that same class out here. You can pretty much run whatever number you want, and when you sign up, you just put the number in that class.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because we have the potential there to have a number clash. But our guys in ops, they'll be working that out and making sure that happens. And I love the fact that we have vehicles from multiple different racing organizations racing with us here in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers.
And looking at the times, we still have Jackson is still sitting on top in the B2, so no one has been able to take him down yet, the 34:38 time. And then in the B3, we still got Mittag at the top, 33:31. So it's Mittag, McCachran, Carr, Matlock, Brandon Sims. There you go, Brandon Sims 5th, Christian Sourapas 6th, Kelly next, Max Eddy Jr., Zack, Cameron Steele, Caffro, Fitzpatrick, Pratt, Martin, and Marion are the ones that we have finished so far on our times here, in that order.
Yeah, that was Ryan Piplick we just saw crossing the line there. Ryan, one of the fastest drivers out on course. It'd be very interesting to see what time he lays down. Okay, let's just quickly go through our current top 10. Or maybe we'll do that shortly as we're watching car number 10 crossing the line there.
That should be Ampudia. He usually runs 10.
Yeah, that is Ampudia.
That's going to be a fast time. So they're one of the ones
Aaron
that
Ampudia,
was
driver of record.
He was going to be entering a more stock car, but they wanted to race it earlier, so I believe they entered the open class, but it looks like they are. Yeah, Aaron Ampudia. So that's not a full open car, so it's going to be interesting what that time is compared to the other ones. Those guys are super fast, so they'll probably still have a really good time in it. But they wanted to get out on course earlier today before it got torn up too much. So a little bit of strategy once again.
Yeah, I think we just saw the 1895 of Caden Wells as well. There'll be another fast car. It did look like Todd Ampudia might have got past him, so if he did, that was an astonishing drive.
Yeah, it just depends who you start behind, because there's some fast, some not so fast, right?
Absolutely.
You get stuck behind someone. It's all comes down to a little bit of luck here.
There it is, Caden Wells.
Yep, Caden Wells. He's always fast. 1895. He's got Emme Cornwell that always rides with them, Cornwell, in the 1895.
Yeah, Caden Wells actually started behind Todd Ampudia, so they're finishing in their respective positions, and they look like they're probably still maintaining that sort of minute gap. So very close racing there from Ampudia and Wells. And we're starting to see a few more broken vehicles out there on track now, which is really
Blurton
tough
there.
indeed.
That is
But what
Phil.
we're going to do now is our young lady in the pits is Pam Hall, and she's got some more information for us. So Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Max Gordon. You are out here racing in the Desert Challenge, but you're also racing in the 4400. You're also racing in our rocks for the UTV as well. Max, you've been out here doing your homework. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling good. You know, I just want to make it through these first 35 miles, see where we end up, hopefully set a good pace for the race, and have a good day.
Well, I know you have a lot of seat time under your belt. You've been, driving a car since you were, maybe 2 or 3 years old?
Yeah, around like two.
Well, you're very well seasoned at your young age, and here we are out here getting ready to take the green flag, so we'll let you get back going. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Now, Max Gordon, this is a young man in the making, isn't he? Is he in his ascendancy right now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely another one where, you know, their father is a legend in the sport, won a lot of races, one of the fastest drivers out there. So got some good training from a young age. So he's, you know, he better be good, right? 29.07 there. There's a look at your top 10 over there. Heger hasn't gone yet, but Brock might be up there later. Is that a little foreshadowing there? You know, like when they think they released the results of the football game before it and they put it up there? That might be what that is there. Heger could definitely go to the top later, but right now Mittag is still at the top.
Yeah, Fish, we've got lots going on here. So, look, well, let's have a quick look at our top 10. In 10th position right now, it's Brandon Sims. In 9th is Cade Martin. In 8th is Wayne Matlock. In 7th is Chase Carr. In 6th is Zack McLaren. In 5th is Todd Jackson. In 4th is Cade McCachran. In 3rd is Dale Egberts. In 2nd, it was Doug Mittag. But look at this young man, Brock Hager.
Yeah,
in
he
the
did just
Pro R
finish.
factory machine. Absolutely incredible stuff there.
Yeah, he did go to the top. That screen on my right was ahead of the screen on my left. So yeah, that is good. Heger is at the top. So Brock, that is no surprise right there. So he's racing the desert race in a UTV, and then he has another UTV that they're going to race the rock race in. So he's going to do both out here. He's going to do one in a Pro R, the desert race, and then he's going to get into a Turbo R for the rock race.
Oh, that's very interesting indeed. Is that strategy, or is it just the cars he has?
Just two different cars. Yeah, two different cars.
So right now we've got a real good mix there between the B2s and the B3s. Dale Egberts is, of course, our highest place of the B2s right now. And he's surrounded by a plethora of B3s, and they are heavy hitters. Brock Hager currently in first position. In second, Doug Mittag. And Caden McCachran in fourth. Now, we saw Caden getting held up in traffic. Did that cost him? It does look like it has so far. But there's still so many big guns out there. Brandon Sims coming in 10th. Now, you know what? I'm going to say this. I think Brandon will be disappointed with that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely.
Sounds like Pam has another Gordon.
It does indeed. No, Pam, I believe she's down in the pits with Robby Gordon right now. The man, the myth, the legend. So let's see what she's got. Pam, it's all yours.
I am here with Robby Gordon. He's down here getting his Speed UTV all set, ready to go, getting his helmet on. But Robby, I know you're ready. You're busy right now, and you're talking to me while we're doing this. So what's your strategy?
Today for us, finish to start with, and try not to have any issues so that we get a decent start for tomorrow. So we're right here behind Max in case he has any issues, and see how it goes. Try to get a good starting spot for tomorrow is the most important thing today.
Well, I'll let you get all ready, get out there. Good luck out there, and we'll see you at the finish.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I thought we were going to start early, so I put the windshield in. Looks like that's going to be a bit of a mistake, but we'll have some fun.
Well, good luck out there.
All right, thank you.
Now, Robby Gordon, he is one of the myths, one of the legends of our sports. He's loved, he's hated in equal measure. What can he do out there today?
Well, Robby's going to do one of two things. He's going to go out there and be fast, or he's going to go out there and not be fast. So we're going to find out, right?
Well, I can rely on you for that helpful advice, so thank you so much there.
So another thing about Robby, he is going to be racing in the 4400 Race of Kings race later. Yeah. And last year, he finished 8th in that race, if I'm not mistaken, which is very impressive. So I think he'll have another good showing, once again, in a Gomez car in that race. So he's going to be racing a couple times this weekend as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's always great to have Robby Gordon out here with us. One of the genuine legends of our sports. And still the racing continues here. Let's not forget we've got a full day of qualifying here, and it's going to be capped off later on today with the Class 11 showdown. But as we continue here with qualifying, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly for the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Prologue. And we'll see you all very soon.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving. King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping. Who are you
counting on? Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here today in Johnson Valley for the prologue for this fantastic desert race. And look at this, Fish. We've got action all over the course.
Yeah, it looks like we may have had some contact is what I'm thinking here in the corner. So we just saw the co-driver and driver get out, so that's good news. It's the 2948. I don't have them on my list. I'm not familiar with that car for some reason. Matt Burrows, that's okay, so it's Matt Burrows. Matt Burrows right there is on his side. They're okay. Now they got to figure out how to get it flipped back over. They are in the middle of the course, so this is a little bit of a situation right here. They're going to have cars come in. It looks like they can get around them, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It does look like they will be able to get around them. Now, the interesting thing about these vehicles is that they're not as heavy as the bigger cars out on track. Now, and they also carry jacks, like the AGM jack, for example, and they can actually use those to right these vehicles. So it'd be interesting to see if he has that capability or not.
Yeah, I think that's about what he's about to do. The bummer is the cars coming right now behind him. They're all going to lose a few seconds right here, right? They got to stop. They got to figure out a way around him. So they're definitely going to lose some time until they can get him flipped back over and out of the way.
And the other thing to take into consideration, look at the side of the track there. You can see all of those little sharp rocks. So you're staying on the racing line. You can see how the racing line is clean of those rocks where they've all been washed out of the track. Once you start putting your tyres up on those edge there, you're endangering your tyres and you might have a possibility of getting a flat tyre, and that will be a bad thing. The other thing here is, Fish, is when he flips this car back down again, he is going to be blocking the track.
Totally, even more than he is right now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. We have a little side-by-side action. Got a pass going on the bottom right here. They got another car broken down there.
Yeah, it's starting to see a little bit of carnage out there on track right now. It's going to be interesting to see if people work by your strategy, which is if you brake, staying stum. Don't move a muscle.
Like this right here, the 2948 should not finish.
No,
right?
the best thing you can do is park it and say, hey, man, I've got problems.
Yep. So looking at the times, I got a couple more times that came in. Brayden Baker in the 977 is now third in the B3 class. He is with a 34-minute flat. So we got Hager at the top still, with Brock still at top. You can see right there, 32.51. Then we got Doug Mittag, 41 seconds behind him. And then Brayden Baker is in third place. So new podium right there. Brayden Baker on the podium so far. And we got Michael McFadden here with the in-car. This is live in-car right here. You can see the front and rear camera. This is pretty awesome. This is all thanks to Starlink, all these live in-cars we got out here. It's pretty cool technology. A year ago, we didn't have any live in-cars. This year, we have a whole bunch.
Yeah, the way technology is moving right now is absolutely remarkable. And the way they're using this satellite technology blows my mind entirely. Just look at this. And you can see how fast these guys have to react. Loose hands on the wheel as they make their way through. They just got to be gentle. You're almost not steering. You're almost suggesting a direction to these vehicles. Now, have we got a breakage here? Because we'd be expecting a B3 to be able to fly up that hill.
Yeah,
but look at the way these ruts are dug out.
Is that where they were? That's not where they were rolled over. Was right after
no,
that, right?
I don't think so. Different car.
Here comes another car. Let's see what happens here. Here we go. I think that's McFadden right there. That's the car that we were just live inside, I think, coming around him.
Yeah, now this is more like it. And that's what you would expect from these all-wheel drive B3s, just to power up those kind of sand washes.
Yeah, that thing's no problem in those.
Exactly. So I suggest that the other car has got some kind of transmission issue.
And some more times coming in. We got a time for Ian Kennedy. He's in 9th place right now with a 35.49. Pretty cool to see Ian out here. I would bet that he's the only person here on this dry lake bed that was not so dry that has a World Series ring. What do you think? There we go. Okay, they can get around the rolled car. That's good.
Yeah, and still we're seeing cars down on their sides. Now our helicopters pull back a bit. We can actually see there's quite a lot of scope for vehicles to be able to get around that rolled vehicle.
Yeah, they're not really blocking too bad right there.
That'll
cost you maybe 2 seconds just slowing down for the corner. You got the 1949 on the top up there.
As we mandrolically try and find out who 1949 is for you.
There's so many of these guys now. It's hard to keep track of what everybody's number is, right? Like they, different numbers for different series, and they have different looks on the car. Oh, here's some more action we got going on right here. We got another pass coming.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Side-by-side action. The good thing, here's another good thing about this course. There is a lot of spots to pass on this course. There's not a lot of just one lane where it's like impossible to get around. So if you do catch someone, there is a lot of opportunity to go around for the most part. We got the 3988. It looks like catching somebody there, or they just got passed. We'll see in a second.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And that's one of the things I love about racing out here at King of the Hammers. There is multiple lines. There's lines next to lines, and then you've got parallel roads running parallel to those as well. So there is no excuse. If you're a faster vehicle, you can usually push out.
Yep.
But the one thing I'm really enjoying about this is the lack of dust. This is absolutely fantastic. We had some big rainstorms out here last week, and it really is paying dividends right now.
Definitely. This makes for some great racing. Like you said, look at that. You can drive right up behind somebody. The dust is not an issue at all. Hopefully it stays like that throughout the day and for tomorrow, especially tomorrow, because that'll make for some great racing tomorrow. We got Patrick Tabor down there in the bottom corner. He's coming up to that soft silt section that we saw those other guys one guy having a problem with earlier, but the other car went right up it, no problem.
Yeah, it's interesting for me just watching that screen on the top left, and you can just see how evenly paced these vehicles are. So even so, this B3 class is littered with all sorts of different manufacturers, all sorts of different styles of vehicles, whether it be turbos, non-turbos. Oh, and here he goes. He makes the pass.
That is Kyle Canna there finally getting around him. Now, let's see. He didn't have a lot of speed coming behind him. Is he going to be able to hold him off? Let's see.
Yeah, it's the yin to the yang as they cross over and change. Pull that switch back in.
Can't see a number on that other car. These guys are supposed to have roof numbers on their cars too, but a lot of them don't. That would help us out a bit.
Yeah, I'm definitely at the school. Make the number as big as you can.
Looks like they're putting a little bit of a gap now, so they're going to be able to pull away most likely. That was Kyle Canna there, the 3988 in the UTV Pro Stock Turbo class that just made a pass. That looks like it's a Pro R machine.
Yeah, you can see they look slightly more boat-sided, don't they? Look a lot taller than the other. It looked like the other machine was one of the older style Can-Ams.
Sits a little higher, yeah.
Yeah. And yet the stability they show inside the corners is absolutely remarkable. And we saw that with Brock Hager earlier, who is currently our lead vehicle in this qualifying session.
All right, we got another, let's see, the podium has changed once again. Uh-oh, here we go.
Give it to me, Fish.
Joe
What do we got?
in the 898 is now jumped all the way up to second place. So Joe is in the 898, now second place. So that puts Doug Mittag in third and Brayden Baker in fourth. Caden McCachran in fifth. So that's your top five.
But this is really interesting for me about that statement is that Joe Tirana, he is in one of the UTV Pro Stock Turbos.
Correct.
So he's breaking in amongst that whole group of open class UTVs.
Yeah, and that's one of those things like I was talking about at the other races. Everyone's really racing for the overall. They're in two separate classes. He's in a Can-Am with a turbo. He could enter UTV Open at some races. Some race organizations don't let a turbo in open. Some do. It just depends on where you are.
Yep.
But they're all going for the overall anyways. He's super fast. He wins almost all the time when he races also. So no surprise to see him up there on the podium.
Fantastic. Well, not on the podium, but at the moment in the top three at our qualifying session here.
Yes, on the
at
podium
the
for qualifying.
Desert Challenge.
For stage one, right? So all of the B2s should have finished by now. So I'll just go down the B2 list again real quick for you guys. So the 1030, Jackson is first. Ebberts in the 1077 is second. McLaren in third. Martin fourth. Arciero fifth. Craig sixth. Coons seventh. Hayjus eighth. May ninth. And that's the only 9 that we've had that finished, I believe. I don't see a time for the other guys. So three cars in that class may have had a problem or DNF'd. So far the slowest time in B2 is a 37:54. So if anybody didn't finish one of those 3 cars, they're going to get that time plus 10 minutes. So right now they would get a 47-minute time, basically. As we see someone being towed off of the course here. So not a good start for their qualifier there.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff, Fish, and I love all of this. When you were looking at all of this, and this class, the B3s, is so exciting. I love the fact they've brought all those classes, subclasses back together again, all racing for that overall.
There's Gordon. There's Max Gordon down there on the bottom
that's
right.
Great to see. Max Gordon, of course, in the Speed UTV. We saw him doing some great things last year, but they had some very, very promising fast speeds, and then, of course, we saw them having some problems as well.
Yeah, definitely. They're fast, and then they've broken a lot. Honestly, that's what's happened in a lot of the races. So they're out here to do more testing.
But the interesting thing about this is with the Speed UTV project is they're being very open about it. They're sort of saying, "Hey, look, this has happened, and this is what we're doing to fix it."
Well, when your name is Gordon, you're going to have a lot of people following you and paying attention to what you're doing no matter what. So you can't really get away with too much because everybody's watching you the whole time, anyways, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But good to see him having a good run so far. It looks like that was Max. This might be Robby here if it's the orange one. Max was in the all-black one. So this is most likely Robby here. It looks like I see some orange, unless that's black.
Saw an interesting thing the other day with Robby actually hitting speeds of 113 mile an hour in one of these Speed UTVs.
Yeah, they're getting quick.
And then somebody else popping up and hitting 118, I believe, in a Pro R.
Yeah, that was Baker, and he's in fourth position so far in our qualifying at 34-minute flat. That was Robby there, it looks like.
So I'm going to throw this back a little bit. And 10 years ago, where people were going, oh, hey, man, these golf carts have got no place on our race course.
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably a little bit wrong.
Yeah, the golf carts have gotten a little bit faster. You know, you can play 2 full rounds
hello.
of 18
Is that Max
holes.
pulling up? I think that's Max stopping.
Let's see. See a number on it? I think that's one of the other cars. Is that Max? Yeah, it looks like Max maybe, huh? It's all black one.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going again. Maybe shifting, trying to shift or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, pulling off again.
Now, it's it. Max is at the 977.
That's 7.4 on there.
Yeah, that's not Max. Trying to keep you, find out who that is.
Most likely another late entry that wasn't on our list. So T874, one of the speed cars, has come to a stop on the side of the course.
Yeah, not seeing
We'll
that
find
one
out
right
who
now.
it
We'll
is.
come back to you on that one. As we're watching the 1897 now, making his way out through that sand hill. And when you're driving up there, you'll be feeling the sand sucking all the power out of your vehicle.
That was Bronson that was pulled over earlier in that speed car, it sounds like.
Good catch there, Fish.
Little bit of dust in some sections, so we're starting to see dust. That means tomorrow there is going to be a little bit more dust if we're seeing it today. But for the most part, still really good racing on a lot of the course with very little to no dust.
It was interesting, actually, when we woke up this morning, we were obviously bright and early this morning, around about 6:30 mark, and there was a dew on the ground. Not only was there a dew, but there was also ice as well. That means there's moisture in the air, and that's a great thing for racing.
Yeah, definitely. It was a cold one. So there's been some really, really, really cold mornings out here, right? There's been mornings when some people that had water in their radiators forgot and it froze and they weren't able to start their car in the morning without heating it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, you see, that's not a thing where I come from. We have to have antifreeze, because if we don't have antifreeze, it does exactly that. It freezes. And still the action continues here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Prologue. This is a 35-mile session today, and we're going to be seeing the B2s, the B3s, so that is your Class 10s and all your UTVs in B3. Then we move across into the B4s and the T4s. Let's talk about a little bit about that. So what are we looking with B4s? They're the desert vintage vehicles, aren't they?
Yeah, the B4s, those are going to be one of the Class 9, Class 1600 car, Class 5.
And Class 5 as well, yeah, which is
5.
one of my favourites. That's sort of identifiable as a VW Beetle on acid almost.
Yeah, and a Class 5 unlimited car is going to be much faster than a Class 9 car. So there's a little bit of mixture in that class. There's not a lot of entries. I think we have one Class 9 entry out there and one Class 5 unlimited entry maybe. But the 5 unlimited is a really fast class. That is a really fast car. And there's he got going again. That's the same
it looks
car.
like he's back on it.
So Bronson got it going again, the T874. He's fired back up. Looks like it's running good now.
Yeah, listen, really quick.
That's the thing. They either look really fast or they're stopped, right? Like they're going fast or they're stopped. That's what the speed cars seem to be so far.
Well, it'd be great to get some eyeballs on Robby Gordon out there on track, that's for sure. And I'm sure that will happen later on today. But you're starting to see the pace difference between some of these vehicles now in the B3 class. And alternate lines opening up there on the corners. Worth noting that there's going to be VCPs and secret VCPs out there. So some people at home might think, well, why don't these guys cut the corner? Well, if you cut the corner, you will be caught on GPS and you will be penalized.
Exactly. There is VCPs today and tomorrow, just like you said, and you have to be within 150 feet of the VCP. That is the rule. If you're outside of that, you're going to get a penalty.
And let's not forget, 150 feet is not each side of it. That's 75 feet from the central point.
There's, once again, the T874.
Yeah, Bronson getting some airtime here.
Yeah, he is.
He'll be after that Speed UTV sponsorship deal later on today.
Maybe that was the thing. He didn't know the helicopter was there before, and then when he saw the helicopter once again, he got back on the gas.
Yeah, he put his tacos down and hit the loud pedal.
Yeah. So looking at the leaderboard, still we got Brock on top. Brock Heeger still sitting on top with a 32.50. We got Tirana in second still with a 33.31. Mittag. Oh, so check this out. I just looked at the times between them. Maybe it was up earlier. So Tirana is a 33.31.5, and Mittag is a 33.31.8. So
Wow.
0.3 of a second only. 0.3.
35 miles of racing.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second. That's one lift of the pedal, right, for 1/2 a second.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the difference that lap traffic makes. And this is what we're talking about with Caden Mack earlier.
That looked like one of the stock class UTVs a minute ago. This looks like most likely a Honda Talon is what this one looks like. Can't see the number yet.
Now, see, the Honda Talon, that's something that's quite interesting. They hit the scene fairly big a couple of years ago, and they haven't really pushed through yet. Are they pushing this program?
Whoa! Well, that's what the Honda Talon is lacking a little bit in suspension, as you see right
Gotcha.
there. They have a sequential transmission. They're fast. You know, they don't have quite as much suspension. If that's what this car is, it's hard to tell because it's a little fuzzy. But that was my initial guess by the front look.
Well, I'm not going to argue with it because I'm not sure what it is either. And that looks like that is the 970.
Yeah, so now we're mixed in with the stock turbo. We have the UTV Pro Modified out there still, and then we have the stock NA class out there. So everybody's on course right now.
Yeah, Jacob Zucconi.
And then tomorrow, you know, whatever order you finish in today is how you start tomorrow. So if you started back today and you're in a different class in B3, for example, if one of the stock, the Pro Stock Turbo, like we saw Tirana, he's in Pro Stock Turbo, right? He started way back, but tomorrow he's going to start where he finished today. So he is going to start third tomorrow.
Well, that's fantastic. Now, are we going to see a mix-up here between the B2s and the B3s for the start tomorrow, or are they going to be starting in separate classes?
That is a good question. Where is Ben at?
We need Mr. Race Ops.
That is a very good question.
Mr. Napier to the booth.
They mix
Mr.
them,
Napier to
sometimes
the
they don't.
booth.
Let us know. Is the B2 and the B3s are going to be put together, or are they going to be started separately? We will find out for you guys, and we will let you know.
But I'm loving this because it's been that big battle for the last few years. Yes, my Class 10, or my B2 in this case, is faster than your B3 or UTV.
Yes.
And that battle's been working hard. But today, it's been proven that those UTVs can sneak ahead of those Class 10s.
Yeah, so far we got a couple that are more than a couple minutes faster. So far the B3s are faster on this course.
That's massive, isn't it? I mean, you know, a few seconds is one thing, but minutes, that's another thing entirely.
Here we go. Here comes our answer right here, the man. What are we doing with the B2s and the B3s, Ben? Are we starting them together or separate?
Yeah, good day, guys. We're starting the limited race tomorrow from fastest to slowest of all of the Prologue qualifiers today. So we're mixing the classes. We're looking for an overall limited race winner.
Okay, so we are mixing them together is what Ben just said. I don't know if his audio was on. Do it one more time. All right, Ben.
Okay, let's start again. Joining us in the booth right now, we've got Ben Napier. Ben Napier's over here from Australia and is working with race officers with us all week. Now, Ben, it's great to see you out here, my friend. Talk to us a little bit about what's going on here. Obviously, we're qualifying for multiple courses, for multiple different classes here at this Desert Challenge Championship. Now, tomorrow, are they going to be starting in race order or class order, or are we mixing it up?
Absolutely, mate. What we've got is a limited and an unlimited race going on tomorrow. So we're going to split the field after Prologue today. But in that limited race in the morning with the B2s and the B3s, we're going to use the start order from fastest to slowest in Prologue. So they're all going to be mixed, but the fastest car will be at the front and everyone else will be chasing him down. We're going to have that race for the limited champion, Hammers champion, and we'll see whether the B2s or the B3s take it out. It's going to be really exciting.
Now, that's very cool indeed. Now, Fish, coming back to you, that's awesome, isn't it? To see those classes getting mixed up like that. If you're faster, if you're in a B3 and you're the fastest car, you are going to start front row of the grid. And you have those other guys hunting you down.
Well, you earned it, right? And just looking at the leaderboard right now, the fastest B2 is in 5th position right now. So
Wow.
far, and we still got a lot more to go, we're going to have at least 4 B3s that start in front of the first B2 tomorrow.
Now, let's talk about course then, because the course is going to be slightly different tomorrow for the main race. Now, is that going to lend itself to the B3s or to the B2s that are starting behind them?
Honestly, the course is a lot like today. It's just bigger. There's a little bit of everything just like today. I think it's not going to make much difference. I think you're going to see if the B3s are that much faster today, I think the B3s are going to be faster tomorrow.
Oh,
I
right,
can
I'm
give you a
loving
tip
this.
there, Fish.
Yeah.
I went out there, ran the whole 90 miles yesterday and checked all the course over. There's a lot of really tight stuff that I think the B3s will have better steering angle. The four-wheel drive will work really well for them. And then there's a bit of stuff where if the B2s have a bit faster overall speed, they'll be able to run down that course a bit faster. So there's a lot of really fast stuff out there. So we'll see if it evens it up. It's going to be a really cool race.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be cool to watch.
The other thing I'm excited about, because it's the same thing in the Unlimited race. So we will see the T1s, T2s, and B1s all together as well. So if a T2 does really good, one of those trucks is going to be up in the top end of the field.
I would put a T2 in the top 5 for sure starting tomorrow. I'll say that right now for sure. Top 5, there'll be one probably.
It's going to be some great racing. Thanks,
yeah,
guys.
we're looking forward to it. Well, thank you very much, Ben, for joining us in the booth. As the action continues here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge Prologue here in Johnson Valley, California. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you're going to stay with the action. Otherwise, guys, we'll see you very shortly. And we'll be back right soon.
Did you know that over time the powder in your fire extinguisher can compact and harden at the bottom? That's why the Rousseau lets you stir the powder. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Hello and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the prologue of the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley. The sun is shining. We've got some light breeze. It's almost perfect race conditions. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth right now is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. How you doing?
Doing good. Are you having fun yet?
Oh, mate, I'm loving it.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect weather out here. We got lots of people out here, lots of exciting action. We got some carnage. We got some fast times. We got a little bit of everything. And if you guys are at home and you're wanting to know how to watch this, you go to kingofthehammers.com, and then on the main screen, you look up at the top left, and it's going to say Watch KOH. And once you click on the Watch KOH in the top left, you're going to see it says to view live tracking, and then below it says race results. I would click on that race results one because it brings up everything. Once you get on that page, you click on map on the left, and that'll show you the map. You can click on the little car and look for a specific vehicle if you want, and then when you go down to the bottom, that's your times. So those are your live times right there. You can sort by class, and then you can sort by position or finish time or any of those things. So that's how you do it. Go to kingofthehammers.com, click Watch KOH, and then click where it says Live Timing, and then you can see the map and the timing on there.
That's fantastic stuff, Fish. It's awesome to be able to be in contact with the racers at all time here at these races.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, and having live timing is awesome because you can be anywhere. You jump on there, and you can see their time right away. You know how they did before they do.
Which was remarkable, which is why we have so many people coming out to the booth going, hey, can you tell me how little Johnny's doing?
Yeah. So there's a good look at in-car down there. We got Todd with the in-car. It's working okay. It's a little choppy. The rear camera is working better than the front one, maybe. But it's pretty cool just to be seen live inside the cars out here.
Yeah, previously, of course, it always used to be adventure cameras. We had to get those cameras back, then we had to download the footage and then be able to give you that footage. And right now, to be able to do it live from inside the vehicle as well, let's be honest, it's incredibly insane. Nuts. But the action still continues here at the prologue of the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And right now, it's all about Brock Hager, who is our current race leader. And I've got to say race leader because that's what this is. Well, although it is a prologue, it is actually part one of our Desert Challenge.
Definitely. This is stage one today. It really is. 35 miles. Your time counts for tomorrow. So if you mess up today, you put yourself behind for tomorrow. If you have a good run today, you got a good starting spot tomorrow.
Absolutely. 35 brutal miles of Johnson Valley, California. The home of King of the Hammers. And we've got a great day of action ahead of us as we've got more action right now on course. Now, just looking at that, is that car ahead of us? It looks like it might have a broken rear link. It looks like that rear wheel might be leaning.
The rear wheel's not supposed to be like that. That is definitely most likely upper track rod or something broke there.
It is indeed. But look at the pace he's managing to lay down, even like that. Incredible.
The co-driver's probably looking in the mirror and can see that and is like, we have a problem, but should we stop or no? Really? There's no point in stopping, most likely, because what are they going to do, right?
Well, now, this is what you were talking about earlier. We're talking about slowest times. So if you fail to finish on the prologue course, you're going to get the slowest time of the slowest vehicle plus 10 minutes.
Correct.
And what we were saying is, if you're in this situation, are you actually better just to stop on course and say, hey, I can't go any further, and hope that everybody else who's in a similar position has done the same thing?
Yeah, the only problem is, how do you know, right? How do you know if someone else didn't do that, and you're going to get a really bad time plus 10 minutes, and you could have been faster than their time?
Well,
so
this
you take
is the
a
trouble,
big risk,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
That is one of the real racing cars, it looks like. One of the Scafudo entries there, the 1400.
Yeah, you can see the broken link there down on the bottom. Well, that might even be one of the drive shafts.
This is going to be sketchy because it's real hard to keep that car straight right now. So probably why that car is waiting to go around.
Yeah, but you can also see, we were talking about this earlier, there is a parallel track just off to the side. You can't quite see it on this shot, but it is there. Now, the car behind, he's got to make the cut out. There he goes.
Oh. That's
got
a big
to hold
hole
the
right
line.
there. Yeah.
And this comes back to pre-running. Have you pre-run that line? Do you know what's there in front of you?
Dude, that car is honestly doing a really good job of going still with that tire like that and that broken link. I can't believe they're going as fast as they are still.
I think they've thrown their bucket full of dams out the window and they're just pushing.
So here's another thing. That's an all-wheel drive, so you still have 3 tires driving, right? So It's not as big of a deal. If that was 2-wheel drive, you'd probably have a much larger problem right now.
Now, the question is how much these parts are being massively fatigued being run like this.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to come a point where it's all going to come apart. And are we watching that right now?
Well,
We're starting to see smoke.
Yeah, you see smoke coming out now. So we got that CVs burning up in there. All that grease is getting really hot. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing caught on fire at some point in there. That's a lot of grease getting really hot. Oh.
Yeah, he's pulling. Is he pulling off? It does look like he's now pulling off to the side of the track.
Yeah, maybe they just. Now this is smart. You see how far he went off the course there? That was really smart. You don't want to stop right next to the course. That is so dangerous. If you're going to stop, pull way out of the way, because when someone's coming in the dust, they're not going to see you right there. So that was really smart to get off course like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Always get at least 20 yards off the racing line, and if you can, get even further off. If you've got two cars coming up behind you and they're racing, they're not looking for cars parts on the side of the track. They're concentrating on each other, and it can all become a tangle oh so fast.
So just glancing back at the leaderboard, I don't see much change up top. We still got Heger, Toronto, Mittag, Baker, Jackson, Ebberts. This is overall I'm reading right now. McCachran, McLaren, Carr, Martin, Matlock. Top 10 is still pretty much, I think, the same from what we saw earlier.
Of course, let's not forget Jackson and Ebberts there are our highest placed of the B2 cars. Those are our Class 10s.
Correct, and they're currently sitting 5th and 6th overall.
Yeah, that's a remarkable stuff. As we keep saying it, but only a few years ago, you would have expected those B2s to have been dominating the B3s.
Definitely. And honestly, the way this lineup is set, our fastest cars went early. It was the UTV Opens. So we're not going to see a change at the top here. I don't think any of these other cars are going to take one of those top spots, because now we're in the Pro Stock class, the NA class. None of these cars are going to run at the same pace that all those cars that already finished did.
But when we come to the actual racing itself, there is an opportunity for those cars to come from the back through attrition, through wearing down and just being faster and keeping and maintaining a pace. And it's often, I find it incredible how those stock NA cars find themselves really near the top of the field just by being able to just keep and hold a pace.
Definitely. So looking at the Pro Stock NA class right now, so we got Ethan Groom with the fastest time. He had a 40:57, so that is currently your fastest. That's about 7 minutes behind Heger. So not a lot, but it is 7 minutes between them.
Now, is that Robby Gordon I'm seeing on stage? Or not on stage, but on camera?
That looks like him. So he's still going. That's good.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the Gordons at the front end of this race, just purely because you know they'll bring it tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, if one of those cars had a clean run, they could still definitely jump up there. So we'll have to see when Robby finishes. They're not on our list here, on my first list, so that's why I didn't have his name down there. But Max is always fast. He always qualifies really fast. So if Max has a clean run, we could possibly see him.
So it looks like that's Venstra coming in now. The 1959. We'll get a time for him very soon indeed.
So once we run through all of these classes this morning, we're going to have some of our vintage buggies. The stock class is going to be coming up still, and then we are going to have our 1400, 1450 rush race after these morning qualifiers. Then we take a little bit of a break, and then we get into the unlimiteds qualifying this afternoon, followed by what's your favorite race out here, you said?
Oh man, where it's all about the BajaVida or the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. I cannot wait for that one. So we're going to have over 30 Class 11s in a land rush start out there on the back of the desert.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting, and that's a race you can brag about. If there's 30 of you guys that start up on a land rush, there's no excuses, right? You can't say you caught somebody.
You gotta like this.
What do you got on here?
Class 11 T-shirt.
Oh, you got a T-shirt on, a Class 11 Showdown, man. You're really into that. Yeah, it's awesome to watch. It's going to be fun. But yeah, like I was saying, if you win that one, you got some bragging rights because everybody started at the same time. There's no excuse of like somebody was held up or anything like that, right?
Oh no,
it's
mate, it's go.
All go.
Have you ever done a land rush start?
I have not. I don't know if I'd want to in a.
It's one of the most fantastic, worst things you'll ever do.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
It's fun for us. I wish all races were land rush. If it was me, we would start the desert race in a land rush tomorrow too.
Do you know what? Now, how cool would that be? Lining up all the T1 trucks for a land rush start.
Get 20 T1s out there on the lake bed, start them, go.
But the only thing is, I wouldn't want to be the guy and girl with the flag.
No, you could do it virtually. Or just have them be in a helicopter. Have the helicopter hovering real slow, and then you wave the flag from the helicopter.
Now, that would be a Hammer-style start.
See? That's what I would do.
Dave Cole to the booth, please. Dave Cole to the booth.
There's your helicopter right there. We got B-More up there in the Herbst helicopter. We can have him just wave the flag for us.
Okay, look at this. Fantastic helicopter footage. It's one of the things I love. Oh,
no.
No.
The 77. It looks like they are changing a belt most likely right there. So once again, they're fast or they're not. Oh, that is Max Gordon right there. So that is a bummer. That would be my best bet on your top qualifier out of the speed cars out here would be Max. So it doesn't look like Max is going to have a top qualifying run. Hopefully it's just a belt. He can get it changed and at least get a finish. But like you said, you don't want to take too long, right?
Well, that is what we're talking about. Strategy. Do you sit on out or do you change that belt and get back out there?
Yeah, for a belt, I'd probably change it and go because, you know,
exactly.
It's not going to take too long. Oh, look at this. We got 4 cars all on the same screen here.
Just like buses.
We got some passing action. See all the lanes out here? That's what's super fun about this place out here. I like racing out here. There's a lot of lanes. You're not stuck in just one lane, follow the leader, big conga line there. You know, there's a lot of passing that happens out here.
There is indeed. But there are fast lanes and there are slow lanes. Some of those lanes have big whoops. Some of them have slightly smaller whoops. And there is an absolute torn-in race line. You can see there the track goes around to the right as well.
Yeah, look at how wet the dirt is still. That dirt is still pretty wet under there. You can see it.
But that's great news. But look at the lack of dust. I mean, this is about as close to perfect racing conditions as we can get.
I'll take this all day.
There'll be drivers racing who will never race in conditions as good as this again, I'll guarantee it.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
If Bob Bauer were here right now, and I'm sure he's watching, so hello, Bob. He will be super excited to see this kind of dirt. See that discoloration in the top. You can just see how those tyres are taken off the top surface, just showing that darker, lower surface, showing the moisture coming out. As these B3s make their way around this 35-mile course, heading back to join us here in Hammertown.
Let's see if we can go through some of the, let me see what we got for times here in some of these classes. It's still the same at the top. I'm going to go to the UTV Pro Modified class. So in the UTV Pro Modified class, we got Vito Renew, who was first in that class. And then we had McFadden, who was second. Grubler was third. And then we have the 2907, the 963, and the 1897. And once again, those don't really matter. That was just in the class of what their order was. But they're all going to be mixed tomorrow.
Yep.
But for a trophy, if they want a trophy, they will get different trophies for different classes. In the UTV Open, it is, like we said, it's Heger, Mittag, Baker, McCachran, Carr, Matlock, Sims. I don't know how to say that one. Crespa. How do you say that one? That's a good one. Then it's Kennedy, Cresps. Then Kennedy, Sourapas, Kelly, Ampudia, Max Eddy Jr., Piplick. Those are some of your top ones there. The UTV Open.
I'm just going to say, just have a look in the bottom right-hand side of your screen there, Fish. We can just see Max Gordon, or his co-driver, actually changing the belt.
There's pieces of the old one in there. See, that's the problem. When you break a belt, you really got to get all those pieces out of there. If you don't get all those extra pieces out, you put a new one on, it's just going to break it right away.
Yep. So when we're talking about the drive belt on these things, how does it work for the boys and girls who are at home?
So it's a CVT on these ones, basically. It's a clutch system. It engages, it goes in and out and engages depending on your speed. They have another problem there, though. That's more than a belt. You can see that first one is just, unless he's in neutral there. I don't know. It looked like they had something else going on.
Yeah,
it looked
didn't look quite right, did it?
Yeah. It was definitely a broken belt because you can see all the shards from the old one still in there. So hopefully he can make it back here without breaking another one, but he literally might go 100 feet and break another one.
Yeah, and that is tough luck's Max Gordon. We were hoping to see him pushing hard today. But his dad, the legend, the myth, the man, the wonder that is Robby Gordon is still out there on track at the moment. Let's see what he can do. But right now, the man to beat is Brock Hager.
So we have a couple cars stopped on the track, so you don't want to hear your name called if I'm going to call your name right now. So we have the 4995 is at 0 miles an hour. We got the 1400, that's the one with the crooked rear wheel at 0 miles an hour. The 978, oh, that's Dustin Jones, so bummer for him. He's at 0 miles an hour. We have Lambert, the 252 at 0 miles an hour. We have Mack in the 6961 at 0 miles an hour. And Burrows, that's the car that we saw on its side for a long time, is still at 0. We have the 4943 at 0 miles an hour, and then Max Gordon was at 0, but he just started moving again, so that's good. So that's the cars we have stopped on course right now. So if I just called your name, hopefully they can get it fixed soon.
Yeah, and let's not forget we saw Phil Blurton stopped out on course for a little while earlier on as well, so it'd be interesting to see if he got it going again.
Yeah, he's back here. He's back in Hammertown, so I don't know if that means let me see if we've got a time for him. I have a feeling he just got towed back or came back, because I don't see a time for him here. So bummer for Phil.
So that's the other thing, isn't it? Take the DNF.
Phil's taking the DNF. Yep. So what's his time going to be? We don't know yet, right? It's going to be 10 minutes from the slowest qualifier.
Well, he's thrown the dice of chance, and now let's see where they land. There's more action out there on course at the moment as the B3s continue to qualify here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge, powered by or presented by Monster Energy.
Let's see, is he going to nerf him, or is he just going to go around? Oh, perfect. He pulled out of the way just in time. He has a right rear flat, it looked like, almost.
Yeah, it's something not quite right there. I'm not sure. No, I don't think he has.
See, the right rears look like they're flat sometimes.
They do,
right?
yeah.
You thought there was one earlier? I think it's just the depth of the ruts out here. The ruts are just so deep that the tire's down below the rut sometimes, and we're just looking at the wheel, and it looks like it's flat.
Well, so this is also the other thing. We're talking about 35-inch tires, and we're so used to seeing 35s now that when you see a car on 31s or even 33s, they actually look like they're lost inside those ruts.
True. Yeah, they're way down in there. Because everyone was pre-running on this course with their 40-inch tires.
And there he is, the man himself, Robby Gordon.
That's a different one. Is that Robby? The
Is that Robby?
3457?
I'm not sure
that might have been Robby, huh? Has he got a windshield? Is he a windshield? It does look like a windshield.
Well, I got 877 as Robby, so... But then I'm showing 977 for Max, and he's running 77. So
yeah, I think they all just made last-minute changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Brought whatever cars were ready.
Do we take the pink one or do we take the black one? Yeah. Well, how about that one over there?
We know Robby's on course. We know Max is on course, and there's at least 2 other speed cars on course that we've seen. It looks like the 1977 or 3977.
I think that is the 3977 there. Yep.
So that's one of the stock class cars.
That is Dennis Wagner. So Dennis was one of our last starters. Started in 110th off the line today.
It's a lot of cars.
It is a lot of cars.
There's a speed car. That's a 77.
Well, that's got to be Mr. Gordon.
I think that's Max.
It is. You can see the Starlink on the top of his car as well.
So he made it back to town. He's going to go have to change that belt, clean it all out, and then get it ready to go tomorrow. So he definitely lost a few minutes. He's not going to be all the way in the back. He's not going to have to take a penalty, but he did finish.
Yeah, Max Gordon has raced pretty much everything you can race in the dirt and in the stadium for that matter. I mean, how old was he when he won his first stadium truck race?
I don't know.
Literally early teens, wasn't it? Yeah.
About 4.
Okay, Fish, it's over to you, mate. You've got to give us a time for Max Gordon.
I will look and find a time as soon as we get it here.
Yeah, just pluck it out the ether.
Yeah. Hasn't updated yet.
No, see, this is the car that we thought was Max, but it obviously wasn't.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them that look the same. There's the 2-seaters, I think it's the El Diablo, it's the stretch 2-seater, so there's a few of them out here. So Max may have a really fast time if that wasn't him that we saw earlier.
No, I've got a feeling that was Max. It was a 77 that was definitely stopped, and this is a 7974. Yeah. And we saw, don't forget, we saw the 7974 pulled over earlier, and then he suddenly just found pace again, so unfortunate.
They're working in the same spot that looks like a belt on that car as well. They're in the left rear there. That's where the belt is. Most likely a belt on that car. All right, so Robby Gordon and Max Gordon both just finished. So the 77 and the 877 finished. We have a 43-41 for Robby Gordon and a 46-21 for Max Gordon. So about 3 minutes back, but we did see Max changing a belt, right? So that's not too bad. 3 minutes behind with a belt change.
Well, they're certainly not out of this thing, that's for sure, but they are around about 10 minutes off the leader's pace right now.
Yeah, because once again, everyone starts in the order you finish. Your time carries over to tomorrow. So tomorrow when they go off the line, you're going to be 10 minutes behind the leader.
And that's a big chunk of time in a desert race.
That's an interesting buggy whip setup, light setup there. You can definitely see them coming. So that's going to be one of our 5 cars there, the 176.
Dare I say it looks like something from Star Wars.
That's Alex Welch in the 5 Unlimited. Those are going to be some fast times, potentially in a 5 Unlimited car. Those are very fast cars.
Yeah, we'd love to see these. And these are the desert vintage buggies.
There's a couple more cars coming into the finish.
And it's looking like we're running ahead of schedule at the moment, so it's all good. So thank you to Race Ops. And just look at this fantastic view here of our short course. We've got more vehicles that are making their way back round to the finish line here in Hammertown. So as we continue to watch the action here, we're going to be right back with you here for more of the same at the prologue of the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Make sure you're back here very soon, and we'll cut back to a short commercial break and see you in a little bit.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved. The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Okay, and welcome back. We are here in Johnson Valley for the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And today is Prologue Day. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
We're doing great. We got lots of racing action going on. We're getting some T3s, T4s out there now, it looks like. It's going to be a good day.
Now, there's an interesting car on track. That's a 4600 car. That is Brexton Glines going out there on track right now.
So is he racing two races this
Yeah,
week?
he is. Yes, he's going to be racing in the 4600 class. It's in the Everyman Challenge, and they're going to be racing on Friday next week as well. But it looks like he just can't get enough of seat time, so he wants to be here on the desert race as well.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what's cool about this whole event. Every race is on a different day, so it is possible for you to use the same car to do different races.
It is indeed. They're pushing on there out in front. Great to see them out there on track.
We got another time. We got Sarah Price. So Sarah Price, fresh back from the Dakar, came out here. Sarah's in with a 41.45. So it went from Dakar racing just a week or two ago to out here in the middle of Johnson Valley.
Yeah, she must have literally just flown back in from Saudi, put her bags down, picked up some bags, and come straight out to the desert.
Yeah, and if you guys at home or here are wondering where we're getting these times from, all of you guys can look at these same things. All you do is you go to kingofthehammers.com, and then you go to the top left, you click on Watch KOH, and then you just click down on the race results, and that will bring you to the page where you can look at a map on the left, and that'll show you the live map. You can click on individuals and see their speed or where they are, and then if you go down to the bottom, you can click on times, and then you can sort by class or overall or whatever you want to do, and that's all of your times right there. So that's if you're at home, go check out kingofthehammers.com, and you can check the times right there.
And as the action continues here at King of the Hammers of the Prologue for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We've been watching the B2s and the B3s, so that's the Class 10s, and then the UTVs, over 100 UTVs qualifying this morning. And we're still seeing them out there right now battling. Look at this fish.
Oh yeah, epic battle out there, huh?
Oh, I'm loving that. Great pass there.
So they've already made up a minute on them. When you see somebody that caught somebody, they already made up a minute on them. So you know they're beating them by at least a minute.
Yeah, showing great pace there. Now, just trying to work out who that is, because that is likely to be one of our Pro Stock Turbos. And we've got another vehicle now making its way down through.
This the same one we just saw? Did they just pass on another one?
It looks like a replay of that pass.
Oh, replay of the pass? Okay, there we go. Oh.
Or is that? Or is that? Must be passing another guy because this is live.
Yeah. You know, just looking at that car looks like a little faster than some of the other stock classes. So I think maybe they started late or something maybe was going on with that car. That looks like quite a bit faster car than those last two cars. To catch two cars that quick, something's a little different.
Or maybe it had a problem, was pulled over on the side of the track and's got back going again.
Could have been, yeah.
Is this that guy who broke for 20 minutes?
And
he's going to ruin everyone else's day.
Going to finish with a 1 hour time or an hour and 20 minute time.
I think that's Jeremy. No, that isn't. That is Bailey Cole. How could I get that wrong? The car 13 in his Bronco with his new Jeg sponsorship. Look at that. So good to see Bailey out here racing. And Bailey's going to be racing multiple races. He's racing this, and of course he's going to be racing in 4600 later this week. Or next week, should I say. Now, Bailey Cole had a fantastic year last year. Let's see if he can build on that. And that is another 4600 car.
4696. That's BS.
So that's the Glines vehicle there making its way across the desert.
So there's only about, on our list, we only have about 5 or 6 more cars to go out, and then that's going to be the end of the limited class starting for the qualifier.
Although, let's not forget, they're still going to be on course for at least 40 minutes. Some of these stock class vehicles, so these 4600s, they're going to have times that are going to be closer to sort of 50, 55 minutes. Yeah. I was being polite, Fish.
Yeah, they're going to be out there for a little while still.
You know, there is a reason some of these cars have pop-ups on their roof, yeah?
Right? So after this, it's going to be the 1400, 1450 rush race. There's about, what do we got, about 15 cars it looks like maybe in there. If you guys aren't familiar with the 1400, 1450 class, the only rules are working doors and a steel cab. Were the only rules from an OG class. It's a super fun class. It's a pre-runner, truck pre-runner class. And these guys, a lot of these guys work on their cars in their garage, you know, at home. They don't have super big budgets. It's a home-built car a lot of times in this class.
Door slammers.
Door slammers.
And we've got one of our ilk racing, Emme Hall, one of our announcers. She's going to be out there in her little car.
In a car.
In a car.
You said a car, not a truck, right?
No, it is a car.
In a car. All right. Is it a Miata or something like that, I think?
It's something like that.
Something like that. That'll be interesting to see how that thing does.
Oh, she's super excited. Super nervous as well. Can't wait to see how she gets on out there. And, of course, we've got Chris Eisenhower is going to be racing in that class as well.
Yeah, we got Darren Parsons in that class. He's always super fast. We have some really fast drivers in there. So basically, people always ask, what's the difference between 1400 and 1450? Well, originally, the way it worked was the 1400 class was a pro class in the other series. And so you had payback. 1450 was a sportsman class. You didn't do all of the laps in the 1450 class. So the only...
So
you could
am I
enter.
right in thinking that like the 1400 was the precursor to sort of like what we're calling T1 now?
I would say closer to maybe the spec class, maybe.
Okay.
You know, something like that. But you could enter 1450 even if you had a really nice car, right? But if you won a couple races, everybody would come over and they kind of look at you like, okay, you're kind of sandbagging. It's time for you to go up to 1400. You know,
Gotcha.
so if you could race 1450 all you wanted, but you might not want to hang around the pits because you wouldn't make a lot of friends if you kept winning all the time. So that's when everyone that was fast stepped up to 1400, and then they left kind of the sportsmen, you know, slower cars in 1450. Nowadays, it's kind of just open. Out here, I think the way they did it was 37-inch tires, you're in 1450, and if you have 39-inch tires or 40-inch tires, you're in 1400. I think that's how they did it out here.
Yeah, we're looking at one of our 4600 class vehicles there.
All right, so check this out. We just had a finish from Rodrigo Ampudia. He finished with a 39.48, so that's a pretty fast time for a late finisher right here. So 39.48 for Rodrigo Ampudia.
That's going to be top 20 for sure.
Trying to find that. Where did it go?
No pressure.
Let's see, 39. Oh, actually, yeah, not quite top 20. This is about 34th overall.
Wow. That just goes to show you how close it is out there on this 35-mile loop.
Yeah, I mean, these times, you know, the fastest time is still Brock Heger with the 32.50. That is still your number one qualifier. Tirana is still second with a 33.31, and Mittag is third with a 33.31, also 0.3 of a second, only behind Tirana. And then Baker was fourth. And in the B2 class, it was Jackson was first, Ebberts was second, but they're going to start 5th and 6th overall tomorrow because that's how we're lining them up, is overall. There's a good look at Hammertown that gets bigger and bigger every day. Quite a big speed difference between this class here and the classes that we were seeing earlier on the course, like you said.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Is some proper old-fashioned machinery. Recognizable. We're watching those 4600s now making their way at a completely different pace to what we see from the B3s and the B2s. But a great way to go racing. So these vehicles are on 35-inch tyres, single shock per corner. But the interesting thing about this class is it's so close between them. They have to look for those tiny little differences in those vehicles to be able to get them around the course as fast. They're running smaller axles on a lot of these vehicles as well. So course degradation, they've got to be really careful. They've got to look after their stuff. All too easy to flip a rock. Let's not forget they're running manual steering boxes. They've got hydraulic assist, but they're not easy to steer.
So you know more about these ones than I do. I'm not super familiar with all these ones.
I got you covered on this.
So you got this ones. Yeah, you got these.
You.
So I think everybody's off the line, or they should be, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, just looking down across there, I'm just trying to work out, we were looking for Brett Meister, who would have been the last of our Jeep speeds off the line in the 4744. Haven't seen him yet, but we know he's out there. We did see Bailey Cole out there, obviously, earlier in the car 13 with his new Jegs livery. Super chuffed for that young man to pick up that sponsorship deal. That's absolutely awesome. Jegs, of course, one of the biggest names in the automotive industry.
So the 49.43 looks like they have come to a stop. So that's not good if you're the 49.43. Just looking at the tracking map for a minute. The 1950 is at a stop. The 814 is at a stop. 978, 6961, and the 1619 is at a stop.
Let's just break that down for a moment, Fish, because we've got over 100 plus cars out there on track at the moment, and we're talking about literally less than 10% of the runners who are actually stationary on course right now.
Well, right now.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Some of them were broken earlier and already made it back, right?
That's true.
But yes, right now we got about 8 of them stopped or so. Let's look at a couple that are not stopped. Car's going pretty good right there. It looks like a Pro stock car, most likely. Looks like a Pro R or a Turbo R there. It's hard to tell from the back.
Yeah, it looks like it's putting down a good pace. And when you see him going at this kind of pace at this stage of the race, you start thinking to yourself, well, is that because they had a problem earlier on? Did they have a flat tire? Did they lose a belt? Did something happen?
Look at this. What do we have here, Jim?
Now, that's an interesting looking vehicle.
We got a Toyota.
I got a feeling that might be one of our Jeep Speeds, surely.
Don't call it Toyota. Did you just call it Toyota a Jeep?
No. I'm saying it's
You're
one
going to
of our
have some people want to fight you up here soon
I
if
know
you do that again.
That happens every day of my life. I'm quite happy with it. Now, that is Rob Taggart there. Look at that.
What do you think his time's going to be?
I think that's what we call old bones, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He's getting some through there.
Suspension sponsored by Wood.
That's when you're using every extra inch of the rubber on the tires for your travel too, right?
Yeah. Well, your suspension travel is worked out whether you're running 25 psi or 30 psi.
Yeah, so all of the cars are off the line, it looks like. The 47-44 was the last one on our list. There may have been some late entries, though. I see the 1,400 cars starting to line up over here, so that race is going to start approximately at 10:50 or so. So in about 20 minutes, we should be starting the 1,400, 1,450 rush. Those are going to start 2 at a time, I believe is what it was. 2 at a time on those?
Yeah, that's what I'm being told. It's going to be fast. Get them out on track and get them back to town.
I did you notice earlier when they were going off the line, turn 1, I think it is, or 2, whatever that first left is when you head out of town, there was a puddle down on the inside. Hasn't been much of an issue so far because we've been going 1 at a time. Once these guys line up side by side, headed into turn 1, who's going into the puddle?
Now, that's interesting, but also, got to remember, some of these cars have got these things called windshields.
They do. Yep.
So is that going to be an issue?
That's actually worse, though, right? If you have a windshield and you hit a puddle, I hope your windshield wipers are working.
Well, that's the thing. Right, we've got another car making its way around the bottom of Short Bus here, heading back towards Hammertown. And there's already a good number of spectators out there, which is great to see. If you're out here in Hammertown with us, thank you so much for joining us. If you're thinking about coming out to Hammertown, why aren't you here? Get in that rig and get on out here for some of the best racing in the world. Sorry, the best racing in the world.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. And the race is going to be, if you're not out here, come out for tomorrow, because that's when the race is.
Absolutely.
So you got plenty of time to
and
get
let's
out
not
here.
forget, we've got a full week of racing next week. Starting on Monday with qualifying for the 4900 class. Then on Tuesday, qualifying for the EMC Everyman Challenge. Then on Wednesday, it's the big dogs. The 4400s will be qualifying. Then on Thursday, it is the race for the 4900s. Then on Friday, it is the Everyman Challenge. And then on Saturday, it's the Race of Kings.
All right, there's the 5944. Looks like they're coming back into Hammertown. That is Jim, the 5944 in the Pro Stock Turbo class. On the bottom, it looks like, is that a Gladiator down there? We got a Gladiator out on course. Little finish line jump, come in, that's where your time stops, and then you're done.
Now, I just have our young lady Pam Hall whispering in my ear, Carl Cheney. Where is Carl Cheney?
Did he start?
Well, now that's an interesting one.
Oh.
Well, we'll have a look at the wonders of modern science and see if we can find him on our tracker. That looks like one of our Jeep Speed entries there. Now, the thing with this class is awesome. Now, you see your competitor ahead of you. You can see him, his dust. You can see his wheel track. But the difficulty is you've both got very evenly matched vehicles. To actually find those extra few meters, to find those extra few seconds to catch them takes incredible care. Because if you go too fast, you can literally blow the wheels off these vehicles.
I was looking up Kyle Cheney. His tracker wasn't working from earlier, so that either means he was broken and then he turned it off, or it stopped working at some point. So we don't have a finish time for him either.
Well, that's an interesting one as well, because I mean, Kyle Cheney, of course. Of course, we remember Kyle Cheney starting. We've seen so many vehicles off the line today, haven't we? But Kyle Cheney, of course, he'll be looking for his 4th win next week in the 4900 class, which is quite remarkable.
So another driver that's out here doing multiple races this weekend, or week.
Absolutely. As we're watching there, that is the 4638. That is Jeremy Lucas. And this does look like one of our Jeep Speed entries. Just trying to get a number on there.
Twisted Jeep, 70-something 09, 7309 maybe?
I think you might be right there. You have the eyes of a hawk, sir.
7309.
Yeah, that's Jim Horn. And if you are a racer, or if you're ever taking up racing, big numbers. Really big numbers.
And on the roof for the helicopter and the drones to be able to see. That needs to be a new rule for tech next year for sure. Numbers on the roof.
Actually, this is really interesting because Dave Cole really did change things with numbers, because numbers were becoming a huge problem. And so what we have now is we have different coloured number boards for different races, and the number boards have to be a different physical size. But as the live shows improve, as camera angles get better, we're giving you more airtime, which means we see more of you on the track, which means we need to see your numbers more clearly.
Exactly. If you want us to call out the right one, we have to be able to see it.
Absolutely. Or have a vehicle that is significantly different from everyone else's.
Yeah, colors help. Bright colors, noticeable colors.
Give you Grabowski or Eisenhower.
Right? You can see them anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can spot the difference with those guys from space.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some nice 1400 trucks pulling up here. This is going to be fun to watch
I'm
later.
looking forward to this.
We basically have some trophy trucks with cabs on them, a couple of them out here. So some trophy truck pre-runners, T1 pre-runners out here. It's going to be exciting. There's Parsons. I see Darren's coming, starting to line up.
Yeah, we just saw the 1410 there, Brad Bowder making his way past us. And they are basically door slammer T1s, aren't they?
Yeah, that one is. Yeah, basically.
But now we're looking at this. There's a car that I love. That's the 4689 there.
There we
is
go.
Kendall Glines.
Look over here on the right. There's your Miata.
Oh, sorry, Brixton. Yeah. Oh, wow. There is Emme.
Yep.
Now, can you imagine lining up next to all of those 1400s?
Yeah, that's going to be a bit intimidating. I think she's starting in the back, so that's a good idea.
Oh, I've got it down as mid-table.
I'd go to the back.
Well, no, you can't choose your picking position. Side by side, baby, side by side.
I can help give you guys a bit of an update on how that race is going to work.
And we've still got the action continuing here. Out on course at the moment, we've got the 4600s and we've got the Jeep Speeds out there still doing their qualifying. But joining us in the booth right now is none other than, are we calling you race director this weekend?
I'm the Motorsports event director. We have a race director from UC.
So as we continue to watch the 4600s and continue around the course with the Jeep Speeds, joining us in the booth right now, I've got none other than Ben Napier. Ben, are we calling you race director this weekend?
No, we have an amazing team from USAC who are our race director, Lee O'Donnell. I'm the Motorsports event director for Hammer King, for King of the Hammers. So I sort of help with a bigger picture than just when the green flag drops, the race guys, the USAC guys, they run the race, score everything, apply the penalties if there are any, give us results, and they have a great team. I sort of help over the top of that and work with a bunch of you guys and everyone else and make sure we have a really great show and some really great racing.
Fantastic. Now, talk to us about the 1400s and the 1450s. What's happening here? Because this is going to be something, this is our rush race, isn't it?
Yeah, so the rush is kind of a race within a race. We're sending them out while at the end of the limited class prologue. And they're only going to do the prologue course today. That's the end of their event. So we've got about 25 cars, I think, entered today across those two classes. And we're going to send 2 cars every 30 seconds. So you're going to have door-to-door racing from the beginning. We're going to have a bunch of cars on course in 5 minutes of sending them out. We're just going to flip them out there and have some real great door-to-door 1400, 1450 racing.
And then Emme Hall in the middle of that as well in her little 1441. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Now, Fish, these cars are absolutely awesome. I mean, what are you expecting to see?
There's going to be some carnage once again. These guys go for it, right? These guys get out there and they go for it. This is their big show, right? They're on TV, they're in front of everybody. This is a lot of fun for them.
Absolutely, and it's fun, but some of these guys are actually entered in our T1 race tomorrow as well. So this time in the rush will actually give them a prologue time that they'll use tomorrow as well. So some guys, I think we've got 3 or 4 of them in these things that are almost, T1s with opening doors. They're going to actually enter the T1 class as well. And there'll be a little disadvantage with the design of their vehicles, but some of these guys are very, very legitimate vehicles.
Yeah. Parsons raced both last year, did pretty well. It's gonna be fun. Like you said, this is their qualifying, right? So they're racing and they're qualifying at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. So
we've got a race in front of we've got a race and a qualifying session happening all at the same time.
Absolutely, we like to keep it busy here.
Well, mate, there's certainly no flies on you, that's for sure. Thank you very much, Ben, for joining us, and thank you for everything that you do on the race.
No worries, guys. Keep this great coverage up. It's awesome. I've been watching it a little bit and really enjoying what you guys are doing and the whole crew is doing. It's phenomenal.
It's only going to get better, mate. Keep feeding us those race cars and we'll keep doing our best. Right in the top of our screen right now, we have got Bailey Cole. Massive thank you to Ben Napier and to his team working out the back there to give us the greatest racing on the planet.
We got the 815 that made it back in, but then came to a stop, it looks like. So the 815 back in Hammertown, but not under their own power now.
So another car coming on round the bottom of Short Bus here. Short Bus, one of the most famous hills close to Hammertown. And this stretch will probably be part of our prologue course later on next week. But right now it's part of the prologue course for our ToyoTires Desert Challenge. And it is the end of a 35-mile loop. They're coming in round down through the Bronco Arch as we watch this vehicle doing exactly that and making his way onto the short course.
And that was Michael White that we saw stopped a second ago in the 815 in the infield right there. That's Michael White's not the way he wanted to end his run today. 73.09 once again out on course.
And across the line, just like that. All so easy when you see it from sat here.
Right, much easier than when you're just talking about it than when you're doing it. Although it's more fun to do it than talk about it.
Well, I've been told these things.
So on the bottom right, that's that sand hill we saw a car having a problem with earlier, but this is just a stock car, a little bit more limited car going a little slow up it. Look at the size of those ruts right there on that hill, though. Those things are getting big, and they're just going to keep getting bigger.
Yeah, it's really gnarly. I was just thinking about Emme there in her little car. She's going to be making her way around there.
They are doing that same course, so you're going to have to go. Anything we're seeing right here, they're going to go out and do, right? I don't know how she's going to make it up there.
Emme's been driving for a very long time. I'm sure she'll have absolutely no problem. Oh, look at this. This is one of our vintage desert cars right there. What I love about this is, once upon a time, not a million years ago, this was cutting edge.
Yeah. How many years ago did you say?
Well, I don't like to think about it. It's certainly in my lifetime.
That was more than a couple. Did you say a couple?
It's certainly in my lifetime, and I try not to think of myself as being too old.
That is a Class 9 car there. That is a lot of fun.
And the evolution of desert trucks is absolutely astounding. And when you see those T1s going off the line later today, and the incredible advances in technology, We'll talk about this later when we start seeing the T1s out on track, but we'll talk about the all-wheel drive, but we'll also talk about the traction control. We'll also talk about the braking systems and the obviously the suspension systems that are computer controlled. The whole thing is absolutely remarkable, and then you look back to this desert truck that we're watching right now, and that was the start. Oh, well, not even the start. This one, you know, back in the day, that was the car to have.
Yeah, that's what everybody was racing, right? The VW engines in these things.
Yeah, as we continue to watch here, and we're watching these vintage desert cars, we were talking about Emme Hall earlier, and we got a little piece with Emme, and we're going to have a quick cut out there and see what she has to think about this race and what it means to her and what it's going to be like racing on this world-famous Johnson Valley racecourse.
Hey everyone, it's Emme Hall, and I am the driver of Buddy, the off-road Miata. And Julie Boyer from Finish Line Hydration and we're gonna race it in the 1400 Prologue race on Saturday. Why? Because we're dumb and we're gonna have so much fun. All right, listen, 1400 trucks, steel body, working doors, and tires less than 37 inches. I mean, that's my car. Where else am I gonna race it, right? So let me tell you a little bit about Buddy. He's got a stock 1.8 liter 4-cylinder engine, but it has been supercharged, putting out about 130 horsepower at the wheels. Fox shocks on all 4 corners, BFG KO2s, Hyperco springs. I've got a set of rigid lights, which I really
Okay, we're having some tech issues there with Emme, but we will get back right with her very, very soon. In fact, we're going to see her on track in not too long at all. She lines up with those 1400s and those 1450 cars, as still we continue to see. There is the old Toyota there, the 7319, kart springs in action. So that's Rob Taggart there on screen. I love that machine. Just look at that. I do hope he's got some comfortable seats as he pounds his way across this legendary desert here in Johnson Valley. We started qualifying this morning at 8 a.m. and it's been a fantastic day so far. We started off with those B2s, more commonly known as the Class 10s. And then, of course, we saw the B3s working out there, and we've seen everything in between. And there's multiple classes inside of those B3s, from the UTV Pro Modifieds, the Pro Stock NAs, the Pro Stock Turbos, and of course the UTV Opens. But they're all racing for open class glory this week in B3. And as we come towards the end of our limited classes, oh, what's this? A cluster of vehicles here stopped. So it looks like there we've got the 4896 out there on track. He's assisting one of the other vehicles.
Looks like they had the hood off there, huh? Working on something on the engine, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and just looking in there, that's 4896 would be more common to be seen as a Legends class car. I'm wondering if he's actually come in to do a full recovery rather than actually to do an assist.
Kind of seems like it, huh?
Yeah,
like
it
a
does
chase
look
vehicle
that way.
with them.
I haven't seen any 48 cars going off the line, so I think that might be a come back in. So we'll see what happens on that and come back to you on it. But it does sound like we might have Emme Hall again. So let's see if we can catch up with Emme and see what she had to say about before she goes racing today with the 1400s and the 1450s. So here we go.
Hey everyone, it's Emme Hall, and I am the driver of Buddy, the off-road Miata. And Julie Boyer from Finish Line Hydration and we're gonna race it in the 1400 Prologue race on Saturday. Why? Because we're dumb and we're gonna have so much fun. All right, listen, 1400 trucks, steel body, working doors, and tires less than 37 inches. I mean, that's my car. Where else am I gonna race it, right? So let me tell you a little bit about Buddy. He's got a stock 1.8 liter 4-cylinder engine, but it has been supercharged, putting out about 130 horsepower at the wheels. Fox shocks on all 4 corners, BFG KO2s, Hyperco springs. I've got a set of rigid lights, which I really, really love, as well as Recaro seats and a rugged radio. But for this race, I'm really testing out the new Perry Parts 3D printed bump stops. Right now, it's a little stiff in the rear, but we're gonna see what happens, and I don't know, hopefully everything's gonna be okay. It's a big gamble, right? Oh, here's the best part. Re-geared to 538. Oh yeah, it's like I got a low gear, but I don't have a low gear. Like I got a low gear, don't have a low gear. Anyway, listen, if you see me out there, give me a wave and give me a yeah, buddy!
Well, after this piece was shot, we put Emme firmly back in her box and put her back where she came from. We've now released her from her box and put her back on the start line. With all that energy, you can't let her loose in public for too long.
Yeah, and looking at the lineup, you're right. She's in the middle right now. She's not in the back, so this is going to be a bit exciting. She has a very large truck starting next to her and behind her.
Exactly. I think she said she has 31-inch tyres, and I think the guys lining up next to her have 40-inch tyres. If you've never seen the difference between a 31 or a 40-inch, it's night and day. So
and
I'm
I think she
looking
has about 6 inches of wheel travel, and they have about 26 inches of wheel travel in the front and more in the back.
I was chatting to her last night. My favourite thing is I said, "What mods have you done?" And one of the things she said to me, "We have 3D printed bump stops." Now, I don't even know that was a thing, but apparently 3D printed bump stops is a thing. So let's see what happens out there.
Huh. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. You know, last year with this race, they started this race right before the Class 11s did, and the rule was if you got caught by a Class 11, you were DQ'd. You were out of the race, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And if you remember, some of the Class 11s did catch some of these guys.
Well, we had that big cluster up in the top there. We had 1400s and 1450s rolling on top of each other.
Yeah.
Oh, it was gnarly.
So if a Class 11 was able to catch some of these guys, maybe, you know, in the Miata, she'll be able to do okay. I don't know. Let's see.
I know this for sure. She will have a smile from ear to ear.
We do not have the green Toyota racing this year, so I know some of you guys are probably bummed about that, but Greeny in his old green solid axle Toyota is not here this year to cause a massive bottleneck like he did last year. So it'll be, it may be a little smoother this year, but we'll see. I heard he actually sold that truck, so I don't know who would buy that thing, but he found somebody.
You can't say things like that, Fish.
Oh, you know.
It's a passion car. A passion car. That's what it is.
Passion car. Didn't have a very good showing last year. Not exactly, you know, material that you want to advertise when you're putting it up for sale.
We watch the vehicles making their way back down here now. And this is over the top of the wash. You saw there was a huge screen there on the left-hand side, and they'll be using that later in the week. And it's actually up there functioning as well. And look at the number of spectators we already have out here, Fish. This is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
We have to remember, this is the Saturday. This is the Saturday of the desert racing. So good to see this.
This is a week before the main event, right? You still have 7 days until the main event out here, and there's tons of people out here already.
There is indeed. Okay, right, now we're going to have to get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because in around about 15 seconds, we're going to see those 1400s and 1450s leaving the line. They're going to be going 2 abreast every 30 seconds. It is going to be wheel-to-wheel action. We go high and wide. Here we go right now. Door slammers are on the line.
This is should be the 1478 and the 1494. Oh, they're going to be next. So we have a little bit different than our list here.
Yeah, he's already got the hood off that one.
Let's see what happens in the puddle here in this first left.
Yeah,
he was able to go around it still.
Yeah, that was the 1478 of Mike Albert. No, it did look like Vincent Munzove to me.
Vince is next. He's in the blue truck.
You are right, yes. So mixing it up just to keep us on our toes. But a nice clean start for our first 2 cars. Another 2 cars will be leaving the line very shortly.
Yeah, these cars will be some of the fastest cars we've seen this morning. So there's Vincent right there, and then you got the 1410 Cordwell Weaver there. That is the HP Helicopters truck. Ooh. They used their helicopter out here last year to save a few people. Remember all those helicopter extractions?
That was interesting, though. I've got 2 1410s here because I've got Robert Llewellyn as well.
So that's usually his co-driver.
Ah.
So they may have both entered or something interesting there.
And there is Emme Hall on the outside. What can Emme do?
And Darren Parsons, that's going to be one of your fastest trucks right there. So you got one of the fastest and potentially one of the slowest side by side. She's holding her own right there. Look at that.
Well, Emmy's an experienced racer. Never count her out. She's going to be giving it 120% in body.
Dude, if Parsons gets beat by a Miata, he is never going to hear the end of this. He might as well just pack up and go home and sell his truck. See, now's where the 7 inches of travel is not ideal. On the short course, it's not too big of a deal. We got Brett Sloppy there on the outside, and then on the inside, we got another car. Let's see.
Catch that one in a minute. It's the 14-19 there of Brent Michael.
Zack Connor should have been lined up next to him.
Yeah, it's Brent Michael, I think.
Well, that was he's the black one.
Yeah, that's correct. Or was that the one you did get the number for?
Sloppy. He's not listed on here as that.
So this is a 1450 and 1400s rush start.
And there goes 1450, the number 1450. So you used to, in order to have to run that number before, it used to be the class champion in order to be able to run the 1450 number, right?
So that's Anthony West making his way out into the track, and that is next to the 1461 there of Brent Downing.
Yeah, these are going 2 every 30 seconds, so a lot faster. And that's Michael Scafuto there, should be. And then that was the that's actually a 7 truck right there. So the 7231. Those guys come all the way out from Colorado. It's a couple firefighters. Those guys have been around for a long time, racing 1450, turned it into a 7 truck. So that was Jason Hutter there in the 7231.
It was indeed.
Well, look at this. This is going pretty good there. Look at the front end. It's got some travel. So the Miata's been passed by 2 people, right? Those 2 are ahead of the Miata. There goes Cameron Steele's 7 truck. That is Renee driving there. That was a couple late entries we had there.
Yeah, I was going to say we haven't got those down on our list, but we know who they are.
Yep. That's Renee that does all the prep for the Desert Assassins team. Long-time prep guy. And he's actually retiring this year from prep. So they're throwing him in the 7 truck to do as much racing as he can and have some fun this year.
Now that's very cool indeed.
So here we go. Oh, look at, here's the Miata. Going to get passed by a couple more cars. Oh, this is a gnarly spot. Look at the rocks are bigger than that car right here.
Well, look at this car. I mean, that car's twice the size of...
Oh, no. No. She's trying to move. She can't get out of the ruts very easily either.
It's like David and Goliath, isn't it?
Now, can she get back on the course? There she goes. All right.
Ye of little faith.
All right. This is awesome.
Come on, Emme. The enthusiasm that Emme brings to a race course is second to none. It really is.
We needed to put a live camera in that thing. Facing backwards.
Yeah. Maybe without
my word. Oh, man. She's brave for starting in the middle.
I have to say, you could almost hear the screams from here.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's brave. I would have taken a rear start.
So I think we have all our cars out on track right now. And this is the last of the limited class races.
That was Renee going around right there. So Renee's around.
So as the racing continues here with the 1400s and the 1450s in our rush race, we're going to pop out to a short commercial break and we'll be back very soon at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy for more Prologue action. We'll see you very soon right here at Johnson Valley.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, get it done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here today in Johnson Valley for the qualifying, and what a morning of qualifying it has been already. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth right now is Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, what have we been doing?
Well, we've been doing, like you said, basically stage one of a two-stage race. You had to go out today, you had to be smart, you had to get a good finish today, because the time that you use today carries over to tomorrow.
That's a very important thing, and we've been seeing some evidence of that today. Of course, we saw both of the Gordons finishing with around about 10 minutes off of pace, which means they already have negative 10 on their start time for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that goes right down the field for so many other drivers. But right now, who's our top gun?
Our top gun right now is the same that it's been from earlier. It's Brock Heger. He took the #1 spot in his B3 car, and he is on the top. It's going to be him, Tirana, and Mittag are your top three.
Now,
and we're looking at a few people still on course.
Now, is that Phil Blurton or is that Carl Cheney?
I hope it's neither one of them, because if they're finishing, they're going to do what we're talking about.
It's looking like one of their cars, though. That's the only thing that worries
me. It definitely does, and it's going fast.
Well, actually, it could be Dustin.
And any one of those guys has been stopped for a long time. It would have been to their advantage probably not to finish, but you never know. Somebody may have finished with a worse time.
You know that thing where you said about big numbers on the roof?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, must have. Here's a look at some of our 1400, 1450 Rush trucks that are out on course right now. So we have about, about a dozen to 15 of these out there. That's Vincent Munoz coming right now in the MCC truck. He is also racing in the T2 class, so he's doing double duty this weekend. This is his 1450 truck. Here comes the helicopter, so that means there's probably some action coming not far from it. Probably off to the right side of our screen in a second. And we have one Miata out on the course as well. And 1-9 car that is currently stopped in the middle of the course. Hopefully they can get moved out of the way. Looks like they're getting back in, ready to go.
That looked like Felix getting back into that car.
There's Vincent once again. Vince Munoz coming by. 1494, he's always fast. He's been one of the OG 1450 guys for a long time.
Yeah, that car's moving really well out there now. It's amazing, isn't it? When you see them in the sort of short course area and the rocks and everything, they look big, they look heavy. But once you get them out on this open track and they can hit that skinny pedal, they just really light up.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a little bit of different kinds of trucks. So look at this right here. Here's some more action.
I think that's Bailey Cole.
I think it's that red one that was in the Blazer that was in front earlier.
Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I just saw the Bronco front end there. That was what caused me. That's, of course, one of those 1400 cars.
Yeah, see all the different lines? Like I've said a bunch of times, it's so much fun out here because there's so many different lines you can be in. You're not stuck behind them. Right here, they're both in the same line, but if he wants to, he can jump out in that other line, and he did. See, he's in a different line there.
Yep. But again, we keep saying it, the dust is low right now. Although it looks really bad, that is nothing as bad as it could be.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, now we're getting into some bigger cars with bigger tires and stuff on the course. And there is the 978. So that is, I think that's Dustin Jones, isn't it?
Yeah, that is Dustin
Jones. He's putting his helmet back on, hopefully just to come back to here.
Yeah, now this is what we're talking about earlier. If he's got any common sense, the best thing for him to do right now is pull off course and go back to pits.
Yeah, because the way it works tomorrow, if you DNF today, tomorrow you get the slowest finisher's time today plus 10 minutes. So if somebody was broken like him and he comes in and finishes in an hour and 40 minutes, that's not very good if the slowest time before him would have only been like an hour, and then he gets 10 minutes, he would have been an hour 10 instead of an hour 40.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing you can do, of course, and this is just playing devil's advocate, is get some testing in that vehicle and pull off course just before the end.
Correct. You don't have to cross the finish line.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's Emme in the Miata. Uh-oh. Almost getting high-centered. Oh,
Come on,
got
Emme.
it. And she's going. Oh, that's a big rock. See that big rock right there? Man. So you got to drive these things kind of like a Class 11. You got to get up on. You can't get in the ruts. If you get in the ruts, you're going to get high-centered. You got to drive one tire on the ruts and one tire on the side, which looks like what she's trying to do here.
And you see all those stickers? I've actually been told by a friend of mine that those stickers are actually structural.
Oh, that rut's as deep as the car. As long as you got momentum, you can keep going. It's just kind of like a sled in the snow, right? You just drag the center and you just go. I'm sure she has a large skid plate on that car, so she can just drag it along.
We were saying last night, she was saying, I just want to get back to the infield and get some air off the jump. I was like, fair play, girl.
If that thing makes it back to the infield, that's pretty impressive.
What, you have doubt?
Well, no, I'm just saying that'd be really impressive if she makes it all the way around the course.
Right, well, as we continue here, today it's all been about the B2s, the B3s for qualifying. We're still seeing a few of those cars out on course right now, but it is, of course, our 1400s and 1450s in our rush race. After that, we're going to be taking a short break, and then we're going to be qualifying for the unlimited classes. That is the T1s, the B1s, and the T2s. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the afternoon, that's when the big boys come out. That's when you get the fastest trucks we have out here this weekend. The T1s, they're going to be going. The T2s, there's a lot of T2s that are as fast as a lot of the T1s nowadays. The biggest difference between them is the T1 is the unlimited truck. There's no rules. Anything goes, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, whatever you want to do. T2 is limited to a 525 horsepower, basically spec engine. There is one truck out here that has an LT1 in it. All the rest are LS engines. And they're other than that, the rest of the truck's open. You have to run that and a turbo 400 transmission. Other than that, there's no rules.
Yeah, and then let's not forget after that is the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. Cannot wait for that one. I think we got 31 entrants in the Class 11s.
Yes.
And that's going to be awesome.
With the Land Rush start.
Yes.
Look at Vince there. Those are some big holes right there. That's what you don't, in a truck, you don't want it to kick like that. That's when things go bad. Those are really big holes right there.
Yeah, that was just a quick reminder that he is still racing.
Yeah. Now, is that Parsons? I think that may be Darren Parsons there behind him. We'll have to wait a second and see, but that's most likely Darren Parsons, it looked like, running him down. Parsons started next to the Miata. Oh, look at this. Yeah. These guys are going for it. I told you, these guys go. They're out here to have fun and put on a show, right? These guys don't get to go out and race on camera very often, and they know there's helicopters here, and they know they're on camera in front of everybody, so they're going to hit the gas pedal.
Well, that's what we want them to do.
Yeah. So that's a 7 truck right there. That's a Class 7 truck, which is also 1450 legal because it has working doors and a steel cab. So that's why they're able to race today, too. It's got a 7200 number on it, which is what you see there, 7216. One of the Desert Assassins crew, Cameron Steele. Used to be Heidi Steele's truck. She's won in that thing more than Cameron's won. But we didn't say that out loud, right?
I never heard you. Okay, and this is one of the 4600 cars there, making their way around. Now, are they going to become food for these 1450s later on in this race?
Yes, 100%. 100% these guys are going to get caught. Some of these guys are going to get caught. The fastest cars are going to catch them. There's the Miata.
Yeah, that is Emme there.
Still moving. That's a good sign.
Yeah, and that's not bad pace, my friend.
No, it's not. Honestly, she's faster than some of those other 4600 cars in some of the spots it look like. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's Darren Parsons. He's coming. He's catching Vincent Munoz. So this is going to be 1 and 2 right here. I'm 99% sure. That's going to be your first truck, and then here's Darren Parsons coming. It's going to be your second truck. These are the 2 fast guys in this class that are out here today. One of these guys will most likely be your winner if they don't have any issues.
Yeah, they're pushing on a hell of the field already, aren't they?
Yes.
And they're starting to make time as we cut back to one of the 4600s again. This is double duties for most of these 4600s. They're racing here today, and then they will be racing again.
I'm telling you, the Miata was going that fast.
Oh, easy. Yeah. But then look at the size of the ruts here. You know, that's going to slow her down right there.
Yeah. There's Brett. He's coming along, looking good. He's going to be fast, too. He started back a little bit. He started behind the Miata. That's going to be a fast truck.
Yeah, he's putting that to work. I love those crossover front ends.
Yeah, so he actually converted that truck. That Ranger used to have A-arms on it, and then he converted it back to an I-beam front end now.
Yeah.
So he did that change recently. Also one of the original 1450 racers from way back in the day.
Yeah, the history of desert racing is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And if you start opening it up and looking into it, it really is remarkable. The stories, the history, and everything that goes with it. That's one of my favourite things, actually, about coming to King of the Hammers. Is you hang around by the fire pit in the evenings, you get to chat to most of these drivers or most of these crews, and you get to find out all of these stories and hear things from decades gone by. It's awesome. So if you're sitting here watching at home and you think to yourself, do you know what? I want to get out to Hammers one day. Make it happen. We're all sitting here waiting for you to join us. And that is the Cameron Steel entry there. That is the 7216. Driven by his mechanic. And we've got more vehicles now. This looks like, that's Bailey Cole there coming through the Bronco Arch. A Bronco coming through the Bronco Arch. And this is a great run here from Bailey. We'll be pushing hard for the finish now. Been watching this young man since his late teen, or early teens, should I say. Driving the old Toyota pre-runners, making his way up. He's driven everything from IFS 4400 cars down to 4600s and everything in between. Never fails to impress as he crosses the line. And I have absolutely no doubt that he'll be leading his class, and I have absolutely no doubt that he'll also have laid down a time that will embarrass others in theirs.
Yeah, that 7 truck goes pretty good, huh? I think it's
that is absolutely hauling the mail right now. So Bailey Cole over the final jump, takes the checkered flag and completes his qualifying here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge.
All right, so we should be seeing some more 1400 trucks pretty soon here. There's another one right there. So out front, I believe we had Vincent Munoz is what it looked like, and then Darren Parsons was in second from the last camera shot. Those trucks are not on the tracker if you guys are at home looking for them. They're not on there. So if you're wondering why you're not seeing them, we aren't either. So we are going to go on that race by what we can see right here on the screen, Jim.
Absolutely. We'll call it
we
as
know
we
who
see
that
it.
is. That's Renee driving right there.
And as the race continues here, we're starting to have some of the big dogs pulling up alongside us now, making their way towards the start line.
You can hear the rumble and feel the rumble of the T1s.
Oh, you can. You can smell the race fuel.
We got 1,000 horsepower. Some of these trucks. We got sequential transmissions. We got all-wheel drive in one or two of them out here.
Computer-controlled suspension, computer-controlled brakes.
You have a shark.
Have a shark, indeed we do. Mr. Wilkey. And as the racing continues here, we've got the T1s and the T2s starting to line up around town. I've just been told here by Ben Napier, our operations director, that they're going to be in town for a short time. So if you get a chance and you're in Hammertown, go and check out these monsters of desert racing. The crews that are with them would love to talk you through everything about the vehicles. And most of these cars are costing somewhere between $500,000 upwards. They're sensational bits of kit. Well, Fish, we've got a race on our hands here.
Yeah, this is going to be good between these guys. We got Vince and Darren. Like I said, those are the top two guys out here that I've seen so far. And it looks like Vince is still in front of him, huh? I don't see Darren in front of him there.
No. It does look like there's clear air as well. There's no dust hanging out the front there, that's for sure.
We'll see if the camera gets in front of him. Darren can't be that far behind him if he still is. We should be able to see him in one of these shots pretty soon.
I'm just looking at the 7216 there, just trying to work
there he
out
is.
where he is.
I just saw him. You see him on the right?
Yeah.
Just a real quick second. So Darren's still behind him.
I reckon 7216 could be running in third position right now.
Oh, he blew that corner. He's got to go left right there. Where's he going? He just blew that corner. He missed the hard left. Look, he's lost.
Has he got a problem? No, he's got a problem. He's got a flat, surely. Do you see the way the car's scrubbing?
That was that rock section. That's that gnarly rock section right there. So he was just looking at Darren probably. That was that look. So Darren Parsons is now going to be your lead truck from my assumption. Yep, he's taking the – why is the driver changing the tire? Where the hell's the co-driver at? What is he doing? Is there no co-driver? Maybe he's by himself.
Well, the co-driver's unpacking
He's
the
like,
picnic.
what are you doing in there? He's like, you going to get out and help me? Oh, here comes another
here we
one.
go.
All right.
This
That's
is
the HP helicopter one. 1410, Brad.
So I think that is the change from second to third.
Looks like maybe he's trying to get the jack off. There he goes.
I have no words.
He's got the handle. He's putting it in the hole. Got to bring it around.
So is he Iron Manning in this today? Because it doesn't look like there's any other crew members with him.
I don't know. There's either nobody in there or I don't know.
Oh, no, I see a hand. Oh, here we go.
Oh, they decided to get out. No.
Do you
Just
need
yelling
me?
at him. What are you doing? What is taking so long? Hurry up.
Hey, what are you doing? Come on.
We got some,
gin and tonics waiting back in Hammertown. If you can mess around like this. And we've got more cars going past right now, but those look like they're UTVs or B3s that are going past.
Looks like they're fixing something up there on the top, too.
Oh, there's the Toyota.
It is.
Making its way by as well. And top of our screen right now, that is the 7216 of the Desert Assassins. And I think we're going to be seeing that coming past very soon.
I think that's his girlfriend or wife, either one.
That's how you test a relationship.
That's why she wasn't getting out.
You said to me this was going to be fun. You said to me I wouldn't need to get out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Vincent there. So we saw Darren Parsons go by, and then we saw, who else did we see? We saw the 1410 go by. Oh, no, there's the 1450 truck.
Yeah, that's the 1450.
That's sitting pretty low in the rear.
Ooh.
Notice that?
Oh, dear.
Anthony West. I think that's a broken shock. Look at how low that thing's sitting in the rear.
Yeah, and the body language isn't particularly positive.
Yeah, that thing's way low. Oh, is that the trailing arm that's on the ground even? Look at the trailing arm. It almost looks like the trailing arm's on the ground possibly. Like it may have broken off the rear axle is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's
See it
something
hanging
going
down?
on there.
Look at how low the trailing arm is or something. Gonna try and drive it? What are they doing?
Well, broken's
Maybe it
broken.
just looks weird. I don't know. That thing's sitting really low in the back.
It is.
They didn't stop for no reason. Oh, they're trying to drive it. Yeah, he's got a broken shock. That thing is all the way on the bump stop.
Yeah, it looks like one of the coilovers has let go, doesn't it? In fact, it looks like both have let go. I mean,
It's even, right? It's not like one side's down. It's like the whole back shock mount's broke or something.
It's almost like the back of the car's snapped, isn't it?
Yeah. The trailing arm is snapped on the left. Look at it. See it?
Yeah,
It's
got
bent.
it. Yeah,
It's
bent
bent
down.
right at the shock.
Yeah.
Right where the shock's mount.
I wonder if
the
it's bent.
left rear trailing arm is bent in half.
I wonder if he's bent both of them.
They could have. Yeah, that's definitely not ideal.
Yeah, do you think he bought his trailing arms on Wish?
Maybe Temu.
Okay, there we got the.
All right, there's Darren Parsons. So this is going to be our leader right here for what we know. We haven't seen him stopped, and we saw him go by Vincent there when he had a flat tire. So this should be our lead 1400 truck, and then not far behind him should be the 1410. That's the white T1 pre-runner basically that we saw. So those are our top two last we know. Like I said, we don't have tracking on these ones, so we're just going to tell you guys what we see on the screen here.
Now this was one of the first vehicles that was off the line earlier today.
With confirmation, that was Vincent's wife that was with him in the truck. Yeah, just got that confirmed.
So I think this is Robert Llewellyn, 1410, because we know that Vincent Monzo.
Munoz.
Yeah, you gotcha. Or
I know that one just because I
know.
know.
Weaver. So I've got two 1410s. So if someone can keep me honest on that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, there's three. There's Brad.
Oh, actually, we got
It's
three.
actually Brad, because that's who HP Helicopters is.
Gotcha.
And it's a three-seater, so maybe everyone in the truck entered to see if they could get a good starting spot or something, maybe? Because those are the co-drivers that are listed there with them.
So as the action continues here, we are watching the 4600 class there. And as we head on into the desert and continue with our qualifying here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, join us very soon. Back here for more live action. See you soon.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here today for the Prologue. That is the preset for the main race that we are going to be seeing tomorrow. I am Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. How we doing, Fish?
Great. We got some action on course. We got good weather. We got lots of people out here having fun. We got some T1s lined up over here for everyone to walk around and go check out, go meet some drivers. It's a good day.
It is a good day, isn't it? We've seen some fantastic action so far. We saw the B2s going off the line earlier today. The B2s, more commonly known as Class 10, then been following them with the B3s, and there were multiple classes inside the B3s, which is the UTV classes.
Oh, there we go. Look at Vincent going around the Toyota. He made the pass.
The Toyota that can is still battling away out there on course.
So he got the tire changed. He's back on course. It looks like he's got another truck he's catching. That looks like some fast-moving dust in front of him there, so we'll see who that is, but he's reeling in another truck. Had a bit of downtime with he had a front right that went flat. He had to get out and change it himself. He got back in. He's good to go.
Now, this is interesting. This is the most dust we've seen all day, but then this is the driest part of the day as well, isn't it? We're starting to see some real heat now, and we've also seen a lot of vehicles hitting across this course.
And this is the most horsepower that we've had out on the course today, too.
Yeah.
Biggest tires, most horsepower, so it is going to start chewing it up, and we are going to get some more dust throughout the day.
And the heaviest cars, of course.
Yes, biggest cars, biggest everything here.
I mean, these cars, these 1450s, what are they weighing in around about? Sort of 3,000 pounds, something like that?
No, more than that. Probably closer to 4 to 5 for some of these.
See, I get crossed over with tons and pounds.
Yeah, what's the difference, right? oh, he's catching them. Is that that's the Miata again? That looks like it might be the Miata. No, it's going too fast.
No, it's going too
fast. Yeah, too fast.
No,
Let's see which car that is. It's hard to tell.
It's
not
the
Miata.
That's got to be a B3, surely.
That's a truck. Which one is it? There's some big bumps.
Oh, is
right
that
there.
the broken truck? I think that is the West truck.
Let's see. No, that was 1450. That's a gray one here. So he's going around. This is a tight right. Watch, it's going to come together right here. He's going to have to stay inside. That's a soft corner right there. Yeah, you got to stay
that's working
inside.
hard there.
There we go. All right. The other truck make it. It's making it. It made it.
Yeah, he gave him some space. That was
All
some
right.
very polite racing right there.
Perfect. Whoa, throwing it out a little bit.
Trying to catch that door number.
I think they have a problem with that truck. Maybe it looks like the back right. No.
Yeah, it
just
doesn't
soft.
look quite right,
It's just
does it?
Soft. It looks a little weird though.
He's still pumping along. He's doing his thing.
So we're going to have our first finisher back in Hammertown pretty soon here, actually, because Vincent's here, and he was changing a tire when Parsons went by. So Parsons is going to be here any minute, honestly, probably within 2 or 3 minutes at the most, if he still has a clean run going.
It's going to be very interesting to see what the kind of pace these vehicles are laying down.
Yeah, these are going to be fast. You're probably, what time did we start this at? Was this at 11?
Yeah, just before. So it's literally they're going to be coming in at any moment now. And you were saying earlier about the pace of these 1400 and 1450s, and we see that as soon as they get into open desert and they can open up those big motors, they really do sing.
Yeah, a lot of these guys in these trucks, they do. They got big V8s in most of these things nowadays. They got lots of suspension, lots of shocks, lots of tire, lots of everything. They can go pretty good.
Okay, as the action continues here, we have our young lady Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's got some more news for us. Pam, what have you got?
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Adam Householder. He is our 2023 ToyoTire Desert Challenge winner. Here we are again in 2024, coming fresh off of a win from Parker. How are you feeling about the race course you're getting ready to go out there and endure?
Oh, we're feeling good. We went around this course quite a few times, so I'm really comfortable with it. Got all of our notes. I think we're pretty dialed in, so looking forward to it.
So coming off of a win just about, 2 weeks ago, you're fresh out of the truck's feeling good. Did you do any changes for this year compared to last year out here at King of the Hammers?
There were changes made to the truck, trying to get this thing faster and compete. I mean, every time we go to a race, we try to better this thing. So we're ready. This thing is fast.
Well, we're ready to see you hopefully back up on top of that box. I know that's where exactly you want to be, but today's strategy, trying to get in that number 1 position, you got anything up your sleeve?
You know what? My goal is I really don't want to be the top qualifier. I want to be in the top 4, top 5. And that'll put me in a good position. So that's what we're looking for. I want a good, clean prologue. Go from there.
Well, good luck out there this weekend. Hopefully we see you up there on that stage again, just like last year.
Oh, yeah. Keep looking for us.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from you, and always good to hear from Adam Householder as well. Adam really did lay it down last year. He wasn't everyone's favourite to win this race. There were some big names out there, but he just took hold of it, grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck, and brought it home. And it looks like we're seeing some lead cars coming across the line right now.
That is our lead car right there, and Adam Householder actually started his racing in this class, by the way. So he used to be 1450 guy back in the day. That is Darren Parsons right there. That is going to be most likely your winner of the 1450 rush race. He just has a couple corners left to go,
and
then we'll have to check
home.
the time.
Indeed.
But that's most likely your winner right there, Darren Parsons.
Yeah, and just looking down here at Darren Parsons, he started in around about 6th position coming off the line here. So, of course, it's about adjusted time, but he's going to take the flag right now. And it does look our unofficial winner in the 1400 and 1450 is Darren Parsons.
And that's also going to be his time for T1, because he's going to race that same truck in the T1 race tomorrow. So whatever his time is right there, that's their first T1 qualifier right there.
That's fantastic. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye on that time. So, Fish, have you got hold of that?
As soon as we get it, we'll let you know.
It's almost like I was setting you up there. Right, we got our next car coming in now. So we think this is Brad Bowder here, coming in the 1410. Awesome looking pre-runner there. Spinning around, and he'll be taking the checkered flag with a big flying finish there.
Now, where did he? Okay, this is the 1410. So they started either right with him or in front of him. So Darren Parsons is going to be the winner.
Yep. I think that Brad Bowder, I think that is Brad Bowder, and I think
Yes.
he did start in front of Darren Parsons, so I think Darren Parsons has him on adjusted time.
All 3 of the 14:10 entries are in front of him, right? On our list.
Oh, yes.
There's Brett right there. Brett Sloppy coming around. He's looking good.
There are many 14:10 entries.
So he may be our 3rd place car, actually. We'll have to see when he gets back here. He might take that 3rd podium spot. So where's the Miata? We haven't seen the Miata in a while.
No, we haven't. So as we cut back across the desert, there's not many cars out there now. We've got a few of the 4600s. We've got a few of the Jeep Speeds. And we've also got the Miata out there as well, which we're looking forward to seeing. But I believe that I'm getting some
what do we got
chatter
here?
through my PCI race radios that we are got Pam Hall down in the pits with some news. So let's toss it down to Pam and see what she's got.
I'm down here with Blake Wilkey. He is in his trophy bug out here racing in the Desert Challenge. Blake, you have a lot of fun in this. It's definitely an eye catcher out here, but we were just talking about strategy for the day, and you're basically wanting to just go have some fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the only small garage home-built TT racing. It's one of a kind. It's got a bug body on it. It's purple. Kind of fit the era of the bugs growing up, with my mom having a bug when I was born, and just always loved the bugs. But there's nothing like a trophy truck, and that was another goal we set. We're here racing this special machine, and it's a dream come true, honestly, every time I get behind the wheel of this.
Well, and you're not only in this today, I believe you are also racing in the Class 11, correct?
We're racing the Class 11 as well, so we got to get out of this and sprint into the Class 11. We race the lowest tier and the highest tier, and it's all fun and relatable, just desert ripping, shredding, and that's what we're here to do.
Well, and let's just say that because you're in 2 different types of vehicle, you're going to be out on the race course a lot. Seat time is seat time.
Seat time is seat time. We also finished a Bronco that's a mean, nasty crawler, the Blood Shark, and then we have the Pro R that we use for pre-running out here, the Polaris, and you're juggling a lot of different machines that have a lot of different capabilities, but just being behind the wheel is amazing. It's a dream come true, like I said, to be here, and the support that we have from all the fans here is just, yeah, it's hard to describe. I'm very grateful to be here.
Well, good luck out there. You got a lot of work to do. You're probably going to Canada next week as well, or whatever, to race in the Nitro Cross too, right?
I'm actually opting out of that. I'm going to do some stuff with Hoonigans and Volkswagen with Tanner Faust in Aspen, Colorado. So I won't be going to Canada, so I can stay here and watch the 4400s race and just vibe with the people after some really long hours in the shop this last couple weeks. It feels good to be here and enjoy the fruits of our labor.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there today. Hopefully we see you up on top of the box.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. It's always good to hear from Blake Wilkey. Now, Blake sort of jumped onto the scene a few years ago and caused absolute chaos and mayhem, and he's sort of come through this, and he's now building the most incredible vehicles, showing us the amazing lifestyle and really embracing this entire off-road family. It's so good to see.
Yeah, definitely good to see. And we did just see the 3rd place finisher. It looked like the 1444 of Zack Connor just came in, and then this should be our 4th place finisher right here. Brett coming in the 1419. So that's going to be the 4th one that I've seen come in the 1400 race, coming into town.
Yeah, that is the 1419 of Brett Michaels. We're just waiting for confirmation on timings right now. As soon as we get them, we will get them to you. But looking at those T1s lining up now, and the T2s behind them.
All right, so that's our 4th finisher.
It's already been such an incredible day of qualifying, hasn't it?
Yeah, we have the fastest guys yet to come. There's Vincent, it looks like, coming back in. Most likely 5th. Had a really good run going, was in 1st place, got 1 flat tire. That was the only issue that we saw.
Yeah, this is one of the Jeep Speed cars coming in now. I think that's is it 7309? I think that is Jim Horn there. It is indeed. So a good solid run there from Jim. Do you think he's got the air conditioning switched on?
Most likely. It is getting a little warm out here today now, right?
It is. In fact, it's absolutely perfect conditions. And that breeze has really picked up now. Earlier, we're seeing the dust hanging a little bit out towards sort of chocolate thunder. That's all cleared away. It is really a spectacular day. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Perfect stuff.
The infield's still pretty good. Not too much dust in the infield. That makes it nice for the people spectating.
Yep.
So there you go. Vincent Munoz, your 5th place finisher, most likely in the 1400 class.
We haven't had much of a chance to introduce the infield this year. Short course changes every year. Big leap as he crosses the line and takes the checkered flag. Great run there for Vincent.
So coming up, we're going to have the T1s, and then we're going to have some of the B1s. There's only a couple of those. Then we got the T2s. That's what we have left coming at you guys today. As far as qualifiers for tomorrow, and then after them, we're going to have our 30-car plus land rush start Class 11 race.
Oh, yes. The BajaVida Class 11 Showdown, presented by EMPI. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. I look down, and do you know what I really enjoy about Class 11 these days? Is that the names are identifiable. They're becoming household names, and to see Class 11 drivers becoming household names, that rocks in my world.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few guys that are racing T1s, T2s, or some other cars that are also racing Class 11s out here just because it's so much fun.
Exactly.
They say they have more fun in that thing than they do in these cars sometimes, which is hard to believe, but you know, it is a lot of fun.
I think what they mean is it breaks their kidneys and they probably can't pee for a week, but they do apparently call that fun.
Yeah. You just keep driving. You drag the pan. It just goes. It's like a sled. You just keep going.
It is actually a driver's class because the vehicles,
It really is.
The vehicles are so,
close together.
Yeah.
Now some of these Class 11s, they have some real engines and transmissions in them.
Yeah.
They're spending literally $40,000 on engine and transmission.
Which brings me back to what we were saying earlier about Class 11. Going back 7-8 years, you could buy a real top-end Class 11 for less than $20,000.
Yeah.
Now you can't buy an engine for that.
No. The engines are 25 grand. The transmissions are up there. They're spending some money on some of these Class 11s.
Indeed.
You'll see which ones are which with the land rush start.
Yep.
The ones that jump way out to the lead, those are the ones right away that are spending the money on the engines, right?
Absolutely. But it's also worth noting as well that the class is actually looking after itself, because what they're doing is they're protecting the class. They're saying you're not allowed to cut out floor pans, you're not allowed to do any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And because the drivers all know themselves, they control the class very closely. But anyway, as we mumble on, we've got Pam down in the pits, and she's got some news for us. So Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Tim Herbst. You're out here racing for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge. What is your strategy out there for you this weekend? I mean, you're a very well-seasoned driver. You've been doing this for years, and here we are out here in Johnson Valley again.
Well, for today is basically just got to go real quick and see where we land on it. But we're excited about today. I think it's going to be a real fast 40 miles. It's going to be exciting. It's going to really test my ability to keep focused on it. But I think we're going to do okay.
Well, do you have any strategy going into it, or are you just going to go for it, or just kind of be a little conservative?
Go like hell.
That's all what it's all about. But out here in this T1 class, I mean, it's completely different terrain than, well, it kind of matches up with Baja terrain, doesn't it?
No, it does. But it's exciting out here. It's got a lot of stuff for you. It's got some rocks. It's got some sand, and it's got some really fast roads. It's really going to be exciting, and like it is every year. And I hope the crowd enjoys it.
Well, I'm sure they're going to. I mean, you guys are one of the crowd favorites out here. You're getting ready to take that green flag. So we'll let you get suited up, and thanks for chatting with me, and good luck.
Well, thank you, and hopefully we'll talk to you after we're done.
Exactly. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Pam. So good to see. Now, Tim Herbst, he's one of the part of one of the biggest off-road clans in motorsport history. I mean, the Herbsts, they're fantastic. I think they've got 3 cars racing here this weekend.
Yeah, they have a lot of cars. They've built a lot of cars. There's a lot of their cars racing that aren't theirs, their own, but people that bought them. So it's going to be a good, big weekend for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, as the action continues here in Johnson Valley at the 2024 qualifiers for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're going to step out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If you're not, we'll see you in a short few minutes. See you very soon.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Okay, and welcome back to Johnson Valley. It's a beautiful day here. The sun is shining, there's hardly a cloud in the sky, and we have wind, and that means it's almost perfect race conditions here for what is going to be a fantastic afternoon of qualifying. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics, and we're just about to get started very shortly with the T1s.
Yeah, we're starting to see some drivers get back into their cars over there. I hear a couple engines firing up. That means we're getting close. They're getting their helmets put on. Make sure they do their helmet strap. You don't want to forget that. Put your window net up and get ready to go.
Well, let's talk about T1s. What are T1s?
T1 is the unlimited truck. There's no rules in this class. You can do anything you want, any engine you want, any transmission, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, whatever you want to do. There is absolutely no rules in this class. Anything goes. This is the baddest of the baddest, the best of the best in this class, and honestly, it's one of the most exciting classes to watch in desert racing.
So basically, if you can think it, if you can dream it, and it's going to make you go faster, you can have it.
Whatever you want to do, however much money you want to spend, you go for it.
Well, let's just talk about the money side of it, because, I mean, the growth of T1 over the last few years has been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
We've seen it go from being dominated by two-wheel drive trucks to being, a plethora of four-wheel drive trucks. We've got some four-wheel drive trucks out here today, but we've also got the best of the two-wheel drives.
Yeah. It wasn't too long ago that, everybody was in like a geyser-style truck that was $300,000 for your T1 was $300,000. Now you got trucks out here that are almost $1 million. The Mason all-wheel drive truck, you're between 800 plus, depending on what package you go within it. For a truck, $800,000 plus for a T1.
If I'm not mistaken, that is just the truck. Then you have all the navigation equipment and everything on top of that as well, don't you?
Oh, that's with everything in it.
Okay, right.
That's why I said between 800 and $1 million, depending on what you package it with.
That makes it like pocket change. I mean, that's nearly affordable.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 of them, so it's no big deal. But then you do still have, there's different levels. You can come out with that, but that doesn't always win. Sometimes somebody else wins. This is a good race. You got a little bit of everything here. There's at least there's one Mason all-wheel drive here. That's Christopher Polvoorde's truck. He just picked it up like 2 weeks ago or so. He's very limited test time on it. We'll see how he does out here today. We have the Brent truck over there. I believe that's supposed to be the all-wheel drive truck. So the 27, and then all the rest are going to be two-wheel drive. So we'll see what happens.
And then we're talking about trucks like, let's talk about Adam Householder, because he was the last year's champion, of course. But we're talking about massive high horsepower. They're using traction control to actually control the amount of torque that they're laying down so they don't break traction. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of horsepower in your spinning tires, you're not going anywhere, right? So you don't want to just spin the tires. Horsepower is not always your friend, when it comes to off-road racing, depending on the terrain. You want to have it for the top speed and the torque and everything, but yeah, the advancements in technology are pretty cool between the the live valve shocks that they're using. You can adjust the shocks in the car on the fly. There's a bunch of different technology that's putting in these things.
Now, we were looking earlier on, and the course is very technical in places, but it's also very open in places. Now, we were hearing from our race ops that we're expecting these guys to be hitting 3 figures. Now, we know these guys can go north of 150. Are we going to see any speeds like that today?
On this course, I don't know if they're going to get quite up that high. We'll definitely see probably 120-ish, probably would be my guess. Maybe 130, but probably like 120 something.
Yeah, it's astonishing, isn't it, when you actually consider how much horsepower it actually takes to deliver, 130 mile an hour in dirt like this.
Definitely.
Right, it's not going to be long now before we get these T1s in action and on the track. After the T1s, we're then going to have the B1s. Now, the B1s we more commonly know as Class 1 vehicles, don't we? So they're the buggies, or as Cameron Steele would say, buggy dorks.
The buggy dorks, yes, the buggy dorks are out here.
Okay, so we're 1 minute away now from the start. We're going to be seeing these T1s coming up on the start line. And who are we going to be seeing off the line first today, Fish?
Looks like Ethan Ebert is going to be the first one off the line. Now, Ethan is actually, okay, there's someone in front of him. We got a late entry in front of him that wasn't on our list. So the 99 is going to be the first car off the list, and then it's going to be Ethan. So they put the late starts in front of the other one on our list. Larry Trim right here. So Larry Trim is in the 99. He's going to be the first car on the line. That second car there is going to be Ethan Ebert in the Honda entry.
Yeah, and that's really interesting, actually, you talk about this, is because the late entries, where do you put them? Do you put them at the end so the course is swept, or do you put them at the front so they have to, they're sweeping the course?
Yeah. I mean, it was almost an advantage to enter late to go first, right?
Well, they were saying about this, and let's be fair, desert racers have a habit of entering events late. They really do.
Yeah. They prep their cars late, they enter late, they do everything late, right?
Okay, any minute now we're going to be getting the green flag here in Hammertown, and the first of our T1s will be leaving the line here for the prologue of the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
3 seconds.
Any second now.
There we go.
And we've got go time here in Hammertown. The first of our T1s leaves the line. It's car 99.
Larry Trim is out on course. Now, there is going to be a larger gap here. We're going to go every 3 minutes with these. So every 3 minutes, they're going to send one car off the line. So we're going to see a bit of a gap between these. That's hopefully, there's not too many guys that catch each other in this class. 3 minute gap in a T1, you shouldn't really be catching anybody.
Yeah, I can't wait for this now. You know what, you just got to start getting that buzz and you start moving around. You just can't wait to see the action. This is what it's all about today. It is about these T1s. These are the big guns of desert racing.
Definitely. This is what it's all about right here. We're going to see, just look at the speed difference when these guys go through these big holes at the beginning that we saw some of the other guys going pretty slow through. These guys are going to be going much faster through there.
Now he's got 3 minutes to show his tail and get the hell out of Dodge.
Yes.
And he's going to have some fast cars hunting them down. And the thing with this is you cannot afford to get a flat. Now, talk to me about this. This is car 9. This is something quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a different entry here. So this is the Honda Ridgeline truck. It has a Honda Ridgeline engine in it. Well, kind of a Honda. It has a Honda engine in it. It is a twin-turbo V6. So this is a V6 that's racing against big V8s.
So let me get this right. This is a Japanese twin-turbo V6 going up against all-American V8 muscle.
Correct, and they have a sequential transmission behind it, just like a lot of these other guys do as well. But it's
so these sequential transmissions, they're a little bit different to the sequential transmissions that we see in rally raid cars and in also Dakar style cars. And the reason being is they have fluid clutches, don't they?
Sure.
Yeah. Just smile. Yeah,
so you just bang the gears. You don't,
you just bang the gears.
There's no clutch pedal.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's
so
no clutch
many
pedal.
of the different ones, sort of the SADF gearboxes and things like that we'd see in Rally Raid, they will still actually have a clutch on those.
Correct. Yeah, there's no clutch pedal in these. There's only two pedals.
And that's remarkable for me, is the way that these vehicles, these T1s, are leading innovation, and it's crossovering innovation. So they've taken their sequential gearbox innovation that's come from Dakar, but they've also added their own blend of madness to it to make it suit their terrain. That fluid clutch technology is awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna see some good racing here. Now, some of these guys, like we were guessing earlier, are probably going to be around 27 minutes. You know, under the 30-minute mark, I would think for some of these top qualifiers today.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to probably see something down to around about 28.5 minutes, something around there.
Yeah, I would not bet against that.
And when you consider that against the B3s, and the B3s are quick, you know, these are not slow vehicles at all.
Yeah, and the fastest one that we had earlier was 32.50, so for sure we're going to be under the 30-minute mark.
And we have, in some races, actually seen those B3s, and particularly the Polaris Pro Rs, beating these T1 trucks.
Yeah, in the tight, twisty races like the Silver State race up there in the northern Nevada, or in mid-Nevada.
Yeah, and here we go. We got the number 9. The Honda Ridgeline is off the line right now with Ethan Ebberts at the wheel. And this car's got a very distinctive noise. That V6 twin turbo really does sing. And this has caused a bit of a buzz, really, hasn't it? Because to break into desert racing and to do something completely different to the norm, it either takes stupidity or very big kahunas.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit different. Like I said, it's the only V6, I believe, that is out here today. I mean, you do have some of the other trucks that may have wanted to enter this from a 1450 truck or something like that, but I don't think any of the V6 ones are here. So this is going to be your only V6 entry today. We'll see how the times stack up. They just got a new paint scheme on the truck there, new design for this year. It's the HRC design. Kind of matches with a lot of the other Honda paint schemes that are lined up with that.
Yeah, it's a vintage look, isn't it?
So just you can see how much faster already they're going through this section. Look at the big rocks that just get kicked up and moved around. And you know, even if you pre-run and you marked where some rocks were, they're probably not in the same spot as when you marked, when you marked it 2 days ago.
Exactly. This is what we talk about, and it's also about having that time behind the wheel. So drivers like Adam Householder, like Christopher Polvoorde, etc., that are coming off of the back of other races recently, I believe they have an advantage because they have seat time. Their eyes are dialed in. Their reaction times are dialed in as well, and that makes a huge difference in this style of racing.
Oh, definitely. The more experience you have, you can never bet against experience. That's for sure. And a lot of the guys that are racing today have raced this race the last couple years. So they've done a lot of the same course. A lot of the course is the same. There was about 25 new miles, I think it was, this year that were different. So they did mix it up a bit, which is fun. It's always fun to mix it up.
And we were talking about this earlier, flat tyres. You cannot afford to get a flat out here. If you get a flat tyre, your qualifying is pretty much over. Although the fastest guys, I mean, if you watch the guys at the top end of this sport, they can actually change a tyre in a little over a minute and 10 seconds, can't they?
Some guys can do it under a minute. You got like Oren Anderson, Jason Duncan. You got some really fast. Oren's probably the fastest current co-driver out there that I can think of and can change a tire under a minute. Johnny Nelson used to be really fast when he was riding with Andy. They're less than a minute, sub-minute. That's with leaving the wheel and tire in Baja. You don't have to re-rack. Some race series make you re-rack the tire and you can't leave it.
I believe that everything in the USA you have to re-rack, if I'm not mistaken.
I think for the most part. Yeah, Baja, they like it when you don't because the locals like to keep that as a trophy, so they would rather you don't re-rack it. They want to use it for a coffee table.
That's a $4,500 coffee table. That smells of burnt rubber.
Yeah.
I suppose there could be worse things. We've got some great images here. Now, that was the first car off the line. And this is, of course, one of the Brent cars. Now, let's see what this hooks up. Is this the all-wheel drive?
They told me they were racing the all-wheel drive. So if it is...
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, we're seeing roost off those front tyres, I think.
Yeah, unless they swapped it out. They told me yesterday they were, so it should have been.
Okay, be interesting to see on that. We'll be watching. Now, normally we'd be seeing Carl Jurgensen racing in the in this in the T1.
Correct.
But he's actually racing in the T2 today. Do we know if that's any reason for that?
Yeah, he used to be with Brenthal, and they hired him to drive their trucks, which that one just went off the line. That deal is up. Now he's with Camberg. He's with Camberg Engineering now, and he is going to be driving the Kinetic truck, which they're racing in a T2 this year. So that's where he's with Camberg now, and he's going to drive a T2. We will see him at the last minute. They decided to come out here.
So it's a team change.
Yes, a team change. New season,
Wow.
new year, new team. And at the last minute, they did Parker. They had some power steering issues. They made some changes to the truck, and they wanted to test it. So we'll see. They came out here to see if they fixed it.
Superb. Right, well, the action continues here. We've got Pam down in the pits, and she's got some more news for us. So, Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Christopher Polvoorde. We are here. You are just now telling me, I did not realize this. This is your first time in a T1 out here.
Yeah, no, excited. First King of the Hammers T1 with the big boys. So excited to go play a little and see what this new Ford Raptor can do.
Well, you're not a stranger to out here because you have been racing, but in this T1 class is a whole different ball game. You have Mike Kim over there in your passenger seat, making sure your shocks are all good and everything as well.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to have Mike Kim, the Fox Wizard, and with our new Fox Live valve, he's actually actively tuning. So pretty exciting, and yeah, I think this course that they threw at us is going to be a fun little prologue and make it interesting.
Well, it's definitely going to be a fun course out there. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? I mean, you're starting last off the line today for the T1s, and you're wanting to have clear dust in front of you, but strategy for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, no, just being patient and, you know, getting here, getting the truck back in one piece, and, yeah, just doing what I do and not letting this new truck get a hold of me too much.
Well, you definitely look good out there. You have this, Optima battery wrap on here and everything, so good luck out here for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge.
Thank you. See you guys in a little.
Back to the booth.
What I'm loving about T1 right now is that we've got a plethora of young guns coming through, and we're also looking at the T2s as well. We've got young guns coming in through there as well. So see Christopher Polvoorde lining up along inside or with these other T1s. That's great.
Yeah, it's definitely good to start in the T2 rather than just go straight into a T1. You know, you can learn that the truck is basically the same truck. It's the same design, same suspension. It's the same truck, it just has a different motor. But the speeds that you're going in the T2, the truck can handle pretty much everything, you know.
I mean, if you think about it and you talk to a lot of the drivers actually say it's harder in T2 than it is in T1 in many respects, because you're not reliant on that extra horsepower of the motor to do the work for you. So you can't afford to blow every corner. You have to set up every corner 100%. You have to be perfect in every single jump, because all of those tiny little mistakes add up to being at the back of the pack.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep your momentum up much more.
Yeah, we see another car that's already out on course.
Yeah, so that is the 50, Michael Mamer.
Yeah, and then next off the line will, of course, be none other than Tim Herbst. Those Herbst cars so recognizable, of course, with Terrible's livery. But right now it's all about this guy, car number 50. And just look at the size of these rocks. They're absolutely huge.
Yeah, they're just massive, and they're right on the side of the course, too. So like you said, here comes the 19. It's going to be Tim Herbst. 3-minute start gaps. If you guys just tuned in, these all the T1s are going 3 minutes apart today. So most of them should have clean air, even though the dust is starting to pick up a little bit. I don't think, 3 minutes, that's a pretty good start gap. There's definitely going to be maybe 1 or 2 trucks that get caught based on having a very fast driver behind them.
Mind you, say that 3 minutes is a huge gap, particularly when you talk about the horsepower of these cars as well.
Yes.
I mean, when we're sitting here, we're having that conversation earlier. Is there anybody that we're expecting to get caught? The simple reality is if everyone's having a fairly clean race, it is unlikely that any cars are going to get caught out here. But it's not outside of the realms of possibility, particularly if anyone gets a flat tire.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. If someone, just looking at this order, I think that Ryan Arciero is going to make a pass. I'm going to say that right now.
Now, it's Ryan out here. He's in the two-wheel drive car, of course.
Yes, one of the Herbst Smith.
But you were saying
trucks.
earlier that he's carrying an injury right now.
Yeah, he can't brake with his left leg. He's got a knee injury, so he can't use his left leg for braking.
We said it before, mate. It's the coward pedal.
You got to just use less brakes today. He's got to use his right foot. He's got to move it over, which, if you guys drive these trucks or have you driven one, you use 2 feet all the time in these. Everyone uses 2 feet. You're not moving your feet back and forth.
Well, you're actually using left foot braking constantly.
Left foot braking the whole time, correct.
And the reason you're using left foot braking is because you're setting up. Oh, we've got a vehicle.
That's Emme.
Oh, that is Emme Hall. Now, we were talking about Emme earlier and seeing how she was, and she's good to see that she's safe.
We got another truck that just pulled off course. I'm trying to see, is that one of our T1 entries? It looks like it is.
Was that the car 50?
I'm not sure. Can't see yet. A little too far away. Someone is definitely off course. They're running back, looking at the back left.
Okay, and while that's going on, Tim Herbst is off the line.
It's a
that's the Brenthal truck.
The Brenthal number 27 is pulled over. What are they going to get? It's not. It is a tire. They're getting the jack out. Looks like he's got the jack handle. Yeah, they have a right or left rear flat. It looks like.
Yeah, this is interesting. Now, a lot of the T1s these days have rams that come out the bottom of the car that lift the car up so they don't require jacks. So this is old school technology we're seeing right now.
Yeah, this will not be a 1 minute tire change here.
They're going to have to drop the tire off the rack. But we just saw Tim Herbst hauling out into the desert.
Well, that's a good one. That one is shredded. So the problem when they get like this sometimes is when you go to pull it off, it actually wraps around the brake caliper and the axle, and it's really hard to get it off. So let's see when he goes to pull it here, if they have any trouble getting it off of there or not.
Yeah, the other issue, of course, they can have is if they drive them too far, they can actually damage the rim, and that can then wrap itself around the brake caliper as well, meaning that you can't then get the wheel actually over the caliper, but that's not a problem today.
Yep, that one came off good, so that's clean.
The other issue they have, if they have to re-rack it, because it now doesn't have a tyre on it, it's super red hot. The other problem is it's got bits of metal sticking out of it as well, and also the tyre rack is not designed to carry a wheel without a tyre.
Yeah, it's almost impossible in that style that they have to re-rack with just a rim right there. That's all that's left there is literally the wheel.
All right, check this out. We're in car right now with Ethan Ebberts. Look at the pace of this. This is the V6 twin-turbo Honda.
Yeah, he's got some speed there. I'm trying to read the GPS. It's just a little too small. He's in 5th gear, though.
Yeah, he's in 5th. I got that one covered.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool shot. As you can see the speed difference between these cars and some of the cars earlier.
6th gear.
There he goes. Oh, he's top speed there. Yep, just shifted to 6th.
Yeah. And this is Tim Herbst now. Now, Tim Herbst, he's been there, seen it, done it when it comes to desert racing. More at home, of course, down in Baja. It's so good to see him out here, hailing from Las Vegas. And he's out here, I think he's out with his son and with his nephew as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they have a few different entries. They got in the T2 class. We're going to see one a little bit later.
I think we've got Thor and EJ racing in the T2s later on this afternoon.
Yeah, they have a whole stable of cars for everybody in the family gets a different truck.
Why wasn't I born a Herbst?
So there's the YOLO down there. You know what YOLO stands for?
Go for it.
Do you know?
No.
You only live once.
Ah, that works.
So you only live once, they're going to go for it. Now on top there you got the Ethan Ebert in the Honda.
Yeah, my part of the world, the one that you say is One Life Live It.
Okay, it's probably the same thing.
Yeah, which gets transferred to One Wife Live It.
That's your metric version of YOLO.
Very much so.
There goes Adam Householder.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone's done a metric desert racer yet. Maybe that's a new thing. Adam Householder powering off the line now. Now, here's his last year's champion. What has he got for us? He's going to want a really good, solid qualifying run here. Let's not forget the qualifying the qualifying time gets added to your race time tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why you have to be so smart today. Like I said, you cannot win the race today, but you can lose the race today.
Yeah, you got to race smart. You got to race careful. And Adam's coming off at the back of a win at the Parker 400, which isn't a million miles from here. Very similar type desert.
Adam has one of the highest horsepower engines out here, also those Joe Gibbs engines. He has one of those in that truck, so there's a few of them out here. Ryan Arciero has the same engine and package in that truck, so the number 32.
If I'm not mistaken, they're running around about 1,100 horse. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a
lot.
whole lot of ponies.
And there's a helicopter. That's a Herbst helicopter.
Yeah, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier. Now, are these guys going to be running a different fuel trim for this race because it's only 35 miles?
For sure. These guys are not running full fuel today. They're definitely down a little bit on fuel. You're going to see most of them probably run both tires. You might see somebody, if they have two tires, they might take one off for today. But most of these guys are going to run less. No one's going to run full fuel here, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because as you say, most of these cars are going to be running 2 spare tyres. The trouble is, if you only carry 1 spare tyre and you get a flat, you're automatically going to have to go on to reserve. You're going to have to back it down a bit. If you've got 2 spare tyres, you get a flat, you can still attack because you can still get home. If you've only got 1 spare, you can't attack when you're on your final tyre.
Correct. If it was me, I would stay with 2 today, and if you want to try to save weight, just go less on fuel.
Exactly.
And so far, looking at these guys, they all have 2 on. Even looking over here in line, I haven't seen anybody take one off yet.
Yeah, I think it'd be a very brave decision to take a tyre off on this particular course.
Correct.
It's 35 miles, and every single mile of this course is brutal.
Yes. So we got Herbst down there in the bottom right. We got Householder in the top left. Oh, look at that. He's getting some. Herbst is going for it down there.
Yeah, Tim is really on a storm there.
Wait till they get on the back section around like mile 20 on the back area. We're going to see some. That's where we're going to see some speeds about 120 miles an hour plus in that back section.
Yeah. Now, we saw Tim, he had a little bit of time in the wilderness. He wasn't doing so great, wasn't hitting the podiums like he used to. And then all of a sudden, boom, baby, he was back on it. And he's been driving really well recently.
Yeah, they always, they have good drivers they team up with too. They got the Dean family that drives with them. All the Deans are very, very fast. They're actually out here in a B1 today. So we're going to see the Deans out here in a B1. So that'll be exciting. As we look out of our window right now, we can actually see Carl Jurgensen just lining up, getting ready to go. And there goes Blake Wilkey. Off the line in the bug.
Now, this is a really interesting car because Blake built this car himself. There's not many drivers out there that actually build the cars they race in T1.
Correct. Yeah, not too many of these drivers are actually working on their own vehicles.
Exactly. But Blake is a social media influencer of great note. He races absolutely everything he can lay his hands on. He'll be racing with us later on today, also in the Class 11 Showdown. As we watch Blake cutting his way through the first of the goat trails, it is all about that man right now, car 24, Adam Householder. His father Terry is going to be racing in the T2s later on this afternoon. And the cars are almost identical. Oh,
where's he going here? Did he blow a corner?
Now that's interesting.
Yeah. It looks like he did. He's getting back on the track here. So they may have blown a corner, got back on. It looks like he's back on the course now.
Yeah, just lost a few seconds there. Now, there's a couple of things there. We were talking about VCPs earlier. These are virtual checkpoints.
Correct.
They physically do not exist on the ground, but they exist in a computerized GPS zone. And if they miss these VCPs, they will get penalties. So he's got to be careful, particularly on corners.
And they do know where the VCPs were because they were told, and it was on the pre-run file. So when they were out there, they definitely knew exactly where they had to hit. So if anybody misses one today, it's most likely by accident. Sometimes you'll miss one on purpose in a longer race to take the penalty if you think you can make up more time than the penalty. But out here, you're not going to do that.
Yeah. That's an unusual. So as the action continues here at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy Prologue, we are here with the T1s. We're just going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly. If you're with the premium feed, you'll be staying with us. Otherwise, we'll see you very soon.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
The gauge says it should work. The problem is, there's no way to know if the gauge works. That's why we made the Rousseau. There's no gauge because there's no pressure until you need it. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here today for the Prologue, the qualifying session for the T1s. And live on our screen right now is car 19. It is Tim Herbst, and he's powering off into the desert on this 35-mile course.
And there's Ethan Ebert live inside his car. He's in 6th gear once again, so he must be doing the top speed once again. I wish we could see exactly what he was doing. I'll try and find him on the tracker and see what it says.
Yeah, it's great to see. We were talking about this earlier. We're saying there are some sections out there that are going to be absolutely wide open. I'd love to know what the top speed of that Honda vehicle is. We were saying that some of these cars, like the Herbst car there and Householder, we know that they can go north of 150 mile an hour in the right conditions. You're saying that possibly 120, 130 out there today, but that's still an incredible speed.
Yeah, they don't do the lake bed this year. If they did the lake bed, we'd definitely get way up there, but I think 120 is feasible on this course for sure.
Okay, we've got a whole heap of qualifiers here today. We've got 14 vehicles in T1, then after those will be the B1s, that's more commonly known as Class 1 in other places, and then we're into the T2s. Now the T2s is a huge field of vehicles. Really looking forward to seeing those.
Yeah, those are going to be coming up right after these. Well, we're going to have the B1s first, you said, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
now, let's just talk about the difference. We keep saying the difference between a T1 and a T2. Is there a possibility here that these T2s are going to be able to break into the top 3 fastest qualifying times?
I don't think 3, because we have more than 3 really fast T1 guys that if they have a really good run, no. But top 5, yes. You could definitely see 5th place maybe being a T2.
Yeah, that'd be really cool indeed. And just look at the pace of these vehicles now.
The other thing is some of the really, really, really fast T2 guys, such as Christopher Polvoorde, defending champion over here, right? He's now in a T1. So your top T2 went to T1, so we don't have that guy trying to set a top time in T2.
Yeah, that's very true. And also we've got a bit of a yin to the yang, haven't we? Because what we've got is we've got Carl Jurgensen, who we're used to seeing in the last few years in a T1, is now going into a T2.
Yes, he's gone the other direction. He would definitely be one of the ones that could be in the top 5. He's very fast. He could definitely be up there. There's going to be in the top 10 more than one. I would say 5th would be my guess on how high someone could get today.
Well, we'll be checking that out later today, that's for sure. And if you're only just joining us, welcome. This is the 2024 King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and Optimus Batteries.
We are here today. 4. All right, Bent Vistra here. He's also raced earlier. Now he's got into T1. He's out there on course in the number 4. Looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, he's pushing on through there. This is a 35-mile qualifying course.
So the top time from this morning in the limited qualifiers was 32:50. That went to Brock Heeger. We're going to see these guys will be ahead of that, but how many ahead of that? So here's another question for you. Where is Brock going to be out of the T1s and the T2s? Here goes JP Gomez off the line.
Yeah, JP Gomez is part of the Gomez family.
There's a Geyser G6 there. Gomez have a few race cars, huh?
Yeah, they do indeed. We're going to see his brother Raul racing very shortly as well. Raul is our current King of the Hammers champion, and he'll be looking forward to getting out of here. Now, JP, he's only just been racing T1s for a couple of years, but he's already starting to show some really good pace. So it'll be great to see what he can do here. And back up in the top of our screens, there is Blake Wilkey, and he is on a charge.
Oh,
he's putting the Shark to
right
work.
there.
Now, I believe the Shark's running a supercharged motor, isn't it?
I forget what he's got in there. Sounds right.
Yeah, certainly the earlier variation was. I think I'm fairly confident this one is supercharged as well.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's a great car, that.
JP making his way out of town. Like I said, the first few miles are definitely one of the roughest of this course. Once you get out of town, you feel a little bit more relaxed. If you made it through with no tire issues, no issues, then you can get out in the desert. You can turn it up a little bit. You can see like where Blake is right here. This is a much faster section than JP down on the bottom making his way out of town.
Yeah, and Blake's looking very fast here indeed. This is one of those wide open sections. You just keep pulling gears and putting the skinny pedal to the floor. These motors are designed to be run absolutely flat out, and hours of work goes into making sure they're singing 100%. I mean, just talk about the suspension tuning on these vehicles. I mean, these are and this is the bit that people at home won't understand, is that each one of the rear shock absorbers carries over a gallon of oil. And it just gives you an idea. For those back in Europe, that's, you know, pushing nearly 5 litres plus. It's incredible.
Yeah, the shocks on these things just get bigger and bigger all the time. 4.5-inch shocks. I mean, you got some massive shocks on these things.
And the time they spend working on the suspension and dialing it all in. A company like Fox and King really leading the way in that technology. Now, just looking at my watch here, how long until we start seeing our lead T1s coming into town?
Probably only a couple minutes here. It's been, what time did we start at? I forget.
It was just around about 12:50.
Okay. Yeah, probably pretty within 5 minutes here. You might have our first car back in.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Who's this? That looks like Tim Herbst.
Tim Herbst. This little tight little section right there you got to get slowed down for. So coming through this section right here is where we saw Vince get a flat earlier. There's some big rocks in this section right here until you get back out towards the lake bed again.
Yeah, so Tim there, he's putting that 1,000+ horsepower to work.
Yeah, right here. This is a nasty section right here. That's right where Vince pulled over.
Yep.
Make a hard left. You kind of go down the little drop right here. On the drop, and then it starts getting fast again in a minute.
And it's sections like this where actually incredibly good brakes actually make all the difference. It sounds dumb, but great brakes make you go fast.
Definitely. There's the Honda truck, it looks like. All right, so there you go. That's the second truck. Started second. He's made up 3 minutes. It does look like that other truck, Larry Trim, has maybe a bit of an issue.
Yeah,
for him to
like
have made up 3 minutes on him already.
So as we continue with the action here, we've got Ryan Arciero that's going to be taking off the line very shortly. And the best thing about that, Fish, it sounds like we've got an in-car camera for Ryan Arciero. Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Perfect. That's going to be a fast one. He's going to be one of our top qualifiers today for sure, as long as he has a clean run. There it is.
Yeah, now Ryan, he had a terrible qualifier here last year from memory. And he had a bad qualifying run last year. From memory, he actually allowed somebody else to race his car.
Yeah.
And because the qualifying didn't go so well. So he'll be hoping for good things here this year.
Yeah, hopefully he has a better qualifier this year.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So here's somebody else reeling somebody in. Trying to see who that was. I just looked over here. So 3-minute gap once again has been made up by that's only about 15 seconds or so now. We'll try and see who that is. So there is some passing and catching going on today, even with 3-minute gaps.
Yeah, and that surprises me. Usually you've got to be carrying a problem or doing something.
Yeah, there's Tim Herbst again. He doesn't have a problem. He is hauling the mail right there.
Yeah, he's looking really good. The car's up on its toes. dancing across those little whoops.
Yeah.
Well, we say they're little whoops. When you actually get out there, you find they're like a foot deep or more.
Yeah. This is one of the fastest sections of the course right here, so we would definitely see a fast time here. All right, let's see. Ryan just went off the line. Ryan just took off. Ryan Arciero.
So Tim Herbst here really laying it down now. This is going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to seeing this time when he crosses the line.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good time coming from Tim.
Yeah. And Ryan Arciero has started now. As soon as we've got some footage up, we will be right with him.
And we should get our finisher. The Ethan Ebert truck should be coming back into town pretty quickly because where he did that pass was not too far away.
Okay, this is Ryan Arciero now leaving the line in the Dragonfly car. So easily identifiable, one of the fastest drivers in the T1 class.
Both of those trucks on screen right now are the same. They're both Herbst Smith built trucks. Same trucks. I think they have the same engine package in both. Pretty much a copy, just a different body on it.
Yeah, just look at the way that's hooking up there. Ryan just has a way. He doesn't get in a car. He puts the car on, doesn't he? He really does. It's astonishing what he can do with this vehicle.
Yeah, he will be one of the fast ones. And then we should have our first finisher pretty soon, any minute, I would think.
Yeah, if you're watching at home and you want to stay on with the live tracking, don't forget you can go to kingofthehammers.com and you'll find live scoring and live tracking information there.
Here
it comes.
There we go. Just in time.
This is Ethan Ebberts making his way through the Bronco Arch, and he's taking it very gently.
Yeah, you don't want to mess it up right there, right? Like, you just had that whole good qualifying run. You don't want to do something right there.
Yeah, but you're bleeding seconds.
Well, remember what this corner?
Prizes.
You remember what we used to call this corner where he's coming up to? This used to be the Herbst corner right here, 19, right? Turn 19.
Turn 19.
From a couple years ago.
Well, we lost 2 Herbst cars, didn't we?
It was the same one a couple times in a row.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. I've got who was driving it that time? I can't remember now.
It should have been Tim if it was the 19, Tim? Most likely.
Yeah, well, I did actually cheekily call it the Herbst corner. Okay, here we go. This is Ethan Ebberts, the first of our T1s. Look at the pace of this vehicle, running the V6 twin turbo in the Honda Ridgeline, making his way around. He's got one more turn to go, I think.
All right, we'll have to see what his time is.
Absolutely throwing the dirt out there, makes his way around, and he's going to be crossing the line now. There he goes. Ethan Ebberts, the first of our T1s to cross the line. And as soon as Fish has the time, he will let us know.
Yep, and then Larry Trim's right behind him. Larry started in front of him, so he caught him, he passed him. So the 99 was going to be second so far. Once we get times for both of these guys, we'll let you know.
Somewhere out there, we should also be waiting for car 50, which is Michael Manley. And this is the Ethan Ebberts car, but there he goes. There's the second car. That was the first car off the line, but we think it had a problem. It was passed by Ethan Ebberts. But now he's back into town. They can fix whatever the problem is and get ready for tomorrow's main race.
So you can see that was the first cars off the line, and then one of the last cars off the line was sitting right there next to him, Christopher Polvoorde. That's going to be our last T1 off the line.
And that looks like Raul Gomez there. Two-time King of the Hammers champion. Taking his time in his T1 truck. Pushing on into the desert. And this is great for Raul, actually, because this gives him seat time. Just allows him just to get into the flow of the vehicle, understand speed, understand the desert, just get back into it nice and gently so he gets ready for next week's big race.
Yeah, and this is actually Cameron Steele's old truck right here that they bought off him a couple years ago, right after he won the Baja 1000.
Exactly. This is a Baja winning truck, isn't it?
Yeah.
What I find really interesting is watching the transition between 4400 class drivers and T1 drivers. And you can't just jump in a T1 truck and be fast. It takes time to build up to it. And it just shows you how far ahead these T1 drivers are of just anybody jumping into these vehicles.
Yeah.
You can't buy a win.
Yeah, and a lot of them in the T1 have driven, a lot of other classes leading up to the T1. A lot of them started in a 1600 car or some kind of limited car back in the day and then worked their way up maybe to Class 10, Class 1.
Well, you don't just jump into a Formula 1 car. You come through a process, which is basically your life's work to get you to that point. And it's not dissimilar with T1 trucks. You have to do your homework. You have to do...
Yeah, you can jump in if you have the money, right? There's no rule that says you can't.
Exactly.
But most of the time, you're not going to do very well if you do that.
Yeah. And that looks like a car 50 there, that is.
Oh, there's Householder. Look at that. That hill is getting torn up. Look how soft that is there. Staying on the gas. Adam Householder making his way around.
Yeah. Now, was that a mistake or was that just commitment?
That turn is just, it's off camber. It's that off camber left at the top of the hill, and it just throws you down to the right and just throws you out of the corner.
Yeah, so it looks like Adam is absolutely giving everything out there on course. And we are back with Tim Herbst.
Yeah, none of these guys are going easy today. They're not taking it easy trying to just get a smart finish. They're all going for it. When they get in the car, that might have been their plan, right? They're like, okay, we're just going to go easy, just get a clean run. As soon as the green flag drops, no.
Yeah, no flat tires. We're not going to do anything dumb. And then, of course, it all goes.
All goes out the window as soon as that green flag drops.
Yeah, exactly. And that is JP Gomez, brother of Raul Gomez. He'll also be racing next Saturday in the Race of Kings. Great to see him out here. We're excited to see what the Gomez brothers can do. But the one thing I love about the Gomez brothers, they'll be racing everyone else out on course, but nowhere near as... Oh, look at this. Now, is that Jordan Brenthal?
That is the same one we saw earlier. He had a flat left tire, rear left tire earlier. Let's see, what are they doing now? Oh, that's a lot of steam coming out of there.
Yeah, that's his a cooling system.
That's all the way in the back. Yeah, that's like the breather.
Oh, no, that's a fire extinguisher.
Oh, they had a fire. That was a fire extinguisher there. They had a fire right in the back of the cab, it looked like. Yeah, that's not good. Looks like they got it out. I don't see any smoke.
Well, usually in that position would be the radiators. So I'm wondering if he's had one of his fans catch fire.
Yeah, that looked like where he was spraying it, huh?
Yep. So usually you'd expect to be finding transmission coolers, engine coolers in that kind of area. So we can only guess at the moment.
All right, we do have a time for Ethan Ebert here in 31:56. 31:56 for Ethan Ebert. So he did beat the Heger car by about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's our fastest time so far.
But we will be expecting
37:34 for Larry Trim. 37:34 for Larry Trim. That's our first two finishers so far.
Yeah. Oh, look at the dust there as these cars eat for the dirt.
There's Christopher Polvoorde in his brand new Mason all-wheel drive on the bottom right of your screen. That is our last T1 to go off the line today. I expect a fast time from him, but it is a brand new truck. He doesn't have much seat time in it. It's only gone testing once or twice.
Yeah, and that is car number 50 there we just saw. There's Michael Manley just waking his way around the bottom of short bus right now. Now you've got to be careful here. This is what you consider to be one of the easiest parts of the track. However, there are rocks that are just waiting in the side runs. So easy just to lose your concentration thinking about the finish. Pick up a rock and it all goes horribly wrong. The nice thing about these T1s is you can just sit them in that soft dirt and really lay down the heavy pedal.
Oh, especially the all-wheel drive. You can just get in that soft stuff and step on the gas and it just pulls you right through it.
What a wonderful shot of Hammertown there. And look at our short course stretching right back out into the desert this year.
Oh, see, he's going around the arch. They said that yesterday in the driver meeting. It's an either or. If you don't want to go through the arch, you are allowed to go around the arch like what he just did. And honestly, that was way faster.
It was,
right?
Yeah.
Did you see that? That was way faster.
Well, you've either got to commit to the arch and commit to the rocks and launch it, or you've got to go around that far side.
Yeah.
And I think that far side could be the faster line.
I think so, too, just seeing what that just happened right there. So hopefully we'll get some more times for you guys soon.
Now, after Michael Manley comes around here, we're going to be seeing Tim Herbst coming into town very shortly, and we're going to have to talk about turn 19.
Yes. You think that's going through his mind?
It's got to be going through his mind. He's flipped it twice there.
Yeah.
There's 3-time winner. So Michael Manley now making his way into town.
We got the number 4, Brent, up top there. He's coming through. He's going to take that hard left right here, get out of the nasty rock section.
Michael Manley crosses the line. And we'll be getting a time on him very soon. But number 4, that is Brent Venstra.
Yeah, so the number 50 is in.
Car still looks good and straight. Still got all its fenders on it.
There's the 1400 entry out there, Michael Scafuto.
Yeah, of course, we saw. I'm all right in thinking we just saw Michael actually racing in the 1400 class.
He did. I think they're racing in about 3 or 4 different classes out here. They got a bunch of different cars out here I saw at their pit. So here comes Tim into turn 19.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
This is the one. He steps it in, throws it round, and he comes out the other side. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief right now. But Tim Herbst has made us some big ground on Michael Manley as he makes his way around to the final bend. Tim Herbst takes the checkered flag.
Uh-oh, Adam Householder stopped on course. It looks like he's got the jack down. Is he stuck? How did he get over there? I saw the jack was down, it looked like. It's like they're going to change a tire. Yeah, the front right. Front right tire looks like it's pretty done. Oh, bummer for Adam Householder there. So Adam Householder, front right flat. I don't know if that, I don't think that thing's jacked up enough to be able to get the new one on. That's going to be a little bit of a production there, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Fish. I think we are going to have a problem here.
He might have to dig that out a little bit.
Yeah. Now, that actually looks like that's one of our B ones on there. Yeah, I think that's one of our B1s out there on course right now.
That is a B1, 153. Adam Lunn. All right, let's see. Look at, oh, that thing's stuck on there.
Yeah, no,
this is going to be interesting here. It's wrapped around. This is what we said earlier. When it gets destroyed that much, it gets stuck on there, and it's really hard to get it off the car. Look at that thing. This is not fun right here.
No, this is not fun at all. And he's also going to need to get himself a spade so he can dig that out.
It's not going to be deep enough once he does get it off, I don't think.
Exactly, no. So he's got 2 choices. He can either deflate the tire, which is really difficult to do. It looks like Adam's getting out the car as well.
Yeah, he might have to move the car to a better spot.
But that's soft
that
sand
thing is stuck on there. There it goes. They're getting it off.
Or is it actually off, or is it tied onto the car?
It's loose. Yeah, they're going to have to dig a lot to get the new one on.
And so we were talking about this earlier. We saw another vehicle and we were saying about, ideal jacking positions. When you're off-road and you lose a tire or you break something, it's never ideal. It's not like sitting in a workshop on a clean concrete floor. You're always in the worst place possibly imaginable.
Yep, now they got to dig. They got to get it deeper.
Now the only good news here is he's in soft sand. So that means they can actually do it with their hands.
Yeah. I mean, that's a 40-inch tire going on there, and what was that thing about, 12 inches, what was left of it? So they're going to have to dig a lot here to try to get it on.
The other interesting thing is that nobody's come past him yet.
Right here, is that somebody coming? Right when
I think that might be a course worker maybe.
Yeah.
So there are course workers all around this course, providing safety for our racers. And my guess is just sitting back there so that, here comes a car right now.
Here you go.
And I think you'll find that course worker.
That's Blake.
That's
Blake Wilkey.
He's just going to wave him down. There he is. Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. Just give him a yellow flag and just said, hey, let's have a warning there.
All right, let's see if he dug enough. Look, he did not quite deep enough. He's got to dig more. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is a tough break here for Adam Householder.
Yeah, this is not good. This is our defending champion from last year right here, having an issue on the qualifying today. Good thing is he does have all day tomorrow. The bad thing is this time counts for tomorrow. So every second that they're there is going to be 1 second added on to their time tomorrow, and that's not even close yet. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is a tough spot. There's nowhere really good to pull over there. It's soft everywhere, and the jack it just digs into the ground. It's just really hard to get the truck high enough. It's gonna have to take it back off and dig more. I mean, look where the hub is compared to where the center of the wheel is. That's not even close yet.
Okay, as we continue with the action here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, this is the prologue, and we're watching current champion Adam Householder trying to literally dig his way out of a hole. If you are with the live feed, you will stay with us in premium. Otherwise, we will see you shortly in around about 2 minutes. Catch you in a bit.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back. This is the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we are here right now on qualifying. Shortly, a little while ago, we're watching Adam Householder, last year's champion, literally digging a hole to stay in this race. We just saw Ryan Arciero blasting past the 1400 car.
Yes, and who did I say was going to pass somebody? Ryan Arciero. I thought he would pass him when he was running, but see, he did pass somebody, so I was right on that one. Yeah, that's Michael Scafuto there changing a right rear tire. I'm telling you, the rocks on this course are gnarly, right? We've seen a lot of flats now. Like, these people are going for it, and they're just hitting the rocks, and they're getting flats. The other thing is we've seen a lot of front flats, which was a big rock that they pounded when it's a front flat. The rear, sometimes you'll slide it into a berm and you'll cut a sidewall or something. When you hit a front, that's a hard hit.
Well, the interesting thing about that, you were just saying about the front flat, that usually indicates that's Householder, that's Adam Householder, and he's moving again now.
The Miata almost just got taken out. Oh, no. They made it around safely. That's good. So Adam is going again. That's good. I do have a couple more times for you guys. So split time or finish times. Tim Herbst in the 19 is your new fast time. He's at a 31:29. So 31:29 for Tim Herbst. You got the number 50. They're going to be second. third. And in second is going to be Ebberts still. So it's going to be Tim Herbst first. And, it's 19, 9, and 50. That's your current running order.
So, okay, we're now looking at the B1s, more commonly known as Class 1s in so many different areas of this desert racing sport. We saw Adam Lunn out on course earlier. And just look at that fantastic view as he makes his way out of Hammertown.
Here's one of the fast cars right here. This is the Dean car that I was talking about earlier. These guys are fast. The whole family, James, everybody, their dad, Pat, everybody, Jordan, they're all come from a really fast family lineage. Oh, look at that. They're already fast, hitting the holes hard coming out of town there. That's a hard hit right there they just did.
Yeah, they felt that one, that's for sure. That's
Yeah.
what we call a double impact. So your suspension is already compressed, and then you take another hard hit.
Yeah, that one hurt. That one definitely hurt a bit.
Yeah, the neck braces would have been straining on that one, that's for sure. Let's just talk about that for a little while. The safety equipment that we have in these cars. So they'll be running a minimum of a 5-point seatbelt. Most of these guys will be running 6-point belts. Then they'll have neck braces. Then they'll be running helmets. They're attached to their neck braces. Then they'll be running fire suits. And they'll be running fire suits inside of their external fire suits. So they'll have fireproof socks, fireproof gloves, fireproof unders. And a lot of these guys will be wearing balaclavas as well.
Yeah, that's why when the weather's a little bit cooler, you're actually not mad because you have all that extra layers on. When it gets hot out, it gets really hot in the car with all that stuff on that you just said they're wearing.
It does. In fact, these cars are so perfectly set up, they don't have a windscreen or a windshield. And having that ventilation coming through the front, and the race suits really help as well. The technology in the race suits, actually, it's a weird thing. They actually cool you, but they'll also keep you warm as well. It's clever stuff.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so that is our last B1 that we have on our entry list, and unless someone else is going to show up.
And we've got Emme there on track. It looks like she's got herself high-centered on the track there.
Yeah, that's right in the middle of the course. That's not an ideal spot to be. We saw that other car had to go around at the last second. The good thing is, hopefully most of these cars are spread out, so no one's in the dust when they get right there. They should all be able to see her okay.
Yeah, just looking there, some big rocks just off to her side of there that hopefully will give her a bit of protection.
Yeah, she's probably not even broken. She's probably just stuck, right?
I agree, totally, yeah.
Just high-centered there. Here's Ryan Arciero.
Now there's a classic view if ever I've seen one. Dragonfly in the sky and Dragonfly flying off the ground.
You got to have your helicopter match your race car, right?
Oh, absolutely. So yesterday if they don't match.
Yeah. There's nothing more T1 than that right there.
Yeah, if you say desert race in one photo, that's it.
Yeah, look at Ryan. He's going for it with his right leg only. No left foot for braking today. He doesn't need the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these cars are actually capable of outrunning the helicopters. And quite often you'll see them on the faster sections. The helicopters will go away high and they'll dive in on the cars to try to stay with them. Absolutely insane stuff.
All right, Blake Wilkey has finished. It looks like he has a 33.27. So 33.27 for Blake. I think that puts him in fourth place so far in the T1 class. Tim Herbst still sitting at the top with a 31.29. Look at Adam Household. Look at his front right. He's got something wrong with the front right. That's the one that they were messing with. I wonder if all the lugs didn't get put on.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I'm wondering if they got the lug nuts are hanging off it.
Oh man, hopefully that front right holds on to get him to the finish. Oh, this could get bad.
Yeah, he's actually still got at least probably a mile of short course to get round yet.
He's got a couple turns. The left-hand corners are going to be the worst right here. Looks like he's making it okay there. Hopefully that tire stays on. Oh boy.
Oh, that's squirrely.
This is a right-hand corner. It should be a little bit better because it's going to be less weight on that side. Let's see, here he comes. He should be okay here.
Yeah, he takes the pressure off that tire there.
Even if it falls off here, he's just going for it. He don't care.
He's still got quite another 3 bends to go.
All right.
And this is the awkward one. This is going to be the right-hander. Or the left-hander, should I say, putting pressure on the right-hand tire.
Oh. All right, clean through there. Then one more, right? This is turn 19?
Yeah, this is it. This is basically, the final turn before he comes around into the finish. And there he goes. And
Oh,
he
he
did
made it.
make it across the
All
line.
right.
So Adam Householder does have a finish. However, I fear that he's going to be somewhere around the sort of 40-plus minute mark.
Yeah, the good thing is that's okay for tomorrow. He can still make that up tomorrow. He's got enough time tomorrow. The race is long enough. He's going to have a perfect run and probably have one of the other guys have an issue or two, but you never know. Someone gets a flat tire tomorrow, and he's right back in there.
Yeah, okay, and here we go. This is one of the B1s now. Look at that right now. Oh, I love to see those buggies. They look so cool. And here we go. It's
That's our first T2, right? First
Absolutely.
T2 off the line. That is going to... Oh, second, if Justin Bean Smith may have been in front of him. So that's Connor Pyle that just left right there, the 6122. That is the truck that has the LT1 in it. It's a little bit different. All the rest of them have LS pretty much. That's the only truck I know about here. That
Okay, well, so talk to me about this, because, I mean, it wasn't that long ago. These were a sealed class, and they could only have an LS-based motor.
Well, it still is.
Okay.
They made an exception early on for the LT1. No one else is using it, but the Piles like to run it. They started running with that, so they've stuck with it. They kind of got grandfathered in with it, but everybody else just runs the LS.
Yeah, this is a class that's evolved in the last few years. It wasn't that long ago these guys were locked down on a 37-inch tire.
Yeah, now they're not. They got bigger tires now. All right, let's see. The number 4 truck is in. Brent finished with 35.49, so that puts him in 5th place so far.
Yeah, we shouldn't be far off of seeing the Gomez brothers coming in and posting times. That'll be Rao and JP. And I think we will be seeing Ryan Arciero in probably the next 10 minutes.
There we go. That's our first T2 right there. That is Justin Bean Smith right there.
Yep.
So he was the first one off the line. That is an old Camberg engineering truck. So now we have our T2s on course. We're going to have 24 of them today, it looks like. 24 on our list here.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see that, isn't it? So many entries. We have over 200 entries in this desert race this weekend. Oh, look at this. It's Ryan Arciero again. And he's absolutely on it. That car almost pulling wheelies. He lays down so much power.
So the T2s are also starting 3 minutes apart. So 3-minute start gaps for the T2s. There's the Dean car down there. James Dean, the 175 in the bottom right of your screen. Still moving along fast. Now those guys, if they have a clean run, they will. They could definitely be up in here with the T1s and the T2s. No doubt about that.
Ryan Arciero there really doing good stuff. Now, we know that back in Baja, they'll be in communication with the helicopter while they're driving. They'll be using that for all kinds of different things. Are they in communication here, or is they just flying along for fun this week?
Well, you're not allowed to be, but everybody does it anyways, right? Like, technically, it's against the rules to use a helicopter for communication to your race car. So you can talk to your chase truck, or you could talk to someone in the middle of the desert, you know, like, hey, your left toolbox is open, your right toolbox is open, and that would be okay, right? Everybody does it. Yes, they're all talking to it.
Yeah. I was trying to find a polite way of putting it in there.
Yeah, it happens. If you have a helicopter, you're talking to it. But it's also a big safety thing, especially, you know, down in Baja when there's locals on the course and other stuff on the course.
Okay, well, we'll hold that thought for a moment because this is JP Gomez making his way into the short course right now. Car 18. JP,
like
one of
Cameron
3
Steele on the
Gomez
top.
brothers.
So we got Cameron Steele out in a T2 up on the top, and then you got the Gomez down on the bottom.
Absolutely fantastic to see. Looking forward to seeing what time here JP can post.
It's Justin.
Okay, we're just seeing JP Gomez crossing the line, so we're just waiting to get a time for him right now. Ryan Arciero won't be much further in either. But one of our other co-hosts, Tiffany Stone, she's been out and about on course, and she's been catching up with some of the drivers. So while we're waiting for some times, let's see what Tiffany had for us.
Being a co-driver in a desert race is one of the most important things to make sure that you guys get there, finish, and of course finish safely. And I'm here with Troy Holes, who is the co-driver for Justin Davis, the Green Army. Now you guys are coming off a class win at the Parker 400, second overall, so you guys are coming in with a bunch of confidence into this Desert Challenge race.
Yeah, that's correct. We had a great showing for the first debut of our truck, brand new Tisco, and John builds an amazing machine, let me tell you. I've been doing this for a lot of years with Justin, and we've gone through a lot of frustration over certain vehicles at certain times and problems. This, to me, as a co-driver, the comfortability that I do experience in here, as well as Justin, it allows him to go all out, 100% when he needs to. We can cruise around at 85% and still get to the top of the pack. So it's a beautiful vehicle, and that gave us the opportunity on the debut to get to the front and just stay steady the whole race. We didn't have any flats, we didn't have any issues, no problems at all.
So pretty much you guys just came off that race a few weeks back, came here, just looked over everything, make sure we're fresh and go to prep. Now being a co-driver, really what do you think is the main key or main discipline that you have to do to keep your driver head in the game and focus, especially when we all talk about it, mistakes happen, mishaps happen, flats happen. How do you do that for Justin?
Well, I think the key is to have a calm head when you're doing your pre-running, and I look at things that he doesn't, and then he'll tell me things that I need to really mark out for him. So we can run through and charge as far as we can in the race, knowing and having absolute confidence, even in the dust most times, that it's marked and I can set him and check him up, and he can drive with confidence. And if I miss something, I hear about it, and it's bad. And it usually doesn't happen. And in Parker, it was flawless. We didn't have a problem at all. So.
Well, I know that you guys are definitely looking for a repeat of that, especially here for the Desert Challenge at the King of the Hammers. It is going to be a great race. Like I keep saying all the time, co-drivers are such an integral part of this. They make sure that the whole team gets there to the finish and get to the top of the box.
Tiff, it's always so good. We are now back live with Dave Mason. Now, while we're waiting for Dave Mason, or watching Dave Mason, we just saw Ryan Arciero crossing the line, and we're just waiting for a time for Ryan. So have we got anything popping up there, Fish?
Not quite yet. As soon as it does, I'll read it off. But that was definitely the biggest launch we've seen on the infield today on that last jump, right?
I think you can safely say that he sent it, and that is absolutely certain there.
Yes.
Loving this in-car footage here from Dave Mason, though.
Yeah, that's working really good down there. Dave Mason in the B1 car. And as soon as we get a time from Ryan Arciero, we'll read it off. Currently, it's still Tim Herbst. And there we go. Ryan Arciero is your new leader. New leader, Ryan Arciero, with a time of 30 minutes and 19 seconds. Second was Tim Herbst with 31:29. So a minute and 10 seconds faster for Ryan Arciero. New leader, Ryan Arciero.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. We can also see that it looks like that Raul Gomez has crossed the line.
Yes, currently sitting in fourth, it looks like, with a 32:52. So Raul Gomez is in. Adam Householder is in also with a 41:36.
That's what we said. So he's
11 minutes down on the leader going into tomorrow. That's going to be hard, but anything can happen. It's desert racing.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I was expecting Ryan Arciero to go sub 30 minutes. So that just shows you how fast those B3s were earlier today.
Yeah, we were. I don't think anybody's going to get near 27 like we were saying. If he's only at 30.
Well, I said 28 and a half. I was country mile away.
And whoa, that was a good shot right there. The Whipple truck pile getting a little loose in that corner, coming around. Looking good, though. There's Dave Mason, I believe, down in the bottom right.
Yeah, we still got some fast trucks out there, that's for sure. Looking forward to some more of this T2 field.
There's Justin Bean Smith in his T2 in the bottom of your screen in the gray and red truck. He'll be one of the fastest guys in T2 as well.
Yeah, he's been pushing really hard in the last couple of years, that's for sure. It's really interesting. The difference between success and average is just so tiny. You've got to be completely dialed in. You've got to be finding the hundredths of a second on every little jump. You've got to be finding that 10th in each corner. And it looks like we've got one of the Herbsts leading the line right now. So who do we reckon we've got here? Is this EJ or is this Thor?
That should be Thor. Thor in the 219. So he's headed out of town. And just out before him was Justin Davis, and we saw Tiffany catching up with his co-driver.
That was a great little interview. Gives you a real insight to what's going on inside those cars.
Yeah, the co-driver is a really big, portion of winning a race. You can't win a race without a co-driver unless you're in a single seat. But I don't see any single seat T1s out there. Right?
No, absolutely.
They're going pretty fast in those. To be able to, remember all your notes and everything is crazy.
Well, it's not just that. You've also got to remember, we just seen the problem that Adam Householder had. If you were in a single seat T1, you wouldn't have been able to make that tyre change in that way. It just would not have been possible, or it would have taken twice the amount of time.
It would have taken you way longer for sure.
Yeah, and you're not going to see, crews like Bryce
There's
Moses.
Adam. What happened, Adam? We'll get him to come over here. Here, Adam, come up here and tell us what happened.
Okay, so we continue to watch here, and we've got Thor Herbst out on track. We are going to bring Adam Householder up on stage. Okay, we've got some fantastic action here. We've got in-car with Thor Herbst here. Just check this out.
Perfect. Yeah, looking at Thor there in his car. And Adam, you're the defending champion from last year. You came out. We saw on camera what happened. What did you do? You just slammed a big rock, though? That thing looked pretty torn up.
Yeah, this is how it always works out. You come here, you got good hopes, and just caught the truck ahead of me. He had too many flats, and I was riding in his dust and got a right front flat, and I was going to risk it just trying to drive it in on a right front flat. I got stuck in the sand and try and change that out, and all the front wheel bearings were blown out of it, and just trying to make it back to the finish line was a challenge. But we made it here, but it's not going to be good for time.
Yeah, it looked like that sand was what cost a lot because you got it off and then it wasn't deep enough. You had to do a little digging, and what a mess.
It's fun. When my co-rider was struggling, it's like might as well get out and help. Can't just sit there and look pretty.
Yeah, that probably helped make it a little faster. But what do you think as far as the course? What do you think of the course?
Oh, the course is good. It's always fun out here. Like you can't beat this desert. Is like it's what I grew up in. This is what I love. This is desert racing to me.
Yeah. So now we're talking about 10 minutes. You're going to be down 10 minutes. But if we actually look at last year's race, that 10 minutes pales into insignificance when you actually look at how the whole race took place and how it unfolded during the course. So you still got to be fairly confident.
Yeah, it's just going to be good for a good finish. Starting that far back, trying to start behind the 6100 trucks is going to be difficult because they're fast enough to make enough dust. You won't be able to pass them easily. So we're just going to try to pick our way through and do our best.
Yeah, that is true. So like we talked about earlier, your qualifying time today gets mixed tomorrow. So he will have to be behind the 6100s, the T2s that out-qualify him today. So that would be a little bit more of a hindrance. But you never know what can happen. It's desert racing,
never know.
right?
It's desert racing.
You never know.
You never know until you cross the checkered flag.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully your race tomorrow goes a little bit better, but what are you going to do?
I hope so. We got a little bit of work. Changed the right front. Yeah. Like I said, the hub bearings, everything were smoked out of it. So we'll make it happen.
All right. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, a massive thank you to Adam Householder for taking some time out there. And right now we are watching live on screen is Dustin Grabowski with his supersonic rear wing. Every time we ask him about it, he always gives us a different story, but it does look as cool as hell.
All right, so going down the leaderboard again real quick, if you guys just tuned in, we have Ryan Arciero still in the number 1 spot with a 30.19. We got Tim Herbst in the 2nd spot with a 31.29. Ethan Ebert in the 3rd spot with a 31.56. Raul Gomez next with a 32.52. We got the 50 with a 30.11. The 57, Blake Wilkey with a 33.27. The 4, Brent with a 35.49. Larry Trim with a 37.34. And then Adam Householder with a 41.36.
Do you know what I find really cool about that fish? Ethan Ebert sitting in 3rd position currently in that Honda. That's an impressive run.
Yes, definitely impressive run.
But we still got more action coming here as we're watching Dustin Grabowski right now. Now, Fish, talk to me about the rear wing on this car. I've heard every rumor under the sun about what it actually does or does not do. Have you got an inside track on this?
It depends on who you ask, right? Aerodynamics do make a big difference, especially in all other forms of racing besides desert racing. People spend lots of money in wind tunnels doing testing and doing every little thing to change something on the car. They think that they have a design that helps keep the rear down. Their bedsides fall off sometimes, maybe by design, maybe not. So just you're allowed to do whatever you want out here. It's open.
Yep, absolutely. And strange you should say that, but Paul Wolf, who we're going to see racing in 4900 and in 4400, he's sporting a rear wing this week. And there's a lot of controversy about that. Is it actually doing anything? Is it for show? Is he just going to go, posing down the strip later on after the race? Whatever it is, people are trying different things, and aerodynamics are massively important. And we've heard about this before. These desert trucks, they hit certain speeds, and they actually start spinning their wheels because they can't punch through the air.
Yeah. Any little advantage you can get. I mean, you saw how close some of these times were earlier. Any advantage you can get makes a big difference, especially in a qualifying setting.
Yeah, we're watching there as the Herbst vehicle. We saw Ryan Sierra earlier with his matching helicopter, and we're now seeing the Herbst with their matching helicopter.
All right, and while we were watching them, we have a new leader. Are you guys ready for it? Guess who?
Wow.
Who could it be?
Oh, wow.
Christopher Polvoorde, your new leader in his brand new Mason all-wheel drive truck, straight to the top of the leaderboard with a 30.05. So Ryan Arciero was a 30.19. So now we have new leader, Christopher Polvoorde.
Wow. That's insane.
Yep.
Let's not forget, this is a brand new truck. He's just literally taken it out of the box, put it on, and gone racing.
Pretty much. It had limited testing in it, came out here, and that's what you do. He, like I said, he's fast. He's the one that I'm not surprised at all. Like, I would be surprised if he wasn't there, if he had a good run, Him and Ryan are going to be 1 and 2 tomorrow. That's going to be a really good battle. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun to watch, those two guys going head to head.
Yeah, just watching here a third Thor Herbst. Now, these guys, they were using Starlink down in the Baja 1000, and I don't know if you're watching their live streams they were poking out, but it was really good viewing.
Yes, yeah, this is awesome. All right, it looks like that's Adam Lunn up top there, one of the B1 guys. So I'm interested to see what some of these times are going to be. That's the 153 there.
Yeah, I love watching these buggies as they make their way through the desert. A completely different stance to those T1s.
Totally, yeah, a lot different. You got a lot of weight in the back. You got the engine in the back. The engine's in the front of most of these other trucks. Besides Polvoorde's, his is actually right behind the cab. He has a center engine basically. But yeah, a lot of the B1 cars, it's in the rear. You have trailing arms versus a solid rear axle. A little bit different there. The front end is pretty similar. The front end.
Yeah, and that's Terry Householder down the bottom there. We just had his son Adam in here having a chat to us. He's working his way through in that T2 class. Yeah, and it is literally course dependent, isn't it, on with these buggies. Some courses really lend themselves to it. I mean, obviously, we've seen some great drivers over the years taking those buggies and putting them right in the mix with the T1s.
Yeah, it depends on the course. This course definitely, this is probably going to be pretty fast. The Dean car is going to be fast. Lunn is going to be fast depending on who's driving that car too.
Yep.
RJ Anderson drives that car sometimes, and he's very fast when he's driving that car. So there's definitely some variables to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it, that's for sure.
All right, 284 off the line. One of Rob Parsons, one of our T2 trucks. And up top, we got Justin Davis. His truck's always easy to spot. See, that's a good way to do it. You have bright colors, something easy like that. It's easy to tell who it is.
Let's talk about that, because Cameron Steele, easily identifiable, had those green fenders.
Yep.
The Householders have the orange fenders, easily identifiable. Ryan Arciero always has that white, red, and blue going down, and then of course you've got the Macmillans, and then of course you've got Bryce Menzies. All cars that are easily identifiable.
Definitely makes it easier when you're trying to say who it is up here, huh?
Oh yeah. Or have you considered it? We're maybe just getting our old and our eyes are going.
Nah. And all the glare on the monitors and everything. Right now it's pretty good.
Yeah, actually it's the least dust we've had in years.
Yeah, this is perfect. All right, so we got more finishers coming in. We still have cars starting. We still have more T2s starting.
Yeah, and let's not forget, after the T2 qualifying finishes, we will be having the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. 31 Class 11 bugs will be lining up for a Land Rush start, and I cannot wait for that one. That is going to be so special. Watching the rise of the Class 11s has been absolutely fantastic, but right now it is all about the B2s. Sorry, the B1s and the T2s. They are out there on course qualifying for tomorrow's. Oh, hello, we got one of the, it's got a B2 off course there, just blowing out the berm. So close to home to make a mistake.
I think that's
Is
the
that
Lund car.
Yeah.
Should be the Lund car coming in. There's Grabowski.
Yep. Again,
easily identifiable. Yeah, right. Just the wing. You can see the wing, the sides on the back, and know who it is right away. Yeah, Dustin's going to be, he's driving that, and then as soon as he's done with that, he's going to go hop in his Class 11 car because he's racing a Class 11 also. So Dustin Grabowski, as soon as he's done at the finish line, is going straight back out to the lake bed.
No, that's very cool indeed.
I'll try and get a time on the B1 that just finished once we get a time and let you guys know where they are mixed in with everybody. So far it's Christopher Polvoorde at the top spot with a 30-minute and 5-second run. Ryan Arciero is second with a 30:19. Tim Herbst third with a 31:29. Ethan Ebert fourth, 31:56. Raul Gomez fifth, 32:52. The 50, the 57, the 18, 184, the 4, and the 99. There's the 219.
Yeah, that's still Herbst. Looking really solid there. As we said, the Herbst team, it's never been in its descendancy, but certainly in its ascendancy right now.
Yeah.
These young men, Thor and EJ, are really putting together such a strong attack on this T2 class.
And I think they're bringing the Landshark back pretty soon, too, hopefully.
Yeah, I saw that.
That'd be awesome when that thing comes back. One of the most iconic vehicles of all time in off-road racing, that's for sure. One of the most winning vehicles in off-road racing, if not the most winning vehicle.
Yeah, I saw some bits on that, and showing the rebuild on YouTube and other bits and pieces.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, a fire took it out a few years ago, and then they've been rebuilding it slowly here and there, but it should be back out soon, hopefully.
Now, let's not forget, it's also worth noting that the Herbst were one of the first teams to experiment with four-wheel drive in the T1 class.
Yeah, they were back in the day. And this spot right here, this is the most rock crawling that you're doing. See how slow they got to go right here? This is the slowest part of the course. You got to dodge that little rock right there. You don't want to drag the pumpkin over it, and then you're good to go. That's like the biggest rock part of this course.
As another one of our B1s making his way around to the finish.
That's Dave Mason coming into the finish. Dave Mason Jr., always fast in the B1s. All right, Adam Lund, we have a time for him, 35:19. So that looks like maybe 15th or so. So the first B1, that black car that we saw earlier, the 153, 35:19.
Yeah, Adam, no stranger to being at the front of the Class 1 and B1 racing. And the B1s is a class that sort of lost a little bit of favour in the last few years, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, there's not quite as many of them at a lot of the races as there used to be. Every once in a while you'll get a group of them together. They try to get everyone to go, do a race and get 10 of them there, but you're lucky to have, 5 Class 1 B1s at a race nowadays.
Is that a fashion thing, do you think, or?
That's a lot of them have gone to a spec truck. A spec truck costs around the same amount of money to run and prep and everything as a Class 1 does, maybe even a little less sometimes, and they hold up a little better. They're a little bit more durable. So a lot of them have moved into spec or trophy truck, T1, moved into a higher class.
Indeed. And it's Grabowski there.
Yep.
272. Said it before, but so easily recognizable.
He will be very high. If he has a clean run the rest of the way, he will be one of the highest, if not the highest, T2 out here.
It's great looking truck. I love all the little devices they have underneath to stop the spray back from the tyres. You cannot believe how aggressive the roost is off these tyres and how much damage it actually does to the metal components under these vehicles. It literally shot blasts them clean.
Yeah, exactly. It's not doing that to try to keep the dust down for the guy behind you to catch you easier. It's to protect your own axle, drive shaft, all that stuff. Yeah.
And particularly shock absorbers. It is so easy to destroy your shock absorbers with the roost coming off your own tyres.
Yes. All right, Dave Mason Jr. has jumped in front of Lund entry. So Mason is in with a 35.02, which is about 10th or so overall so far.
Solid
so
run
B1
there.
car in the top 10. He's 9th.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm loving this Prologue course. 35 miles of Johnson Valley brutality.
There's Thor Herbst once again.
Okay, as we continue with the action here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're going to cut out to a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in about 2 minutes. See you in a bit.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost is snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Desert Tires Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here for the qualifying, and what a day of qualifying it has been so far. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
We are doing great. We're having lots of fun out here. I'm watching the T2s still line up. We got T1s out on course right now. Most of them are almost finished. We got Christopher Polvoorde at the top of the podium, and I don't think anybody out there is going to knock him off today.
No, it doesn't look likely, does it? And what a run he did have. I mean, we saw Ryan Arciero. Now, we've got to say, Ryan Arciero is nursing an injury.
Yes.
But even so, he was blisteringly fast. But Christopher Polvoorde showing us why he is so exciting to watch out there.
Yeah, I mean, only 14 seconds between them, right? So that's pretty close. 14
That's pretty
seconds.
close in 35 miles.
35 miles,
Yeah.
14 seconds, yeah. Here comes our first, this was one of our first T2s off the line, Justin Bean Smith. So first T2 back into town, into Hammertown. We'll see what kind of times these guys are doing. So anything around a 30 is really fast. We only have 2 cars that did a 30. We got 2 cars that are in the 31, and then we got a bunch that are between like 32 and 35. So anything under a 35 right now is going to get you in the top 10.
Yeah, it's impressive scoring though, isn't it? Although we were saying earlier on we're expecting some of these guys, particularly the big guns, to go sub 30 minutes, but that just hasn't happened.
No, it's not going to either. Christopher Polvoorde would have been the one to put it there, and he had a 30.05.
Yeah, which isn't bad. It isn't bad. What am I talking about? It was amazing.
It's faster than 60 miles an hour.
Exactly. Right, let's just have a look back at what's been happening today. Today, we started off with the B2s, more commonly known as Class 10 to a lot of people. Then we started the qualifying for the B3s. Now, the B3s are our UTVs, but we put all of the subclasses into one B3 overall class. That's including UTV Open. That also included the Pro Modifieds and also the Pro Stock NAs and the Pro Stock Turbos, all racing for that one single crown in B3. Then after that, we had the B4s, which are the vintage buggies, then the T4s, which is the desert stock classes, involving the 4600 classes as well. Then we moved into the 1400 and the 1450 rush race, which was absolutely awesome. And right now, we are qualifying for the unlimited classes. It's the T1s, the B1s, and the T2s. So, Fish, who should be looking out for? We've obviously got Dustin Grabowski out there on track at the moment, who's going to be absolutely flying. But who else in T2 should we be looking for?
Well, the first one to finish right now that we just saw come in, Bean. Here you go. Here's his time, 32.36. He is currently in the 5th spot overall.
Wow.
Where did I say that the top T2 would be?
5th.
Perfect. He's right in the spot where he's supposed to be. So that's the first one to finish. Somebody may get faster than him. We may have one in the 4th spot.
Well, don't
overall.
forget, we got Thor out there. We've got EJ out there. Not only that, we've also got Dustin Grabowski. We've also got a load more. I mean, let's not forget, we got Kyle Jurgensen out there.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we may have more than one T2 in the top 5.
Yep. I go back to my previous statement. Will we get one into the top 3?
We may. Let's see. So the top 3 right now, that's Tim Herbst, and he's sitting there with 31.29. So that's about a minute and 7 seconds faster than Bean. So a minute 7?
That's massive.
Maybe. I don't know. It's going to take a lot to be. Bean's fast. He's one of the fastest guys out here. He started in 16 car. Like I said, limited car guy. Worked his way up. He knows how to prep everything. He does prep. He can work on the car, and he knows how to drive a car, obviously. So I don't know if anyone's going to beat him. If anyone is, it's going to be Jurgensen or Grabowski, possibly.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was hanging it as well.
And the Herbst kids, that we see down here in the bottom right, they're fast too. They're definitely getting faster every race. So the 219 is going to have a good time when they come in.
Just looking down at the list of the T2s. And in qualifying today, we're going to have over 199 vehicles that will have qualified and raced during this session. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a lot of vehicles.
Then let's not forget, then after that, we also have the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. And we've got another 31 vehicles racing there as well, including there might be a few late entries.
That would be even better. And how are they starting?
It's going to be a land rush start. And you know what that means?
Exciting part.
Chaos.
Chaos. Pure chaos.
Is it possible to hear screaming flat falls?
Maybe, right? So there's like a 2 T2s. You got one in the top left, one in the bottom right. We got pretty much everyone on course right now is in a T2. All the T1s have finished. So we got T2s out there. There may be that's probably all T2s out there. I think all the Class 1s.
That bottom right there
too.
am I right in thinking that might be Carl, or have I making that up entirely?
Where?
He's disappeared now. We're
Kyle
looking at a different
Jurgensen?
vehicle. Yeah.
That wouldn't be him because I'm looking at him right here. He's sitting next to us right outside your door.
Oh, right. Well, that won't be him then, will it?
Not yet. No. He looks like he's one of the last ones lined up.
Exactly. The one with the Beast written on the side would probably give it away.
Yeah, the Camberg Kinetic truck. That was also the Camberg truck that is in the first spot, the Kinetic truck that Bean has. So Jurgensen's driving the same type of truck that Bean was in that set the fastest time so far. That's
it's going to be very interesting to see because they just launched this car at SEMA, didn't they?
The new look to it.
Yeah.
It's old truck, but new look to it.
They've got another car working its way into the infield right now.
That is Mike Pyle up there, or his kid is actually driving. So I think it's Connor that's driving.
And this is the vehicle that's fitted with the LT1, the only vehicle in the T2 class to have a different engine fitment to the rest.
Correct. There's an LT1 in there.
Yeah. And more cars are leaving the start line right now. I'm guessing that we're just over halfway through our field of T2s.
See, I'm trying to look on the list. Don't have another T2 time yet, but should be getting more pretty soon. We just saw the pile finished, and they were, let's see, where did they start?
That's Trey Gibbs we can see on screen right now.
Second.
He's making his way through, and that is Terry Householder. We just saw his son there, Adam, come and join us in the booth earlier. Didn't have the run he wanted in qualifying. The defending champion had a flat tyre on course, lost a wheel bearing as well, but he got it across the line. He's about 10 minutes behind the leaders right now, but this is a long race tomorrow. It'll be all to play for out there on the track. And the growth of the T2 class is quite remarkable. This is the spec class version of a T1. So limited transmissions, limited engines. A few short years ago, they were actually locked down on a 37-inch tyre, but they've been allowed now to go over to 40-inch and to use underdrives. As you watch an in-car footage here from Thor Herbst.
You are only allowed to use a single-speed underdrive, by the way. You can't use a two-speed underdrive. I just remembered that when I heard you say that. There was some rumors before about some people possibly having using two-speed underdrives.
Well, that's cheeky.
There we go. Yeah, that's live in-car. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
Yeah, the Herbst had some epic live feeds in their cars down in Baja that everybody was watching, and now it's cool to see them up here in the States with the same epic feeds.
It's amazing when you watch this, just how fast the terrain comes up at you. Your reaction speeds have to be so incredibly fast.
It looks like that's Ray Griffith out there. The 253 in the yellow truck.
Yep.
There's Charles Durant's down there in the bottom. It's usually 299. I'm not sure if that's what number he's running here. Looks like it is. Well, somebody was on course there that shouldn't have been.
Oh, yeah, there's something down there.
There's the 219 once again. Thor, he should be coming back in pretty soon. He started, what did he start, 5th?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 5th, so he should be coming back into Hammertown pretty soon. All right, we got another, let's see, Connor Pyle has finished, so the second T2 to finish. He was a 34.17, so that puts him, what's that, just outside the top 10? In the 10th. He's in 10th spot.
In 10th. That's
so
a great run.
10th overall for Connor Pyle. Pretty good run, 34.17. And remember, they are how you finish today is getting mixed. So whatever T1s you beat today, you're going to start in front of them tomorrow.
That's as cool. There's not many races where that happens.
Oh, I like it because especially when you do a 30-mile course, you've earned it, right?
Absolutely,
you've earned
yeah.
to start where you should. If it's a 3-mile or short thing, that maybe favors one type of vehicle more than the other, right?
Totally.
It could be really fast or really rough, but when you have a 35-mile course, you really fit in where you finish.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. We have a race at home called the Breslau Rally, which takes place in Poland. And if you earn your spot, that's where you race, and that goes for if you're in a truck, if you're in a car, or if you're in a side-by-side. It's it's really legit.
Yeah, it's mixed on your results.
So this is Thor Herbst now we're watching. Fantastic footage. And great pace from this young man.
See, the other way to make sure you're on the stream the whole time is to have your helicopter be the camera helicopter also, right? That's a good way to get a lot of camera time.
Well, it's working very well for Thor right now. And we'll be expecting him to come back into Hammertown in probably around about 4 to 5 minutes. Watched Tim Herbst crossing the line earlier. I believe Tim's probably top 4 still.
Yeah, Tim is in third right now. Yeah.
In third, yep.
Yeah, it's Christopher Polvoorde in first, Ryan Arciero, Tim Herbst, Ethan Ebert, Justin Bean Smith in the T2, Gomez, Memeli, Wilkey, Gomez, Pyle, and okay, here we go, another Spec T1. Cameron Steele has finished just behind Connor Pyle. So he is a 34.25, so that means Cameron Steele is in the 11th position overall, and that's where he'll start tomorrow so far.
Now, Cameron isn't always the fastest of qualifiers. He's a long course man, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. Cameron does well in the long races. I mean, he does well in all races, but the longer races is where he does better at. And that is Cameron's original Geyser truck, the one that's one of the oldest trucks out here that he just qualified in. So that's a really good spot, number 11, and one of the oldest trucks out here. There's Grabowski in the bottom, and Herbst coming back into town in the top.
Okay, as the action continues here, we've got one of our superstars from earlier today joining us in the booth. It's the one and only Emme Hall. How are we doing?
Hi, you guys. Julie Boyer on here. We have made the Prologue course in a 2001 Mazda Miata, which I cannot believe just happened. And let me tell you, those ruts out there are really deep for a car that only has about 10 inches of ground clearance.
Now, I've got to ask this. So did you actually complete the course? Now, we know you obviously were out there. We saw you mixing it up with some of the T1s as well, which must have been absolutely terrifying.
Terrifying. Yes. Yeah, no, Julie was able to kind of keep me on course, but keep me out of a lot of the soft stuff so that we were able to find the line that was right for Buddy, the off-road Miata. We did get stuck twice. Once was definitely a driver error. I tried to go up on this berm, and we just got high-sided, so we dug out with our trusty Max tracks, and then we got second corner. It was just so dug out, and it was not going to happen. So Julie was out there digging with the Max tracks by herself, and we just couldn't get it, and it was a big safety thing. So I will say one of the media guys towed us out. So if I'm DQ'd, I'm DQ'd. Oh well.
Now the secrets come out. So come on then, what's it like co-driving for Emme?
It's exciting. Absolutely, and so much fun. I mean, trying to do something that that car shouldn't be doing and finishing it is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah. Now, what was it like coming off the start? Because you're holding off the start with 1,400 and 1,450 cars. They are literally 3 times the size of you.
We're like the little ant.
Or the flea.
The flea, yeah. But we had a blast. We always do when we race together, and we make a great team. And we just tried to stay out of, mitigate the dangers and try to stay safe as much as possible, but still had a blast.
Well, we absolutely loved seeing you out there. I've got to ask, did the 3D printed bump stops hold up?
Oh my gosh, the Perry Parts bump stops were amazing. It was a totally different car because we raced at Rage, and it was I mean, I had the internal bump stops on the shocks, but they just weren't enough, and it just was like bam, bam. And this time, the front felt really good, really soft. The rears are still a little stiff, but the great thing about those 3D printed bump stops is that you can iterate and reiterate and reiterate. And I mean, Buddy's not an off-the-shelf kind of car. So Perry Parts has been really good about working with me and finding the perfect thing that's going to make him even better.
Well, we look forward to seeing you next time. So thank you very much, Emme, and thank you so much as well, and for giving us wonderful entertainment out there on track. You
Yeah,
coming back?
buddy. Yeah, buddy.
You coming back next year?
I mean, now I kind of think we have to.
Yes, is the honest answer. Yes. Right, well, leave yourselves to go and get cleaned up and enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks, Jim.
That's what we love about this fish. There's so many different classes of racing out here in the desert.
There is, and we got 2 fast guys right here. We got Jason Coleman in the bottom right, and then in the top left, we got Kyle Jurgensen that just went off the line. So both of these trucks here, I expect to have very good and fast runs. Kyle definitely a contender for that top spot, so we'll be watching him throughout this run and see what he can do.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That's certainly seeing what he can deliver. Now, is this the first time out for him in this Cambo truck?
No, he did the Parker race 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. So that was the first race for him in that truck.
Mm-hmm.
It was the old Alex Gonzalez truck, the GHA racing truck. It was originally built for them by Camberg back in the day. They bought it back from him, and then they're campaigning it with Kyle this year.
Superb. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we can't be far off of seeing Grabowski coming back into town.
Yes, we should have a time for him pretty soon as well.
So anybody who doesn't know anything about Carl Jurgensen, you should know he is fast, and then he's very fast.
All right, we have a time for Justin Davis is now in. I'm trying to find where it just went.
Carl is a previous winner of this race overall, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
All right, Justin Davis is in with a 37-minute lap. So he may have had a problem there for him to have a 37, maybe a tire or something. 37.04 for Justin Davis is his time. That's about five minutes off of Bean's time.
Which is about one tire.
Yeah, it's not normal. Yeah,
exactly.
He did not have a perfect run.
Yeah, and that's EJ Herbst lining up now on the grid. The third of the Herbst entries today. And he is off the line. Those rear wheels hooking up. At the back of these vehicles, they'll be running a spool transmission to a low pinion 10-inch or a 10.5-inch, almost certainly. Now, are these vehicles running automatic, or are they running a sequential transmission in the Herbst cars?
Well, that's one of the things in the class. You have to run the Turbo 400.
Oh, of course you do. You see,
so that's one of the rules,
yes.
yeah. In the T2 class. In the T1, you can do whatever you want. Oh, he was off course right there, huh?
Yeah, he got that wrong. So you can imagine his buddy sitting next side of him with the GPS, and you can imagine EJ going, dude, we've done 200 meters and you've let me go wrong.
Oh, here we go. All right. New leader in T2. New leader, Dustin Grabowski, has gone into the 4th overall position. So 4th overall with a 31.41. So Grabowski into that new top spot, but 4th overall. So very fast time for Brock.
That's astonishing. Great run. But just looking at that time there, he's still nearly a minute behind the 3rd place Tim Herbst.
Yes. Oh, no, he's only actually 11 seconds behind him.
11 seconds.
12 seconds. 12 seconds behind him because Tim was a 31.29 and Grabowski was a 31.41. So 12 seconds difference there.
That's incredible when you consider we're talking about the difference between a T2 and a T1.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know,
it's
not much anymore. It is horsepower-wise, but the truck is the same truck.
Yeah, but it's literally half the horsepower.
Yeah, but on a course like this, you're not using that top speed as much. You know, you're going the slower speeds most of the time. Like, how often are you really going over 100 on this course? Not very often, you know. So it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
And also, Grabowski is one of the fastest drivers out there, so that helps a little bit. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if, to see Jurgensen, if he gets a good clean run, he's going to be right around that mid 31-minute mark as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to have an incredible race tomorrow at the front end of this pack between the T1s and the top T2s.
Yes, yeah, they're going to be mixed in there.
And then it's going to come down to, this is a long race tomorrow. Let's not forget about that. There's going to be strategy, there's going to be fuel strategy, and there's going to be tire strategy.
Yes, all of that will definitely come into play. There's one remote pit. Everyone's going to have to stop. Most likely once. You could probably try to push it the whole way, but I don't know if anybody's going to want to go the whole way on their tires. You could make it possibly the whole way on fuel tomorrow, or for sure you could in some of these trucks, but I don't know if that'd be a smart idea with tires.
Well, the interesting one about that is that's when the four-wheel drive comes to the fore, because the four-wheel drive does tend to protect the rear tires more than the two-wheel drives.
Big difference, actually, yes. Yeah, so Christopher Polvoorde, he may not even pit tomorrow. Yeah. He may do the whole race and not ever stop.
And so the thing is Christopher Polvoorde, I know he's not going to do it, but he could potentially, as we watch here, as Trevor Harvey takes off the line, but Christopher Polvoorde, he could say, okay, I'm going to play a defensive race. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out 90%, not 100%. I'm going to keep everyone just behind me. I'm going to protect my tires, look after myself, and let the race come to me.
Exactly. Bryce Menzies did that a couple years ago. He had a big lead on the last lap, and they stopped a couple times to change tires just to be sure. You know, there was no reason not to. He had a big lead, like, hey, let's just stop at the pit, change tires, and, be good to go. Oh, Herbst truck getting it right there. Oh, right, look at this, offline, making a new line in between two lines.
Creating a line is a line. We saw Adam Householder doing that earlier today. Had a couple of corners he just seemed to be a little bit uncertain on.
Yeah, out here on this terrain, you can pretty much go off the line. There's not a lot of spots where you're going to get too messed up in this terrain if you go off the course, especially in these trucks. In the high-speed desert areas, at least. In the rock section, yeah, you're going to hit a rock or something.
Well, that's the other interesting thing as well. Again, tire technology. We've spoken about it a lot of times. There are so many companies out here at the moment pushing different tires, pushing different ideas. And to see the way the technologies are coming forward, it's absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, you've got a lot of horsepower going through a tire that's pushing a very heavy truck across the ground, right? And across these rocks. You can see the rocks out here. They're gnarly.
Yeah, it takes a split second, a momentary lapse of concentration.
That's Householder coming back into town, finish his run.
That Herbst truck looks like it's really working hard there to cut through that soft sand.
Yeah, they're definitely driving it.
That's the weirdest thing, isn't it? When you see these trucks, when they're on top of the sand, they're absolutely flying. But if they drop down into it, they have to work so hard to pull back out again. And that's where that big horsepower comes into play.
That would be, yeah, that would make a difference between a T2 and a T1 once you get into the sand.
Oh. I think that's why when we see drivers coming from T2 who've been very successful and moving their way into T1, they become very, very, how should I put this? They are right at the top of their sport straight away because they seem to be able to hold that flow a little bit better.
Yes, yeah. If you can drive a T2 smooth, you can drive a T1 smooth, most likely.
Exactly.
All right, so Householder's in. All right, so Herbst, we have a time for the 219. So the 219 of Thor Herbst is in. He is in with a 32.56.
Oh, wow.
So that puts him in 9th overall. So the 219 will be starting 9th as of right now. And he is currently the 3rd fastest T2.
Do you know the one time in there that really blows me away? In 7th position is still Brock Hager, if you look at overall times. So it's the 263 there of EJ Herbst.
There's the in-car of the same car you're looking at. So outside and inside shot. That's pretty cool of the same car. You can see they're just in 3rd gear on the rev limiter. look at the dash on the rev limiter.
Yeah, if you look just to the left, if you see there's a big GPS screen there on the right-hand side in front of the co-driver, and just to the left of it there is the engine data monitor, which is telling you can see that it's showing 3rd gear, and if you look at the rev range there, he's on the literally, as Fish just said, hard into the red on the rev limiter. Just coming off the gas there. There he goes, full noise again.
Yeah, these cars just work so well nowadays. It's just so much fun to watch them in the desert once they get out there. That's what these cars are designed for, you know, going in the open desert like this.
Okay, as the action continues here at the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we are here for the qualifying. And what a day of qualifying it has been so far. This 35-mile course has not disappointed, but there's still plenty more action to come. If you're with the premium feed, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2. See you in a bit.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have all of our cars out on course. This is the afternoon unlimited qualifying session. It's basically stage 1. Stage 2 is going to be tomorrow. Today is a 35-mile qualifier, and we are looking at EJ Herbst in car down there on the bottom right, and that is Ray Griffith up there on the top left. So Ray's going through the gnarly rock spot. That's where we saw a couple people get flats earlier. Looks like he's picking his way through there. You don't want to go too fast through there. There's lots of big rocks, especially that one right there. Then you drop down, you come through a little wash here, and then it gets a little faster again. If you just joined us, we have Christopher Polvoorde, who is sitting at the top right now with a 30-minute and 5-second qualifying time. Ryan Arciero is second. Tim Herbst is third. Dustin Grabowski in his T2 is fourth. Ethan Ebert is fifth. And Justin Bean Smith in his T2 is sixth. You are going to start tomorrow, however you qualify today. So if you're in a T2 and you beat T1s tomorrow, you will be starting in front of whoever you beat.
Oh, I love that. That is such a cool thing. We don't see that at very many races at all. And I think that's why so many of the T2 cars like to come out here and play. They get a chance to box it to those T1s. And that doesn't happen all too often.
Yeah. There's been some discussion at other race organizations about, if the T1s and the B1s should be mixed after qualifying with the T1s, because, sometimes they will out-qualify them, but then they still have to start behind the slowest T1s, and then they get held up by them. So there's lots of back and forth. I like this format myself. I'm a fan of it.
I love this. If you've earned it, you race it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some disadvantages to doing it this way, but I think they, are outweighed by the advantages.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. Hammertown there as we're watching more cars coming into the infield.
There's Charles Durant sliding it around on the bottom right there, the 299. I think all the cars are off the start line now, it looks like. So the course has everyone on it. I think that's Shane Dahlquist on the top there.
Yeah, that does look like Shane. And I believe he was our last starter in the 2-2 class. Rounding out over 200 qualifiers and races in today's session so far. But let's not forget, it's not all over. Even when these finish, we'll then be moving on to the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. And you do not want to miss that one. Over 30 Class 11 cars mixing it up out here in Johnson Valley. But today's session has been completely dominated. I say dominated. He's laid it down massively as Christopher Polvoorde.
Yes, top spot.
Top spot. But we still have a man out there on course who's potentially to get into the top 3, and that's Carl Jurgensen. Whether he's got what it takes.
Time, right? What do you think? We got T4 right now is Grabowski, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Position 4, P4 in his T2. Lots of letters and numbers going on.
There's many letters and numbers.
Oh, that was a good one. Did you see that? He just cleared the whole thing. It's the Herbst entry, EJ. He's definitely going for it. Like, he looks fast on here. That's not always fast on the time, right? No. But it looks fun to watch. It's lots of fun. We'll see when he finishes.
Smooth is fast. And that is the Brent machine there. A very successful vehicle in the past.
There's Cade Garcia there coming back into town in the 6104.
Great looking truck there as he throws the roost, makes his way towards the final jump and takes the checkered flag. I think biggest jump of the day, though, has to go to Ryan Arciero.
Oh, I don't even think it's close, right? He sent that thing bigger than at least what we've been able to see on the screen, right?
Exactly.
And anyone that we've seen, Ryan definitely went the biggest over that jump. It's probably because he couldn't push the brake pedal with his left foot, like we've been saying, right?
Yeah, I think he needed to throw the anchors out the back to haul that one back down. Almost needed a parachute to land it. Oh, now we've got another car off the line. So this is...
We still have some more starting. That is Eisenhower right there.
Yeah, that is. That's interesting.
So the 6105 Eisenhower. That may have been the Sorensen car that we saw before him. So we might have two more. It could be the 283 and the 251.
Yeah,
it's hard without seeing the start. So that is Nick Eisenhower headed out right now.
Now, Nick Eisenhower, of course, he needs no introduction. Anybody who knows desert racing will know the Eisenhowers. Such nice people.
Now, that truck is also 1400 legal if they wanted to.
Yeah.
It's a door slammer, too, right? They could have raced it in both.
I'm quite surprised they didn't, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they were supposed to with their other truck, I thought, or maybe they were going to race that one, but they didn't show up in it. That is Ray Griffith right there. He's very fast, too, usually. You're going to see Ray have a good time. Definitely top 5 in his class, and we'll see where it stacks up with everyone else.
Yeah, Ray Griffith, we normally see racing in T1 as well, don't we?
Sometimes, yeah, depending on what race it is. Some of the longer races, you know, like a Baja 1000 where people need multiple drivers, he gets called up. All right, Cade Garcia is in with the second fastest time in T2. So he's in with a 32:11 for Cade Garcia. So that is going to put him in 6th spot. So Cade Garcia is 6th overall. And that means, yeah, he's going to start 6th. He's just behind Ethan Ebert and just in front of Bean.
Yeah, that Ethan Ebert time is really holding up well. Great
remember,
result
that's
for
the
the Honda
V6
team.
too. That's the twin turbo V6.
Yeah, absolutely incredible time. Do you remember the question marks when they launched that car and how many people said, oh, it'll never work, it's not a V8?
Yeah. Yeah, it's down, you know, it's different. It's a twin turbo V6, so it's a turbo, you know, and with boost you can make up for power, right? I mean, look at all the modern cars that are being built now. What are they building? Are they coming out with V8s? No, they're all V6s.
They're all turbos.
They're all turbos, yeah. Pretty much everywhere besides America they race turbos, right? There's not that many turbos racing in off-road here. In UTVs there is, but, you know, not in the regular
There
truck
are
classes.
advantages to not using turbos. The trouble with using superchargers and using turbos, you chew a lot of air. And you've got to control the airflow. And when you've got this much dust around and you're forcing that air through, that means you need exceptional air filtration. That's the negative to using turbos and superchargers.
Yeah, you're basically forcing that dirt into there.
Exactly.
That
So
extra
you're
dirt.
almost using twice the air consumption.
Yeah. Well, that's a look at Baldwin Hill right there, I believe. There's Jason Coleman. Brady Millen preps that truck and rides with him. There they are right there.
Oh, what a fantastic shot that is.
That is the old Christian Sourapas truck. That's why you see the Coors in the middle there. Coors Light, the Sourapas, that's on the air filter cover there.
Well, if I'd had Coors as a sponsor, I'd have left it on there as well.
Yeah. So that's the 251. That is Shane Dahlquist right there. So that is our last car on our list that was supposed to go off the line today.
Yeah.
So that should be it from Hammertown as far as starting. Now we still have about, 15 cars or more maybe on course right now? Between 10 and 15 cars on course. Uh-oh, here we go. EJ, it looks like front left is flat. Flat tire for EJ Herbst in the 263. Let's see how fast this tire change is. Are they both getting out? It looks like it.
Well, they're both fit young men. They really should be able to jump out and work on this. Now, watch this. You've got the hydraulic jam here. You just saw him put the ram down.
Oh, he threw the gun out. That's why he put the net down. Where's the jack?
They got a hydraulic jack, so he's leaving it down so he can break the wheel nuts off, I think. Or leaving it up, should I say.
Oh, he's trying to do it. It looks like it's not working. So the jack's not working or something, or it's going right now. Let's see, does the truck start moving? There it goes.
There she goes.
Now it's moving.
Now, it's moments like this that you wish that you'd practiced. Now, is he going to have the same problem that we saw Adam Householder have? We spoke about it earlier. What tends to happen is the tires break
it's
up.
Stuck, yeah. That's not going to be high enough either.
No, it doesn't look like it. And this is a problem. These jacks are usually set up for rear flat tires.
You're going to have to dig. It might be. It's going to be close. We'll see if you can get it off. Sometimes it's really hard to get it off.
Oh, very. It's also very easy to leave a lug nut on there when they're still covered in dirt.
True.
And you're rushing. Now, anybody who's never watched this before, if you've never seen a desert truck.
Oh, he's putting the jack back down. You going to try to drive it maybe to loosen it? Oh, he's going back up. There we go. Now he's got it higher. It wasn't all the way up. That's the problem, when it doesn't go all the way up.
I have blue tablets for that problem.
So now it's all the way up, and he's putting it on.
Okay, now, if you're watching at home here, you're watching this, it's very difficult to line up a wheel, but these cars have a little secret. So what they have is a hub. You drop the tire onto the hub, you then rotate until the studs line up, and you push it on. Usually, the wheel nuts are already glued to the wheel, and they're on fast starts. That means that all they do is they push it on, the wheel nuts are already on, new wheel nuts, and then they just gun them up using the gun.
Now, you have to remember to put the jack all the way up before you go to leave, or then you got big problems.
Yeah, a lot of these vehicles, though, they have a safety line on them, so it will not allow you.
And you have to rack the tire, like we said.
Yeah.
See, if this was Baja, that would already be there, and he'd be in the car, and they'd be going.
Yep.
So a little bit slower tire changes in the U.S.
But there's also reasons for that as well. We don't want to be leaving our junk in the desert.
Well,
so
in Baja, it doesn't get left there, though.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
It does, but then it goes to someone's living room.
Yep, as a table.
Yes. All right, so he's back in, and they're going to keep going. So that's definitely going to affect their time a little bit today. Not ideal, but hopefully they can have a clean run back to the finish from there.
Now this is a fantastic shot because when these cars, when they get back into the vehicles, they've got to get their harnesses on. Now you see he's got a next gen on there, so he's got to get harnesses over his next gen. He's got to get his harness on. Now, it's usually a 5 or a 6 point harness, and that takes time to be working on. So EJ's just going to be pulling out. He's not going to be getting up to speed. He's just going to be allowing his guy to get it in. They'll be on comms. They'll plug back in. They'll be talking on the radio. And he'll be sitting there going, how are you going? Can I go out at full speed yet? Can I go out at full speed yet? And as soon as he gets the answer, he'll hit the loud pedal.
There we go. There's another T2. Was that 230 or 203? Let's see if we got some more.
I think that was
times.
Trevor Harvey. No, that can't have been.
Gibbs. It's probably Trey Gibbs here. Looks like in the 205. Yep. He's in with the 3407. So that is the 5th fastest in his class.
Oh, here's Ray Griffiths coming through. So this is going to be interesting.
It should be a fast time. If Ray had a good run, it should be a fast time. From what we saw, it looked like mostly good run. Charles Durance was in with a 3409. So that was 6th in his class.
Yeah, some really good times coming in and this late on. And the course is holding up really well. They're always talking about will the course degrade, will the course get faster. The course has been pretty consistent the whole day.
Yeah, definitely has. Most of these people are going through the arch, huh? I haven't seen too many go around, just that one earlier.
But you see there, Ray looked really fast. I mean, you saw Ethan Ebberts earlier. He looked slow through the arch. He bled some seconds there and still look at his time.
Right? We'll see what Ray's time is once he finishes. Terry Householder was in with a 35.23.
Yeah, Ray Griffiths goes into the school of easily identifiable cars. Thank you, Ray.
The yellow. That's how Pistol Pete's used to be. You'd always knew when Pistol was coming because it was yellow. It was easy to see.
So he's got 2 more bends as he comes around Herbst's corner. Final Talladega. And he'll be making his way around to the final jump and taking the checkered flag What's Ray Griffiths got? Has he got enough to upset our lead cars in T2?
We'll see.
Has he got enough to upset our lead cars overall? And he crosses the line and takes the checkered flag. And we wait for the timing. And we still got some fast cars out there on course at the moment. We still got Jordan Brent out there, and we still got Kyle Jurgensen.
All right, Ray is in with a 33.03, which is the 5th fastest time in his class.
I think we'd call that solid.
So solid run. That puts him about 10th overall right now. So Ray is in the 10th spot now. He is just behind Cade Garcia, who is in the 9th spot.
Yep, and we're on track now. We're with Brandon Sorensen in the 212 car.
Oh, sorry, that was Bean. I read the wrong name there. So Ray is actually in a little farther down.
That's okay.
No, that's him. He's there. He's in the 10th spot. It's been a long day up here. He's in the 10th spot. There's Jason Coleman in car, yeah, like you said, with Brady Millen riding there on the left.
Full commitment there, up on 2 wheels.
This is going to be a fast run, too. Let's see where this run stacks up.
Yeah, Jason Coleman. If you think about it, this is looking like he's going to be inside of Ray Griffiths' time for sure.
Yeah, I think so, for sure.
He started just behind Ray.
But he started 3 minutes behind, and Ray just finished. It hasn't been 3 minutes yet, so he definitely beat Ray.
Yeah, this is looking like a very good run indeed. He's got 2 more turns. He's got the Herbst bend, which he negotiates. And look at the race there. The final Talladega, and he'll be making his way round to the last jump. And the checkered flag. This is looking like it could be a great run here from Jason Coleman. As we wait for the scores to come in. Now, next in behind Jason Coleman, we are expecting, that's E.J. Herbst, who we just saw stationary.
Yep, they got the tire change, they got it going again.
Yes, if he's inside of 40 minutes, he's going to be happy with that, I'd imagine. He won't be happy to have had a flat, but you've got to take what you got.
Yeah.
But the next person in should be Kyle Jurgensen. We haven't seen anything of him on course yet.
No, we haven't seen much since he left Hammertown.
And that is not Kyle.
There's probably someone in front that they had passed.
Yep.
Still no time showing up yet for Coleman.
61.80. Well, that is E.J. Herbst coming in now. I think that is Eisenhower.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Another one of them straight to the top of the class for easily identifiable cars.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, people should need to think about that when they're designing their schemes.
Just look at that suspension soaking up those great big jumps. Oh, fantastic stuff there. And we're back in car with E.J. Herbst as well. We just saw E.J. had that front flat a moment ago. So we're hoping to get a visual on Kyle Jurgensen very, very soon. But we haven't seen him for a long time, so not sure quite what's happened to Kyle. But it's a 35-mile crack. He could be anywhere. There is 2 cars there. No, we've got to. Oh no, this is Kyle Jurgensen right now, and he crosses the line. Now this is going to be interesting. See where he is. I'm not sure he's got enough to trouble our top 3, but we will see.
We'll find out. And then Coleman, we're going to wait and get a time for him too. He wasn't on our tracker, so we're going to check and try to get a time for Coleman, but he's definitely going to be one of the fast ones. There we go. Kyle Jurgensen, second with a 31.51, second in class. He is 10 seconds behind Grabowski. So overall, that puts Kyle Jurgensen in the 5th spot overall.
But I'll say this, okay? Dustin Grabowski has been driving his car for a long time now.
Yes.
Carl has only just started driving that kinetic truck.
He's done one race in it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I'd say that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, Grabowski and Jurgensen are always going to be at the top if they have a clean run.
Absolutely.
It's how it's going to be, right?
Oh, and check this out. This is Brandon Sorensen. Look at the pace of this car. And if you look there, just at the side of the GPS, you can see the rev counter hanging out the door.
So I don't suspect we're going to have any other changes on near the top of this leaderboard. Just, at least in the top 5. Because Kyle, looking down my list, Kyle was the last super fast guy. Obviously, EJ could have been, but we knew he got a flat, so that's going to take him back. I think the top 5, probably the top 10 at least, is going to stay the same way it is right now.
So right now in our T1s, we're looking like in 3rd position is Tim Herbst. In 2nd position is Ryan Arciero. And in 1st position is Kristen Polvoorde in that all-wheel drive Mason truck.
So if we're starting 2 at a time tomorrow, that means we are going to have some T1s versus T2s also.
Okay, here comes EJ Herbst making his way into the short course now. I say that I think he's still a little way out of town. Yeah, not looking at this.
getting closer. He's getting closer every second.
He is indeed. You know when you see something and you think it's one place, but it's actually another?
Yeah.
That was that moment in time.
By the way, his in-car is working the best out of everybody today.
Yeah.
I think they're using the helicopter also. That definitely helps.
Yeah, the way the technology is moving on now with this in-car stuff.
Oh, that was close. That was close.
Yeah, he's trying to find those seconds that he lost earlier on with that flat tire.
He slowed down a little bit on that one. So we're just about through, everybody. We have less than 10 cars, I believe, on course right now. Probably about 6 or 7 cars left on course.
Yeah, I think it's probably down to a 6. And if you're joining us now, you're just coming to the end of the qualifying session for the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are setting up for the racing tomorrow, which will be starting at 8 a.m. So be sure to join us.
And after this race at 3 o'clock, we are on schedule at 3 o'clock is going to be the Class 11 showdown. We have how many? 30-something Class 11s all lining up on the lake bed, side by side for a land rush start. So in about 1 hour, we're going to have a bunch of angry bugs out there coming at us.
We are indeed. The horsepower can be counted on one hand. And it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I've got my Class 11 T-shirt on, Fish, and I can't wait. I'm literally going to Superman it in a minute. We've got some footage from back earlier on. That was Ryan Arciero.
Oh, that's actually one of their other cars they have out here. Kyle Washington's other car.
Oh, that's Kyle Washington. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
He owns the truck that Ryan was driving, too.
Yeah. It was Kyle Washington that drove the car last year, wasn't it? The big car.
Which one?
He drove the big car last year after Brian had problems when they got out qualifying. Yeah. So we're still watching EJ now. He can't be far from the finish.
Yeah, if you just joined in again, it's Christopher Polvoorde at the top spot. No one's knocking him off. Ryan Arciero is second. Tim Herbst is third. Dustin Grabowski is fourth. Kyle Jurgensen is fifth. Ethan Ebert is 6th. Cade Garcia is 7th. K. Smith, that one there? Maybe we'll double check that one. He might be next. And then Jay Smith. So we got K. Smith and Jay Smith. The 107 buggy is showing at 32.23.
Fair play. You're going to have to keep me honest on that one, I'm afraid.
So Kelly Smith on our board is showing that, 32.23. So that is our first B1 on the list. So we got a B1 in the top 10.
Well, that'll do nicely.
Yeah, we didn't have a time for them earlier, so now our list populated. So that's going to be 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, so 8th. 8th position overall is where our first B1 qualified today. There's Eisenhower coming around.
Yeah, I'm going to take a guess and say that Eisenhower's probably around about 12 minutes out.
Sounds good. He was our third to last car off the line. Oh, look at that. We got the flyby going on from the military base.
Checking us out, making sure we're not getting up to any trouble.
Or they opened the back there to do a drop, it looks like. The back was opening up. There's Eisenhower. That's a big rock right there. You saw that one on the outside of that turn. That's probably what a couple of those front rights were, right back where he just went by.
Yeah.
Guarantee you at least one of those ones we saw was from that one right there.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, we look at it here, and it's really hard to say or show how big these rocks are. So, I mean, when you get out on the course yourself and you actually start to drive them, you realize these things are the size of 40-inch tires.
Yeah. Who's broken right here?
Who's that? Oh, that's Sorensen.
Yeah, it is, huh? Looks like something's wrong with the front right, maybe.
You know that rock you were just talking about?
Yeah, right? I'm telling you, that rock was in a real bad spot right there because you push up in the berm and you go boom right into it.
Yeah, it's just what you need, isn't it? You're having a bad day at the office and a drone finds you.
Yeah. You just know everyone in Hammertown is just looking at you and the drone is just circling over right there.
Smile and wave, smile and wave.
All right, so less than 5 cars moving out on course, I believe now. We're getting down there. Here comes EJ. Made it back around.
Guys, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see what his time is. I reckon he's going to be around that 41-minute mark.
Yeah, I definitely lost at least 5 minutes on that tire change.
Yeah. But we keep saying it. It's a long race tomorrow. There's still all to play for.
Yeah, we got 2 laps. We got about 180 miles or so tomorrow to go.
Yep.
There's your unofficial results earlier from the B2 class on screen. You got Jackson, Ebberts, McLaren, Martin, Arciero, Yee, Craig, Coons, Hayes, and Jackson. So there's only 3 minutes spread between those guys. So the top 10, spread out by 3 minutes. The top one's only spread out by 7 seconds there between first and second place. So that's really close. But, all those times when you start tomorrow, that's your time off the line. As soon as you get the green flag, you're at that time, and then it starts counting from there. There's your B3 leaders. You got Heger, Tirana, Mittag, Baker, McCachran, Carr, Wayne Matlock, Sims, still can't say that name, and then Kennedy.
I think it's Krebs.
Krebs?
Yeah, Brock Hager there absolutely laying it down in B3. That was some run, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, let's look at that. That's a 32.50. We can drop that straight in to our unlimited classes.
Yeah, 32.50 would be in, let's see, it'd be about...
And that's EJ Herbst just crosses the line there.
Be 12th place.
12th place, that's impressive.
12th place in a B3 in the Unlimiteds. Pretty good. Now, granted, that was a lot earlier. The course wasn't, as chewed up as it is now, so you got to take that into play a little bit too.
Absolutely, yeah.
But at the same time, that's a very fast time.
It's still a remarkable time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It just shows how far these B3 vehicles, these UTVs have come in the last few years. But let's just have a quick look at our top 10. So it's the Venstra. In 9th, it is Bowers. Then in 8th is JP Gomez. In 7th is Blake Wilkey. In 6th is Mike Mulmanley. In 5th is Raul Gomez. In 4th, it's Ethan Ebberts. In 3rd is Tim Herbst. In 2nd is Ryan Arciero. But top dog right now is Crispin Polvoorde, and he will be starting in 1st place tomorrow in our unlimited race.
This is Brandon Sorensen sitting here with a front right issue. Definitely more than a tire.
Indeed. And then if we just have a quick look at our ToyoTires Desert Challenge T2, our top 10 is in 10th position, Cameron Steele. In 9th is Jordan Davis. In 10th, it's Coons. In 7th, it's Adrian Lund. In 6th, is Mason. In 5th, it's Steele again. And in 4th, it's Pyle. In 3rd, it is Troy Herbst. And in 2nd, it is Smith. In 1st, it is Dustin Grabowski.
And we still do need to try to find a time for Coleman, because Jason Coleman, his timer wasn't working on our screen, so we're going to try to get a time for Coleman. He's definitely going to be probably in the top 5 if he had a clean run. From what we saw, he looked pretty fast on screen, but obviously we didn't see him the whole time, so we don't know if he had any issues or not. So the 257, Diggett coming back into town there. That is Trevor Harvey.
Yeah, sorry, yep.
All right, Trevor Harvey coming into the finish.
Okay, so our next car crosses the line right now. Who is that, Fish?
That is the 257 Trevor Harvey across the line and into Hammertown.
So Trevor Harvey is going to be one of our last finishes here. And while we wait for the last of the vehicles in T2 to come across the line, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. This is the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is the qualifying session, and if you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here today for the qualifying for the unlimited and limited classes for the racing that will be taking place tomorrow. What a day of qualifying it has been so far. We've seen some absolutely crazy times being laid down on this savage 35-mile course. And right now, though, we are just watching one of the survivors of this course. It's the 6112 there of Brandon Sorensen trying to put his car back together. But we were talking about this earlier, Fish. We're saying if you break your car, you're actually better off just to stay there, don't get to the finish,
yes,
take a total time and hope that nobody else has done that thing where they hang out there trying to get to the finish late.
Exactly, because right now he's looking at the slowest finishing time in his class plus 10 minutes. Obviously, he's been sitting there for a lot more than 10 minutes. So if he comes in later, he's going to use his finish time instead of getting that other time. So don't even finish at this point.
Yeah.
However, I think he has bigger problems right now just trying to get the truck back here for tomorrow.
Yeah, just trying to work out what the damage is there. It doesn't look like he's actually lost an entire wishbone.
So I think what he's doing is he's going to do the sled trick. So he put the max tracks down there, and he's going to use that as a sled. So now what you want to do is you're going to get some tie downs, which you see him doing right here. So then you want to strap that board to underneath it, and you're going to use it just like a sled, and just drive it. The problem is it's going to dig in still. The sand out here is so soft, and the dirt and the ruts. I don't know how well that's going to work. He can get it off the course probably, but I don't think that's going to work very far.
Well, I mean, the thing is with this, he's going to have to go backwards. There's no way that he'll be able to drive it forwards in that condition, and this looks like Jordan Brenthal here.
Yeah, it's a 273. Jordan Brenthal in the T2.
So making his way into Hammertown. Yeah, no, the sledge trick only tends to work if you're using that as your drag wheel. So you can go backwards if you've got a front flat, if you've got a front missing, or equally you can go forwards if you have a rear missing. Really, really difficult, though, to push it.
Yeah, definitely. It works a little bit easier on a UTV because you got less weight in the front. So you can do it on a UTV, and then you have people even hang off the rear of the car to try to get the weight off the front, and then you can drive it back easier.
But a UTV doesn't weigh 6,000 pounds.
No. No. Yeah, that's why I don't think that's going to work to go very far. Maybe he's just trying to get it off the track. It might work for that.
Yeah, my best guess there is either lost the hub or lost the wheel bearing.
Yeah. Or probably on that big rock.
Well, you know what tends to happen is that they get flat tires, and then they stop, they don't put the lug nuts on properly, the wheels shake loose and break the studs.
Yeah, you shear the studs right off. I didn't notice if there was still studs there or not when they were looking at that other view.
So this is the Brenthal car now. Will be coming across the line any moment.
So let's see if Brenthal
Couple
finished.
more turns to go.
There's only 4 cars that started after him, one being the one that we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
So that means there's only 3 cars left on course. We got Nick Eisenhower, Gatlin in the 283 if he started. I haven't seen him on camera. And then the 251, the Shane Dahlquist, that would be our last car on course.
Well, we've seen Joe Quist out there running recently. Haven't seen Gatlin Hadden.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see him fairly soon. So we've just seen Jordan Brenthal crossing the line there. It looks like Brandon Sorensen's gained a friend. And he's working hard there to make a field repair. A lot of these crews will practice this kind of stuff. And it really can make a difference. Oh, I have. Okay, we're just watching Nick Eisenhower here. He's making his way around. He'll be coming very shortly into Sourapas and making his way down the side towards Hammertown. He's just come past the area that would have been previously known if he'd gone to the left, which would have been Baldwin's Leap, but that's not on the course this year. So here is Nick Eisenhower picking his way down through. We're talking about this earlier. You've got to be super careful here. You can still see those big rocks sticking out the side of the sand. And Eisenhower's going to be one of our last runners out there on track. And he also has the potential to upset the top 3 in T2. Can he do anything here, Fish?
What do we got?
We got Eisenhower. Can he break into that top 3 in T2?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
That was a straight answer.
No, I mean, nothing against them. They're super fast, but those top 3 guys laid down a really fast time today
savage.
in a really a spec-built truck. This is, not quite the same level. He could definitely be top 5 in the T2 class.
Yep. And listen, if I'm not mistaken, this is a door slammer, isn't it?
Yes.
And what do we mean by that? We mean it actually has opening and closing doors.
Yeah, they are fast. We're gonna see what it is. Let me see what a time is like. So 5th right now in that class is about a 32:56. I could see him being right around a 33 something. We'll see.
Yeah, he's only got a couple more bends now, and he's really going for this. Oh, I'm loving this.
He's in the 32s. That's a really fast run.
One more turn to go, then the big jump and the checkered flag. As Nick Eisenhower makes his way around now. Look at this. Total commitment. And he crosses the line and takes the checkered flag. And we'll wait and see what kind of time he's posted.
He's not on mine, so we might have to wait a little bit for that one.
So as we're waiting for that, we just want to thank some of our sponsors. So we've got ToyoTires, Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Sylvania Off-Road, and Griffin Radiators. As Miles would say, please support the people who support our sport.
Well, he's got the board down there. We'll see if it moves.
Okay, right, we're going to see if this field fix works. I don't think it will.
Oh, see, they got the co-driver trying to get extra weight over there. See, the co-driver should hop on the back left to try to pull the car down a little bit at least, right?
The trouble is these cars, the fenders are only made from fiberglass or carbon fiber. There's not much to lean on.
Yeah. That's the in-car down in the bottom right. I think they're just trying to figure out where to go so that the crew can get to them. Maybe they can get the drone to airdrop them a part or something, right?
Or a 3D printer.
There he goes.
Make a new one.
It'll go. See, it'll go a little bit.
Yeah.
It's just if he tries to turn, he can't turn.
No. And you're
Pushing
pushing
about 3 feet.
And the trouble is you're also pushing all of that weight down into the dirt.
Yeah, they need to take that spare that's sitting there and put it on the back left, and then the dude needs to sit on the back left, the co-driver, and try to get as much weight on the back left as possible.
Have you ever noticed that car recovery is really easy when you sat here?
I'm just saying what I would do if I was there. Not that it would work, but I would try that.
To be fair, I'm amazed it even moved at all, so fair play to them. They've got some strong rape ties there, that's for sure. Right, as we continue to watch Sorensen there trying to extract himself from the dirt, let's have a quick look at the top 10 in the T1 at the ToyoTires Desert Challenge. In 10th is Venstra, in 9th is Bowers, in 8th is JP Gomez, in 7th is Blake Wilkey, in 6th is Mike Mamer, in 5th is Raul Gomez, last year's King of the Hammers champion, in 4th is Ethan Ebberts in the Honda, in 3rd is Tim Herbst, in 2nd is Ryan Arciero, and 1st and charging hard it was Christopher Polvoorde.
And you want to know something else impressive about Christopher's time there? He had to pass 2 trucks on the course also. So he got first with a 305 and passed 2 cars on course. So that definitely cost him a little bit of time passing 2 cars.
Yeah, it just goes to show he's a man on form at the moment, but this isn't, this isn't built in a day. We've been watching him for years. He's been getting faster and faster, learning his trade, learning his craft, and he's brought it here this weekend and he's laying it down. The next question is, what can he do in the main race tomorrow? Can he put it all together?
Now, Brandon, he may be watching himself here because he's got his phone out. Chances are he has service over there because where he is, I think it works. So he may be looking at himself on our feed if he's watching our feed. We'll see if they start waving.
Yeah, he's trying to go backwards now.
Well, he can still go forward.
Oh, he's getting there. I'll be honest, I'm seriously impressed.
Those sled things work pretty good. I've used them before, but only on a UTV, but they do work pretty good. That's obviously a max track, so that's not designed to be a sled, but they made it into it. They do make some that are sleds that come up at the front. It's angled, like on a snowmobile, like a ski.
I'll be honest, I'm massively impressed it moved at all. It's a great shot of the inside of the cab here, and you get an idea and a sense of what's actually going on. So if we look at the to the passenger side here, so where the co-driver sits, you'll notice he's got lots. In front of him, he's got his GPS. That's telling him where they're going. To the right of him, you'll see there's a whole pack of switches there. Now, all of the these cars, they're all running control units. They don't use switches or relays or fuses anymore. Everything is done through a power distribution module. Those switches there, they'll all be set up so he'll be able to control the controls so the driver can keep his hands on the wheels at all time. To the left of him there, he then has a dashboard which is talking to him, showing him all of the controls. It'll be telling him about oil pressure, oil temperature, water temperature. It will also show his rev counter and be showing what gear he's in and total speed. Now that's all controlled through a computer and probably through a Motec system that's working on his with his engine ECU. That's all repeated in front of the driver, but on a smaller scale, so the driver can just glance down and get the information that he needs. Although the co-driver will be feeding him pretty much everything he needs at all times. Now if you just look to the right hand side of the driver's position there, you see the gear shifter, and that's where he'll be shifting his gears. So he'll just have a park, reverse, neutral, and then 3 speeds, and there'll be usually these gearboxes are set up so you have to manually shift between the gears. So it'll be first, second and third, usually on a reverse pattern shifter. So, Fish, we were looking at the tracker right now. I mean, what do you reckon? We got any cars out there on course right now?
I don't even know if we have any moving. I think this may be the only car left on course right here. So I know we have the Class 11s that we're staging over there. They're probably headed out to the lake bed because they're supposed to start in about half an hour, right at 3 o'clock. But I think that's I think this might be our only car that's out on course right now is the Brandon Sorensen one.
Okay, now Fish, it's been a fantastic day of qualifying here, but let's just talk a little bit about what's coming up. We have got the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. I can't wait for that. Now, that's going to kick off in around about 30 minutes, something like that?
Yeah, right about 3 o'clock, so it's about almost 2:30 now, so yeah, about 30 minutes.
Now, it's a 1 hour race plus 1 lap. So these guys, I believe the course is around about 3.5 miles that they're going to be racing. Now, last year we saw them coming up over Bald Winds Leap. They've taken that out of this year because we've got a little bit of dampness in the ground. It would be unfair to see these 2-wheel drive vehicles trying to make that way up that mountain.
It'd be more exciting if half the field wasn't stuck right off the start this year, right?
Exactly. So they've got a 3.5 mile course, and they're going to be racing for around about 1 hour. Now, when the lead car crosses the line exactly on that hour point, and that could be as late as, say, 1 hour and 15 minutes, that's when the race will come to a finish, okay, and then they'll be coming in as a Grand Prix finish. So as you cross the line, you will be taking the checkered flag.
Yeah, so hopefully you are very close to the leader so you're on the same lap so that you can actually get a finish on the same lap, right? That's the way the Grand Prix works. No one will go out on a new lap once the leader finishes.
Okay, so we continue here watching Brandon Sorensen trying to put his car back together. It's 3 p.m. We're going to be waiting for the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by MPI. But while we're waiting for that, let's have a look at some of the highlights from earlier today. And what a day of qualifying has been here in Johnson Valley, California. We are here at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by ToyoTires and powered by Optima Batteries for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And it's all about the qualifying. Fish, what are we seeing out here?
Yeah, we saw a lot of action. Started this morning with the limited class. You can see this is one of our B3s that was out there earlier, the UTVs. We had some Jeeps out there, some Toyotas out there, some 4600 cars, all qualifying earlier, mixed in with the Class 10 cars, all the limited cars. That's what we're looking at right here. That was early this morning.
Yeah, it's been a lot of qualifying today where we saw the limited classes racing first thing, and then it was all about the unlimited classes this afternoon. We're seeing those T1s, T2s and B1s out there on the track, and they properly laid it down.
Yeah, we had some great footage throughout the day. Then we had the 1400, 1450 race. That was some of these cars right here that we're looking at. That was in the after the limited qualified. They went out for their own little race. It's pretty exciting for a little bit, and then it got a little spread out. We saw some carnage, saw some flat tires, saw some epicness.
That's the thing, though. We were saying today, this is going to be a day of flat tires. We haven't seen as many flat tires as we expected.
Yeah, we've seen a few, but definitely for the amount of rocks that were out there, it's been good. And this was Ethan Ebert right there. That's one of the Brenthal trucks coming by.
Yeah, I mean, probably the most notable that we've seen today was Adam Householder. He got caught out there on track, and it certainly cost him. And he's going to be around about 10 minutes behind the lead cars as he lines up tomorrow for the main race. If you want more highlights from today, the race action will start at 8 a.m. with the limited classes. That'll be the B2s, the B3s, B4s, T3s and T4s. They're going to be racing up until around about midday as we watch Blake Wilkey there do a big old handstand. And then it'll be around about 12:30 tomorrow. We will be seeing the unlimited trucks going out to race. That'll be the T1s, T2s and B1s. And it's Christopher Polvoorde who's sitting on top of the box right now. And just behind him is Ryan Arciero. And that's going to be some race to watch.
Yeah, we got B1s. That's one of the B1s from earlier. There's this one on course right now. No, that was earlier. That's one of the Dean car. We never saw the Deans finish. I wonder what happened to them, actually. I didn't see a finish time for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. We were watching their team and you were saying, these guys are going to be super fast. They're going to be laying it down. And they never quite made it to the finish.
Well, they're checkers or wreckers type drivers. So if they didn't get the checkers, not necessarily wreckers, but maybe they had a problem.
Yeah, there's Connor Pyle there. Racing in the only non-LS engine in the T2s.
There was Christopher Polvoorde. Eisenhower's. Still waiting on a time for them too. We don't have a time for them yet. Hopefully we get a time for them and Jason Coleman.
Yeah, Jason Coleman looks seriously fast out there. Let's not forget as we watch our Class 11s starting to assemble for the mass line start.
Look at all those things out there. This is going to be awesome. It's going to start at about 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock, they're just getting staged now. The green flag's going to drop at 3, and they're going to go for it. Should be pretty cool.
I've got to cut you back there, Fish. What do you mean pretty cool? It's going to be amazingly
cool.
Epic. As we watch Nick May. Did enjoy watching that vehicle. It was awesome. There'll be so many stories from today's qualifying, and we'll be catching up with some of the drivers tomorrow and possibly even later on today. And the B3s did not disappoint. We saw so much drama and action out there. There's a game changer, seeing the UTV classes being mixed back up as one class once again, something we haven't seen for quite a number of years. Okay, and welcome back to Hammertown. We are here for the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And today has been all about the qualifying. Fish, what have we been up to?
Yeah, we've been qualifying. We started this morning early with the limited class cars. Then we went to the 1400 Rush Challenge in the middle of the day. Then we let the Unlimiteds go out there and all set their times for tomorrow. But we got one more race coming up next.
We have indeed. And just looking back at those highlight reels, it's been so much qualifying today. There's been so much action on track. It's so easy to forget just how good this racing has been. I mean, we're set up for a classic battle tomorrow, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. And one of the cool things is wherever you qualify today, no matter what class you're in, if you're in the Unlimited or the Limited, you start exactly where you were. So we got some stock cars in the Limiteds that are going to start with the Unlimiteds. And then we have some in the afternoon race. We got some T2s that are going to start with the T1s, and it's going to be exciting.
It is indeed. I can't wait for that. But we're going to be moving on now. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we are going to have the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI, and that's going to be epic. 30-plus Class 11 Baja bugs out there on the desert, and it's all going to be kicking off. But Fish, I hear you're leaving me for that one.
Yeah, we got someone here that knows more about the Class 11 cars than me, so I figured,
I don't believe
that. I don't know those guys as much as this guy. He races with them. We'll give him the mic and let him talk about it. I'll be back in the morning for the desert guys that I know.
Well, we look forward to that very much indeed. So Fish from Fishgistics, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us in the booth, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. But right now, we're going to be getting ready for a 3 o'clock start for the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. Please don't go anywhere. Make sure you join us, and we're going live at 3 p.m. for the Class 11 Showdown. We'll see you in a bit.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Okay, and welcome back. This is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by ToyoTires and presented by Optima Batteries. We are here today for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge, and it's about to get really exciting. Joining me in the booth right now, I've got Fast Felix, and of course, I've got with me Emily Shapiro, which is absolutely fantastic. But why are we here, ladies and gentlemen? We are here for the Class 11 Showdown. I can't wait for this. I am so excited. I'm going to do this. I've got to do this.
Let's see it.
I've got my Class 11 t-shirt. Oh, yeah.
Of all the classes out here representing the Class 11 Showdown.
Absolutely. No, I love Class 11. It's such a special thing. And we've been having them out here for a few years, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. This year, we've got, 30-plus cars out there lining up on the lake bed?
That's right. Yeah, we've got about 30 or 31 cars, depending on how many of those made it to the starting line. And it's a really exciting lineup. We have some people like Dennis Sletton in the field who have been racing for absolute decades. You know, king of Class 11, been out here forever. And we have other people like Chris May, literally his first race in that car, just finished building it the other night. He's got about 10 miles in that car. So really a broad spectrum of, tremendous experience and brand new.
Fantastic. Well, speaking of Chris May, Tiffany caught up with him just the other day, or earlier today, should I say. So let's have a look and see what Tiffany had to find out.
If you've been watching King of the Hammers for the last few years, of course you definitely know the gentleman right next to me, Chris May. Now, Chris, we always talk about people starting in UTVs and making their way up and then eventually getting a 4400. You went 4400, 46, 4800, 4900, and now we're in Class 11. That's
right.
Tell me about that.
People start from the bottom and go up. I kind of, got into this 2010 rock crawler. It was a 4400, and then I just kind of slowly worked my way down and try something new. My buddy Will, South Carolina, he came out here last year, bought a Class 11. Just seems like so much fun. So in October, I started building this one, and here we are.
Well, he did say, he's like, you are the man. If you want to talk to somebody, go talk to the man. Well, and what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge? Obviously, you don't have the travel that you normally would in an Ultra 4 vehicle. It's a little bit different. You're a little bit slower.
Oh, yeah, we don't know. I've driven a Volkswagen about 5 miles my entire life, and 4 of them were out here just a minute ago. I'm not kidding. So I don't know nothing about Volkswagens. We're looking at other people's cars. I mean, I don't know anything, so it's just gonna be fun to learn.
I don't know why I'm smiling so much. I think I'm just excited for you. You guys, if you want to do this, come out. Chris has done it.
Yeah,
Will Harris has done it. Everybody's doing it. Come out and race this class.
It's something new and fun, and we'll see. It's pretty rough out there. I'm hoping they can make it better, but maybe that's as good as it gets. I don't know, but it's pretty rough.
Well, we're gonna see what happens at the end. Best of luck to you. Can't wait to see all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. No, I love that we've got 4,400 class drivers that are moving over to Class 11 just because they want to have some fun with it and enjoy it. That's so cool. What are you doing to us, man? Where did this class come from? I know it's been around for years, but it is just awesome.
It's amazing. You get people like Larry Rossler involved. Guys have been racing Baja, 50 years? I mean, Mr. Baja, they call him. I mean, you got everybody coming. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, then we've got big influencers out there like Blake Wilkey, of course, and other big hitters as well. And I just love that. And I love the fact that this is one of them. I know that there'll be TV sets switching on all around the world right now who aren't that worried about T1, but they really do care about Class 11. And that's really, really cool. So now we're getting ready for the start here and more things are happening. But now, talk to me about Will Harris. Who's Will Harris? Because, I'm hearing that Tiff's been chatting to him today. Is he worth a win interview, do you think?
Will's, he raced last year, was his first race at the Hammers, and then he went back. I don't remember where he lives, but he went back and he went and built a new car, and so he's out here with a new car now. He raced Crandon. The guy's hooked, so.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, Tiff caught up with him earlier, so let's hear what he had to say.
If you've ever heard of the Big House, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And Will Harris, the last time you've actually driven the car right behind me was the Big House at Crandon, which was back Labor Day weekend last year. Hasn't touched it since. So tell me how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. The car felt solid. We went and did a little pre-run this morning with it, and didn't need to make any changes. We're in tech right now, so hopefully we made some safety improvements. And as long as that goes through, and we'll be racing tomorrow.
Well, and talking about that, this is your second year here for King of the Hammers. And with that being said, what keeps bringing you back each year?
Oh man, the challenge.
The challenge.
We're from South Carolina, and the challenge is getting here. So yeah, it's a 36-hour nonstop drive.
That's the challenge already. This gentleman has already raced 36 hours. You are ready for it, and you still got that smile.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, this weekend won't be 36 hours for you, because I think we've timed out that.
I hope not. It's just the camaraderie, the people, the racing family. It's something that most people will never get to experience unless they come. And sitting at home watching it on TV is not it. You got to get here.
Well, I mean, I don't think I need to say anything else. Will has said it all. If you want to come race King of the Hammers, come here.
Yep.
This man is from South Carolina, all the way on the other side of the country, and he didn't make an excuse. Neither can you guys.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Tiff. Great to hear from Will Harris there. Now, Emily, you know more than a little bit about this class. So, come on, talk to me. Tell the world who you are and what you are to this class.
So I've been racing in the desert, 25 years, all sorts of classes. My mother actually raced a Class 11 car in the 1974 Baja 500 wearing Parnelli Jones race suit. I can't tell you how many times she's told me that story. So long time in the desert. My dad was actually a partner on the Harley-Davidson bike team back in the 70s.
Oh, okay, look at this. It looks like actually we got a land start going right now. It looks like they've gone early, so... Okay, it's a jump start, and they're going to be rerunning this. So it looks like a restack. So somebody got a little bit ahead of themselves there. It's another reason to love Class 11.
Yeah. Where's the course? I'm kind of curious which line they're taking here. What's going on?
I think this is a re-rack, so they're going to get stopped and they're going to get brought back for the start. So somebody literally jumped the gun there.
Yeah.
So come on, Emily, let's go back to what you were saying a minute ago. You were just introducing us to the fact you've been desert racing for over 25 years. And where did that take you and how did that get you into Class 11 racing?
So I have been racing in Class 1600 and Trophy Truck. And amongst the Trophy Truck or T1 racers, we have always talked about the real... So we always talk about the real heroes of the sport of the Class 11 guys, that the tough folks are really the ones in Class 11, and we always wanted to. So my dad and my mom started it back in the day. My husband and I decided to carry on that legacy, started building some Baja bugs, as they're called in Nitrocross, Class 11 cars here. Long history of the Land Rush start. Land Rush has been something that has happened, for decades in Class 11. Recently brought back here at King of the Hammers. Always an exciting start to the race. Nobody loves seeing anything more than watching these things bang fenders.
Okay, well, I'm just hearing things through my rugged race radios that although someone jumped the starts, it looks like that start's going to carry. So, right, what's happening here? This is the Class 11 start. Well, we're getting some love for that one, aren't we?
We are. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, right, exactly that. So, right, we're going to it's a 1 hour race. So that means they're going to be racing for 45 minutes, and then the first car across the line is going to get a white flag. When he then crosses the line, which will be around about the hour mark, they'll get a checkered flag, and then it will be a Grand Prix style finish after that.
Curious to see who's coming through front.
Yeah, we're just waiting to get confirmation on bits and pieces right now, so as soon as we got anything.
One thing's for sure, though, if those guys jump on that Land Rush start, getting them restacked is almost an impossibility.
It's like herding cats, for sure.
That's
yeah,
right.
It is.
That's right. There's something about Class 11 racers. You're not going to stop them and get them restacked.
So it looks like Oliver Flemate in second right now. He's battling with the sand.
Yeah, is that maybe Ventura over there? I'm taking that right line. A little hard to see.
No, that looks like Donnie. Looks like a slow ride car. Donnie Donovan, maybe?
Donnie Donovan, always fast in that blue slow ride car.
Yeah.
Flemate won the Baja 1000 this year.
Exactly.
Really nice car, really well fabricated. Wouldn't be surprised to see him up at the top of the box.
Right. Well, it looks like Donnie's right there. Flemate and Donnie on each other.
It's truly incredible the type of terrain that these cars can go through and the speed with which they can navigate these obstacles. Is really impressive. Yeah, that's in the second spot there. We do have Donnie Donovan.
Yep.
Donnie Donovan,
then, you got
big-time VW enthusiast. He restores the Baja or the VW buses.
You got Danny Reyes right there in third place, pushing on Donnie. And Cowboy Ceramony right there in fourth place.
Cowboy Ceramony, inducted to the UFC Hall of Fame this year, longtime UFC fighter.
Kyle Zirkis, Yokohama back car. He's right up there. And there's Blake Wilkey. It's tight. Yeah, it's
that's
tight.
a tight top six right there. Any one of those guys can win on any given day.
Yeah, and they're all fast.
That's right.
See how it goes here. Look at Blake's on Kyle's bumper. See how it goes once it opens up a little.
You know, Blake and Kyle race against each other in nitro costs, so they're used to that short course, really tight racing, rubbing fenders. So we'll see if they can get by each other real clean.
Kyle took a different line, looked a little faster.
That's right.
So you got Oliver Flemate in first place right now. See how it goes. Still got up 45 minutes, so.
Yeah, Daniel Reyes is up there, been racing 19 years in Class 11, 5 code championships, one of those overall class championship.
Yeah, Danny comes out of Mexicali. He's a hardcore racer. That guy
Fun
races
fact,
a lot.
his co-driver has fought in 2 World Boxing Organization championships fights, one in Argentina, one in Nicaragua. He fought in the I think it's called the Superfly class. Like, who wouldn't want to fight in that weight class?
Yeah, right. It just sounds cool, huh?
That's right.
Superfly.
Superfly. Feels like he needs to do a dip when he says it, right?
Right. Well, Kyle Circus just got to third place. Looks like Wilkey's in fourth on his bumper.
Looks like Cowboy got a little wild there in that left.
Yeah. Cowboy doing cowboy things.
That's right.
Is that Will Harris up there? What, 5th, 6th place? Yeah. Todd Rimraid.
Todd Rimmerade, it's only, I think, their 2nd or 3rd race, new to Class 11.
3rd race, yeah.
Yep. Only been racing in Class 11 or racing off-road for 2 years, most of that in short course.
Yeah, his son does the Nitrocross, the UTV stuff. Yeah,
That's right.
He's really fast, yeah.
That's right.
See how it goes here. Guys are moving, man. It's wild out there. I'm pretty envious I'm not out there. I mean, how do you say the word? Jonesing. I wish I was out there right now.
I think it's just called straight jealousy, Josh.
Yeah, we'll say it. It doesn't look good on me. I agree.
Jealousy doesn't look good on you, Josh. And who knew when these Volkswagens were built back in 1938 that they'd be out here racing in the desert, going over, 2, 3, 4 foot whoops, dropping off of rock cliffs. I don't think that was the plan when they built the people's car.
Right, these are 50-year-old sedans. They weren't made for this, exactly.
That's right. Production car for 65 years. They built the Type 1 Volkswagen.
I believe there was 10 million bugs built. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yep. It consistently ranks in the top longest production vehicles.
Right.
What I find absolutely remarkable about this class is it's also still driving innovation as well. We're seeing like companies like Raceline coming out and making alloy wheels that replicate the old steel wheels because you now can't get steel wheels anymore.
That's right.
And that's amazing. And then you've also got people like Slen Engineering working on the engines, and all the transmission companies as well. Wow. Look at that fantastic stuff here.
That looks great, but it's kind of throwing caution to the wind at the same hand. You kind of got to weigh it out.
So what kind of weight are these vehicles? I mean, are they sub 1 ton or?
So you're about 17 to 1,900 pounds, most of these cars. That's a competitive car, 1,700, 1,900 pounds.
Yeah, for those people sitting at home across the pond, that's just under a ton in weight.
Yeah, and you're running like stock, not stock, 12-inch stroke, 2.0 shocks. So you can't have no internal bypass, no bypasses, no coilover. You run a torsion bar. Up front, you're running 6 inches of travel. In the back, maybe 10. So you add that to a trophy truck with 40s, and you're on a 28-inch tire with 6 inches of travel. Big difference. And you're running the same course, so you have to think of that.
That's really the heritage of this class, and I think part of the allure of this class is that these cars remain largely stock in their stock configuration from a motor perspective, from a suspension perspective, from a transmission perspective. They run, stock original brakes. Most of the changes that they can make are related to safety. They need to, of course, increase the ride height. We're asking a little more out of them than you do on the street, of course.
Now I'm going to ask this, because, all the Beetles I've ever seen, that means they've got drum brakes. So
you're running
drum brakes.
Yep.
Wow.
And no power steering.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so you got like 4 inches. You turn your wheel 4 inches before it actually starts to catch, so it's kind of wild.
Flemente's pulling out a pretty solid lead here.
Yeah,
Looks like Donnie
looks good.
Donovan's still running in second.
You got Kyle and Blake Wilkey, Kyle Circus, Blake Wilkey. They're not giving up, man. These guys, they're going to push to the very end,
Blake Wilkey, he's 46 races in that car, 46 finishes.
Right, it's pretty
He built
amazing.
that car himself, built in the garage. He's also racing the only bug entered in the T1 class.
Yeah, we saw him qualifying today. I think he qualified in 12th position.
Yeah.
And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. We are here at the Toyo Desert Challenge at King of the Hammers. And right now it's about these guys and gals. It is the Class 11s.
Flemate boy, he's looking good out there right now.
He is, but he
still
runs Baja, and this course is rough and a lot of variance in what you're going over here.
Right.
And Flemente's got a lot of experience of running that very
So he's
terrain.
used to running in the ruts of those 40-inch tires.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll see a lot of times he'll ride the center and the outside of the berm. You don't want to drop it all the way down into those grooves because, you know, just you'll be riding on the pan. So
right. So
you'll see
you
'em
can get
ride the
high
side.
centered, so you drive the crown, you know, stay out to the side. Yep.
Now, I've driven two-wheel drive cars off-road, and it's hard work. Driving a two-wheel drive bug off-road, that's almost bordering line insanity.
That's right.
Yeah. So you got Steve Fredericks right here coming up, and I believe, Vistra, I can't say her first name, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Brent Vistra?
No, not Brent, it's his niece.
Okay.
Dylan Vistra, I'm sorry.
Dylan, there we go.
What? She didn't get to drive? You got Corey Vandermark out there. Here comes Dennis Sletton behind Corey Vandermark.
Yep. Dennis Sletton, a longtime Class 11 racer. His family, his son Tim, runs Sletton Engineering, Sletton Motors. A lot of the cars on the race course today are Sletton Engineering powered. Timmy's great. He comes out to all the races and gives really solid support to the racers out there, which really makes a difference in your ability to
So, I mean, if you want to get into Class 11 racing, I mean, is there... Oh, we got high center there.
Oh, who's that?
That's Louis Acosta, AAA Racing.
AAA Racing, that's right. There's 2 AAA racing cars. Only one of them's here today.
Yeah.
He's going to back it up and take another run. That's what Class 11's all about.
Yeah, right. You better get going. You got a bunch of cars coming.
He's going to take that other line. He sees those guys coming.
Very good.
Looks like we have some cars stopped down there at the bottom. Oh, no. Who's that?
Looks like Caleb Fuson, and I believe that's Rosalie Pendergrass.
Actually, Sarah Larson is driving that car for Rosalie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
her first time in a Class 11. She was really excited to be out here. She came all the way out from Florida to drive this car.
Oh, wow. She picked a doozy for her first
That's
time
right. If you're
drive.
going to pick a first race, I'm not sure it's King of the Hammers.
Right.
But, you know, here she is. You got to hand it to her.
Now, this is interesting. We just watched this car get stuck here a moment ago, and he had to go so far off track to be able to find a better line, to be able to then actually get traction to get back into the race.
That's a really good point. One of the things when you're racing a limited vehicle is you're always looking for hard pack. Traction is your friend. So you're constantly looking for not just the smoothest line, but where can I find some hard pack? Even just moments of locking up some traction are really going to make you the difference in being able to carry speed into the whatever your next obstacle or challenge might be.
What sort of tyres are you running on this? Are you limited to the type of tyres you can use? Do you want an aggressive tyre out here, or are you looking for
So
a
that's where
less
you got to
aggressive
weigh it
tyre?
out, you know. So you got to weigh it out. I personally run Yokohamas. Everybody has their own preference. Weight is a big deal. The race course is a big deal. Like right here, do you ride a super light tire for the street because it's less rotational mass, or do you go out there and put a heavy tire that you know you're going to make it no flats? That's where you got to weigh it out. You know, what is worth it? You know.
Yeah, not just that, but also tire pressure. How much tire pressure are you going to run?
And I'm guessing that you've got to use standard style rims, which means that you have no bead lock, so therefore you can't deflate your tyres too far.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Mobile Wagon, they've done a good job building an aftermarket wheel that it looks exactly like a stock wheel, and their work, man. They're really good.
Oh, man, looks like
Corey Vandermark.
Mike from Idiot Racing there in 1102, stuck, pulled over to the side.
That's Corey Vandermark, I believe.
Yeah.
Continental
Okay.
Tire
Oh, is it?
Company.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
Yeah,
Corey Vandermark. Yep. And then we've got Cole Wimmer in the 1185 in that Avid car.
That's Caden
trying
Wells
to get around
back
on the
there.
right. We got Caden Wells. Looks like he's caught up with that group.
There you go. You got through there. Good job, Caden. So Caden races the unlimited UTVs, the Polaris Pro R, I believe it is.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, very, very fast. Watching qualifying earlier today.
Yeah, yeah.
His girlfriend, Emma Cornwell, rides with him, and she's quite an interesting character. Normally the spokesperson in the car. If you know Caden, he's quite the quiet guy, man of a few words. Emma, interestingly enough, trained synchronized swimmer. Who knew? I'd never met one before. Not just that, she's been in a Beyonce video.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's pretty cool. As we watch Blake Wilkey there making his way through in the Slug Shark.
Blake's in second place.
Yeah.
He's all over Flemate right now.
That's a great race right there. Well, you know, Blake is the 2-time King of the Hammers winner in Baja Class 11.
Yep.
So really good chance. He's taking a great line up that sand hill. Looks like he got by
It's
Flemate
really interesting.
there.
That was a great camera shot there because you could see the severity of the hill and you could see how the cars were working to try and find that traction.
That's
right. You got to look for the less ran area, you know, so it's not so sandy. Looks like a Will Harris over here, I believe, or is that Steve, his partner, getting a tire change in the hot pit?
Yeah, not surprising to see some flat tires out there. There's so many rocks, and the more that this race course gets tore up, the more those rocks are going to get pulled to the surface, and they're going to continue to be a challenge for these cars.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, this is the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown here in Hammertown. It's a 45-minute race after 45 minutes of racing, and these are 3.5-mile laps. The white flag will be shown to our race leader, and on the completion of that next lap, he will receive, or she will receive, the checkered flag, and it will be a Grand Prix finish from that point forward.
Yeah, it looks like Blake's got by Flemate and holding off that lead as they come down through the canyon past back door.
Yeah, this is coming around the back of Short Bus right now, and you can see the shadows starting to lengthen.
That's going to change things too.
Sure does. That definitely impacts your visibility.
It does. It's one of those, when you come from the bright sunshine, go into the shadows, it changes everything completely. Some people love that transfer. Some people really enjoy it. Some people, they can't cope with it at all.
Yeah, I fall on the side of not love.
Wow, Blake and Flemate putting on a show right now.
They
for
sure
the fans.
are.
Those guys are
running
moving.
hard.
They've pulled away from everybody.
That's right.
Blake's a hard guy to beat, man. The guy's fast. He puts in the work. Makes sure his car's right. I mean,
super consistent.
Yeah, and he's a wheelman, you know. So it's hard. It's hard. You got to really be on your game.
So Blake's going to be racing that car next weekend in Calgary on ice.
Yep,
so
nitrocross.
Not only is he really challenging right now and looks like he's got in a good position for the win, he's going to turn around. That car's going to leave on Tuesday and head up north to race on the ice.
But let's just talk about that for a moment. So we're seeing Baja bugs now, you know, basically going nationwide across the USA with Nitro Cross and to other places as well. I mean, I've heard rumors that you guys might be going abroad with these things as well.
That's right.
So, like, you know, this is absolutely fantastic. So why have we seen this sudden resurgence in Class 11? Because Class 11 was always the, how should I put this, the starter class. It was always the, I haven't got much money, I'll buy a Beetle, I'll go and play in the desert. Now all of a sudden, it's got this huge following, and it really is massively popular.
I think one of the biggest reasons goes back to the name of the company that made it, Volkswagen. It was made to be the people's car. You can go anywhere on this planet, and 9 out of 10 people are going to recognize a Volkswagen Bug.
Yeah,
that Type 1 Volkswagen has remained largely unchanged for decades, and it's just recognizable. Another thing that you had mentioned was just the cost to get in. People who want to race. It's a class that was fairly low cost. I think those top guys are going to tell you a little something different about tuning those motors. That's gotten pretty pricey to get as much performance as you can out of these cars. I think some of just the coverage. Dust to Glory had a great Class 11 race highlighted. And so it's just brought that class back, and people have really glommed on. I will tell you, people reach out all the time to us looking for a Class 11 car and wanting to get involved.
Yeah. That, and I believe that you can always familiarize with the Bug, right? Who doesn't know a Bug? I mean, your grandpa had one, your aunt had one, so it's kind of easy to associate yourself with it. That's one of them things. Like, you see a Bug, you can't not smile, right? I mean,
this is very, very true. And also, everyone, or a lot of people have an experience of driving in a Bug or being sitting in a Bug or something like that. Which still brings me back to the point: why are we racing them? But,
exactly.
But thank God we are. I absolutely love this so much.
There's Ventura. Ventura's real fast.
Jorge Ventura, yeah, he's
Armando
running.
and Jorge, real fast Class 11 racers.
They've won the Mint, I believe, 3 times in Class 11. Yeah, those guys they're the real deal.
That's right.
Yeah, and the Mint 400 is not a course to be sniffed at.
No.
This is a course that really breaks the biggest, baddest cars. So they've got a Class 11 round the Mint. That's something very special.
Yeah. That's right.
Looked like a second ago I seen Kyle Circus and Cowboy Ceramony duking it out. They passed each other back and forth. That looked good.
Kyle Zirkus built that car in high school, I think in 2005, 2008. Him and his buddies rounded up $300 and built it in their garage, and they've been racing it ever since.
Yeah, Kyle comes from a supercross background, or a motocross, excuse me. And so he can wheel. The guy can wheel.
Oh, look at this here. We got some action now.
Blake and Flemate here, like you said, Josh, putting on a show.
Putting on a show for everybody, yeah. I mean, they're really pushing the car. Blake, he always pushes. Flemate, he's really pushing.
So these vehicles are all air-cooled. Being pushed this hard in constant race conditions, does that cause problems for the motors, or do they have a solution for that?
We got to run an oil cooler with a fan and keep an eye on the gauge. Some guys don't run gauges. The cost of the motors nowadays, we run gauges. Make sure.
Yeah. Does it actually slow you down, or does it just not mean that you're going to break it?
No, you just don't want to burn it up. So as long as you keep the fan on and everything's okay, keep running it. Push hard. These guys are pushing. That's a show.
Oh, it's great to see. And apparently there's lots of modification going into the transmissions as well these days.
Well, it's stock first, second, third, and fourth gear. The guys are running like lockers or limited slips. It's kind of basic, but you're allowed to Weddle main shaft, Weddle first and second gear. But for the most part, I mean, guys are playing with the differentials a little bit. But for the most part, we run a Dave Foltz custom diff. That's kind of a normal for all of us. But you'd be surprised. I mean, I raced a couple years ago with a bone stock transmission we pulled out of a stock bug. I mean, you just got a wheel, man. I mean,
yeah. But that's awesome because it makes it accessible and affordable.
If you want to go have fun, you could build one at home for reasonable price, I guess. But if you want to go race and run up front with Wilkey and Flemate, these guys, it's gonna hurt your pocket.
Oh, come on, but let's talk about that. I mean, it's not that many years ago. I mean, I remember being invited down to Baja to race to be one of the drivers for the 1000. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. But around back then, a good Class 11 car was, sort of between $15,000 and $20,000. I mean, you're paying that now for a motor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're looking about 12, 15 grand for a top of the line motor. Trans, 5 to 8 grand. It's gotten kind of out of control.
It's another one of those where we have a broad range. I talked to people today who paid $15,000 for the whole car, and then we also just saw within the last couple weeks one of the top cars sold for $47,000. So big range.
Yeah, it's a big range. But then you say $12,000 for a motor. That's not out of the range of affordability. I mean, when you consider that a lot of the big race cars in the 4400s are paying $12,000 for a rear differential.
Right, exactly. Right, it's all in perspective, right?
It's a matter of where's your decimal point.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. And where's your fun factor and where's your smile factor?
So years back, Larry Rossler drove my car here, raced my car, and we took him out to test, and he got back, and he goes, I always thought you guys were so tough. I go, what do you mean? He goes, it's not that bad in there. So we put a lot of time in the suspension. Emily's husband, Greg, he does a lot of work on their cars. They build them.
Okay, looks like we're actually seeing lap traffic there. And it looks like our lead cars there just overtook someone.
That's right.
These guys are booking, man. They're really moving.
And ride on each other. That's the kind of racing we want to see, though. That's what the spectators are here for.
That's the stuff that hurts your kidneys.
That's some whooped out stuff right there. Yeah, that's wild. Look at these guys. Wilkey pulling away a little. This guy's Flemate. He's in his dust.
Looks like we've got a stopped car there on the infield.
That is the 1156.
That's right.
I believe that's Luke
That is
Babb's
Will Drummond.
Will Drummond, yes, sir.
But you're right, though. That is Luke Babb's car.
Yeah, Luke just had a baby, so he couldn't come out. Mama
you mean
said
Luke's
no.
wife's baby?
Yeah, his wife. That would not be good if he had a baby.
They
In
bring
this day
that
and
thing
age,
out.
anything's possible.
Yeah,
right. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. Who do we got there?
Todd Ridmerade.
Todd Rimmerade coming out here from Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Looked like he's in a pretty good race there.
You got David Sanchez and Jorge Ventura. Yeah. Come on.
Oh, Jorge takes that lower line, tries to climb
shoot.
back up.
Yeah.
Looks like it didn't work out.
No.
But that's what I love to see here. You're seeing the guys and they're really working for traction. They're not relying on that four-wheel drive. They're not relying on massive horsepower. This is about driving craft.
And you can't let up. You got to keep inertia. You got to keep your momentum. It's like trophy truck versus spec truck. Those guys have to always keep it pedal to the metal.
Yeah, there's no let up in concentration in this kind of racing, is there?
No.
It has to be total. It has to be 100%.
Yep.
And I think that's why you see such a difference between the guys who are racing right at the top end and the guys and girls who are coming in at the bottom end. You have to learn your trade. You can't just jump into one of these cars and be quick.
Right.
No. But it's definitely one of those drivers class where if you can drive this hard, you can drive almost anything out there.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing, and that's what I'm really enjoying about seeing this is, you're seeing people like Blake Wilkey and that coming into there, and then stepping out of this and jumping into a T1. I mean, hello, that's mental.
That's right.
And I love to see that crossover. Right, as the action continues here at the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. We're seeing some fantastic racing, but we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. Do not miss anything. Cut onto the premium live feed and you'll be able to stay with the action. Otherwise, we will see you in 2.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is. but how we got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how we got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back. We are here for the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. What a day of racing we've had so far, and it's all about the Class 11s now. I'm loving this. Right, joining me in the booth right now, got Fast Felix and Emily. How are we doing?
You can't take your eyes off this race for a second. Just in that commercial break, we see Flemate got around Blake. Blake's making a charge as they go through the arch. Just a lot of excitement here in these VW bugs.
Yeah, we're loving this. It is absolutely nose-to-tail action.
What a race, man. This is what it's about right here.
So, what's it like inside these cars? Is it noisy? Is it loud? I mean, you got the buzz at the engines, or you just...
You hear body parts moving, fenders rubbing on tires. Then you got somebody laughing next to you that's supposed to tell you what to do.
Let's watch these guys come into this turn together. This is all what we want to see.
Yep, here it goes.
Oh, they've got traffic on the inside.
Yellow flag, yellow flag. Now, just for anybody watching at home, if you got a yellow flag, you're not allowed to overtake under a yellow flag incident.
Yeah.
So Wilkey had to back off there.
Yeah, well, Wilkey's pushing that sled motor to the ends right now.
He's got the line though. He got the
Wondering
drag.
if there's something going on.
Yeah, something had to happen. There's no way he's just going to let up like that.
Now, he didn't make that pass under that yellow flag, so there's no reason to give the position back. So hoping Flemate doesn't have a problem. But it does look like Blake is checking out, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But if you look in the rearview mirror behind those guys, doesn't seem to be much traffic behind them. These guys have really checked out from the field.
Well, hopefully Blake's team's calling him in, letting him know,
Full send.
He doesn't know another kind of
No, exactly. There's no other way for Blake.
Some lap traffic there.
Yeah, Blake's pushing, man. Hopefully his team lets him know that Flemente's out for their not pushing right now. He can check up a little bit.
Yeah, I know. We can only guess as to what's happening. Maybe he suddenly saw his oil temperature was really high and he's just backed it off.
Yeah.
That could be, but that's definitely something that you're going to want your crew to let you know when you're in a race that hard, that the other guy has backed off a little bit. You're going to adjust your speed accordingly.
Yeah, he turned it down a little bit. Yeah, he was pushing the car. He was pushing everything he had.
Now, this is one of those interesting. Now, in normal race cars, we'd be like, well, you don't want to back it off too much because these cars work at a race pace. Is that the same with a VW? I mean, surely
exactly
not.
The same.
Or is it
yeah,
really?
yeah.
Wow.
We tune the shocks. Everything's set up exactly like you're saying.
Yeah, so if you go too slow, you're actually going to hurt the
work.
car.
Yeah, the shocks won't work, exactly. There's a fine line pushing it 80% to 100% where you can, mellow it out in that area. I don't know if Blake knows that, but...
I was going to say, if someone wants to explain that to Mr. Wilkey, that could that might help him. Although it doesn't seem to be doing him any harm at the moment. What is it? 46 starts and 46 finishes?
46 starts, 46 finishes.
He actually wadded that car up with Cowboy Ceramony at the Chandler Nitro crowd. That was a pretty gnarly crash.
Was that the one that he then had to restart, change his tire, and then rejoin the course again? Or
that was another one, yeah.
That was another one.
Yeah.
That was incredible. If you're not familiar with Nitro Cross, get onto social media, check it out. Travis Pastrana's race series, and just watch the Baja bugs. They are absolutely incredible.
Looks like we got the King car stuck there. That's Riley King. She's the granddaughter of the founder of King Shocks. 15 years old, riding right seat.
Very cool.
Do you think she's got any little shock changes going on?
Yeah, possibly.
She'll have some feedback for Papa now.
Yeah.
It looks like Blake's just running that smooth pace. We got Ventura here. Looked like he's in a race.
Looks like he's chasing down Donnie Donovan.
That's right. We saw Donnie stopped a little bit earlier. Looks like he's got back going and running that fast pace as he comes into the infield here.
See what goes on here. Looks like they're going to have a race through here. Donnie always puts on a show. He's a wild man. Jorge, we call him Jorge McCachran because he's just smooth, you know, smooth operator.
He's also a little bit like Rob, not, you know, a little more on the shy side, not a lot to say, but fierce in a race car.
Yeah.
Looks like he's definitely putting the pressure on Donnie here. Let's see if he can get by Donnie before they get out of the infield. Be fun to watch them go off this together. There they go.
Wow. Look at these guys sending these things. I'm jealous. I'll say it. I'm jealous.
He went from envy to jealousy.
Yeah.
You know that's one of the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah, I know.
And this is our current race leader. This is Blake Wilkey right now, and it looks like he is checking out. But look at the rocks on this course.
Yeah, that's a gnarly section. We ran it earlier in Prologue. It was wild. Like, wow.
Looks like Blake's car is handling that rough stuff about as nice as you can in a Class 11.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking that you were in the number 9 car out there today?
I was in the 9 car. I was the one waving at you guys.
Yeah. I saw you, but literally, we don't have you down as driver of record, so I was like, literally, we saw you getting back into the vehicle. I saw you race here, and I'm like, that's Josh.
Oh, I was co-driving for Carissa.
Oh, you're co-driving,
yeah, and I
right,
told her,
okay.
you know what, just run to the top of the hill. I'll get it up there, and we'll get going again. And I jumped back over, and she took it and brought it
these
home.
long shadows are making it a little hard to make out those numbers. That looks like it was Will Harris, 1151, we heard from earlier today.
Looks like Jorge Ventura got past Donnie Donovan.
It does. Looks
starting
like
to
Jorge
check
got
out.
past Donnie.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away from him. I don't know where he's at on the board, but
Looks like Will's still running clean. You know, Will's trying to get Class 11s down to the southeast and start
yeah, I was so stoked to see his son racing with him. I thought that was neat.
12 years old.
Good young man, man. He very respectful and yeah,
Typical Donnie style. He's not going to let off here. He's not going to let Jorge just run away from him.
Seeing a little smoke coming out of Donnie's motor there. That's not good.
It does. Oh yeah.
That's not a good sign.
Donnie could be having a problem.
Oh, that
or
looks
just
like
running real fat, which is not going to be fast.
Kyle
Not gonna be the
Circus is
fastest
off
setup.
course. That's not good.
No, we see, there's the 1153 of Kyle Zirkus off there to the left. That's unfortunate. He was up there in those top 5 earlier in the race.
Yeah.
Now, this is a 45-minute race plus a lap. Now, is that kind of obviously, we know these cars race the Baja 1000. We know they race in all these things. But an hour's racing out here, that's pretty brutal, isn't it?
It is. Especially since you're going to be going about as hard as you could possibly go. This is the
Is that
1199 that
just
Shannon Campbell crashed, I think,
Right, I
last
was going
year.
to say that. Is that smoke coming out of the engine compartment there?
Indeed. Looks like he got hit. We see some damage there on his deck lid.
That's Chris Fischetti, I believe. That's Chris. He was a jet skier professional for many years.
Yeah, champion jet ski racer.
There you go. Yeah, it looks like his fan belt's probably rubbing on the alternator.
That's
I mean,
right.
the deck lid is rubbing on the fan shroud.
Back to Blake, still running clean, still running fast.
Yeah.
He's in a nice section where he can just carry some speed into that big sweeping right there.
I mean, is this still the original slug shot that he built all those years ago?
Unbelievably so.
It is, really. That's remarkable.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it's a bit like Trigger's broom. It's had a few fenders. It's had a few wings.
Yeah.
I think a few more than few, yeah. You know, unbelievably, the guy's a clean driver. You know, I think he's changed fenders 3 times. I mean, over this whole time. I think I do that a race, you know, so.
Well, to have 46 starts and 46 finishes, that tells you something about how he's driving that car. King Shock's car back going. Riley King riding right seat, 15 years old. She's got Fabian Romos in the driver's seat for her. We've only raced this car twice, 2 times ever racing a Class 11 car. Looking pretty good. Oh, this car was also stopped earlier. Looks like they got back going.
Now, this is that tough section. They were finding it hard to find traction here earlier.
That's right.
That's William Drummel.
The pack is really starting to spread out now. Let's not forget this is a 45-minute race plus 1 lap. So whoever our leader is, when they cross the line after 45 minutes of racing, they will be shown the white flag and will have 1 more lap to complete. When
Jorge
they
Ventura
finish,
got
every
stuck.
car that finishes after that will be finishing their race, irrespective of what lap they are on.
So we see Jorge Ventura having a little bit of problems, having to back up and take another run at it. You know, the top of that has quite a bit of deep sand in it. So he's going to back it up and try to get some speed and see if he can't either take the other line or get up that with a little more speed.
So when they're pulling away there, will they be looking to pull away in second gear to try and stop the spin or try and take the torque out, or will they be using that
first gear, Jim, put the gas pedal all the way down and pop the clutch, 7,000 RPMs and drop it.
7,000 RPM?
Don't tell Tim Sletton I do that, but yeah.
I didn't even know they had 7,000 RPM in them.
They're not supposed to, but yeah. 72 I think I've seen on my tag.
We got Blake just attacking that sand hill, and you can see all the rocks that are coming up under there. That's really going to make a tough ride or a bouncy ride in there. But looks like he's going to charge all the way to the top. Not a big surprise. He's pulled away. Tremendous lead from Blake.
So we were talking about this earlier. There are modifications to differentials allowed, so they can have a limited slip, because we can see as he's working his way up there, he's definitively got two-wheel drive making his way up there.
Limited slip, yeah.
Ventura's got his navigator out. Looks like he's got that front left pulled all the way off the ground. He's high center.
That's not good. Yeah. That's Edgar Romero. He's his co-driver. They did Baja 1000. He was part of the Baja Jerky team.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they're going to have to get digging.
Maybe convince one of his buddies to come up, give him just a little tap to
I'd
get past that.
Yeah, I'd get a toe strap ready and start screaming, you know.
That's right.
So what's interesting, the bugs are stuck here, but down in Baja, you know, you go through the silt beds with 3 foot of silt, and you see trophy trucks stuck, and we just drive right through them. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. There he goes. Come on, big guy.
You see his navigator there trying to push him back, help him get stuck.
Fantastic English.
Yeah. Welcome to my life.
You know, that was one of the requirements building these cars, is they wanted a car that a person could push if you ran out of gas.
Yes.
Really?
We saw Riley King and Fabian Ramos come by in that King car. Poor Ventura losing some time.
Well, so many cars built onto the same hill. The 2CV, the Ducheva.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. In fact, there was a 2CV that completed Dakar this year. Perhaps it's time for a Class 11 assault on Dakar.
Can you even imagine?
Come on with it, Jim.
Don't count him out. Oh, we got Blake getting by a little more lap traffic here.
I believe that's Chris May that was on earlier.
That's right.
It is. Now, Chris May, of course, is a 4400 class driver. He's getting a schooling here today in the Class 11s.
In all fairness, he had 10 miles in the car before he showed up and raced it today.
Don't give him excuses. So if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Ultima Batteries. It is the Toyo Deserts Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And this is the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown. 1 hour of the best Class 11 action you'll see anywhere on the planet. And right now it's all about that man, Blake Wilkey, who's blazing off into the sunset, quite literally.
Looks like I don't want to jinx him, but our 2-time King of the Hammers Baja Class 11 winner could be 3.
Yeah, he's pushing. Looks good. Nice, clean, consistent.
Here comes Rema Reed getting by Ventura.
Yeah, Ventura there seems to be suffering a little bit, doesn't it? The frustration level must be 10.
Oh, I can only imagine the driver's seat right now. Yeah.
Now, did they have any mechanical means of getting themselves out? Can they wrap things around the wheels to help for traction? Are they allowed to use mechanical aids like that?
Some guys are running the Max Tracks. It's like a traction board. Obviously, Ventura doesn't have them in his car, but yeah, it's a benefit. They help.
Yeah, I know in some of our sports back in Europe, they'll be allowed to use like snow chains and things like that.
Really?
I don't know. Is that legal here, or is that you're not allowed
I've
to?
I've never heard
things?
it not be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, I think it's not.
Have I just ruined Class 11?
Yeah, right. Next year's Hammer's going to show with chains on her tires. That's funny.
I've been stuck before, and you're just looking for bushes to tear down
Yeah,
and put underneath
yeah,
your tire.
exactly.
Anything to get you just a little bit
I told
more
Carissa that today. Just drive in the bushes. She's like, "What? Drive in the bushes? It's traction, you know." So.
Looks like they've got themselves off from that high center.
Good.
Hopefully that navigator can get in there. Hopefully they still have a clutch left to be able to get back in the race.
Yeah, hopefully.
And again, Blake, once we hit that 45-minute mark, looks like Blake's going to be the one to set that white flag for that final lap.
One of the things I really enjoy about this class is there's a huge camaraderie amongst the Class 11 racers, isn't there? I remember my first time out in Crandon, and the Class 11s were all pitting together, and some of the guys were having some issues, and they were working all the night, pulling transmissions, swapping engines out, turning one thing into another thing to get the cars back out on track, because they wanted to get as many cars on track to put in front of the crowds the next day. I thought that was really special.
It is. It's definitely something that's special about this class. Blake is probably having a little bit of frustration right now. He's in that single track. Looks like he's behind that Keen car. He's definitely going to want to get by. Looks
do you have any rules on passing with these guys at all? I mean, do they have to get out of the way if they've got a leader coming around behind them?
There's no Class 11 crime. I mean, 11 on 11, you can nerf them. I mean, Blake's being very kind right now, but
he is.
Yeah, but he must also know that he has a dominant lead.
That's right.
And to do anything silly at this moment would be costing him.
Right. And you don't want to hurt nobody's car, you know.
No. But you do, this is where you're hoping for an experienced navigator that's going to be in the mirror letting you know. Looks like Blake just gave the love tap. His patience has run out.
Well, he was pretty patient there.
He
was.
Looks like Ramos was kind enough to move out of the way after he felt that little nerf.
There's Dylan Vistra, Blake's next victim.
Next victim.
I was going to say there was only ever one word for it.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get...
give him another love tap, look like.
You can see his patience have diminished.
Yeah.
Not nearly as patient for this time. Ooh, that's one thing you don't want as a driver. When you get up on somebody and you give them that little love tap, you expect them to move out of the way, and then to have them move back in front of you is tricky.
Oh, there he goes. He found a new line. He pulled off for him. Good job.
And that's part of that camaraderie, too. Once you see somebody, you're so focused. Sometimes you don't even realize somebody's on you. And because these things can be so a little violent inside, you may not realize you've been nerfed.
Yes.
You may think that's just something that you hit.
Yeah, I always find that's someone else's excuse.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Looks like Daniel Reyes there in that rock turf car.
Yeah, he was pushing up front. I believe he was in third place earlier.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where he's running right now.
Definitely in that first pack.
Yeah, looks like Jorge and them pulled the plug.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've either burnt the clutch out or got other issues there.
Yeah.
Could have been.
I mean, other clutches, do you upgrade those, or are you still using the same organic material clutches?
I run a stock clutch, Jim.
Really?
Yeah, I believe
Wow.
$35 clutch, yeah.
I had visions of suddenly someone coming out with this new fancy carbon fiber stuff. But
They have them, but I mean, it's so hard on your transmission,
Yeah.
And there's Donnie Donovan. He was in that fight earlier with Ventura.
You see
He's
the
running
puff
clean.
of blue there, yeah.
Looks good. Pushing. Donnie's always fast. He's wild, puts on a good show.
Oh, he's got a flat rear.
Yeah, got a flat tire.
That's the second slow ride car that's on Donnie Donovan's team. That's Nate. What's Nate Levy? Lacey. I was close. Nate Lacey. I apologize. There's 1190. Reader. Picture that donkey on the side. That's his actual donkey. Donkey's name is Kevin.
Yeah. That's funny. That was good.
Of all the random facts that we've had today in Class 11.
How do you not remember that?
That's awesome.
That's funny.
That's my donkey.
That's my donkey.
Looks like he's still running strong. Ryan Reeder, he's a disabled vet out there, been racing that car a couple years.
No, I believe this is his second race, wasn't it? Rage at the River in here. I might be wrong.
Yeah, he's one of the. Yeah, he hasn't been in that. Oh.
Yeah, is that got the right rear, right left flat? It
Yeah,
has.
he's got a flat.
That was impressive that it got up there.
That was.
I wonder if he even knows.
I think he knows.
Yeah, I guarantee he knows.
Looks like he's going to come up on that spot that Ventura's stuck.
Changing wheels on these in the field, is that a big problem, or is it relatively simple?
No, pretty simple. Yeah, it's not like a 40. 40's a big problem.
Yeah, 40's a big.
Caden Wells. Looks like
Caden's
Caden's car's still running in good shape. Looks like he's running clean.
Caden's a wheeled man. He
That's
can,
right.
he can drive. That guy's good.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my watch right now. I reckon that we're under 5 minutes away from the lead car taking the white flag, or the potential for the lead car to take the white flag, because we're going to race for 45 minutes. Then, after that moment in time, when the lead car crosses the line at that point, they will receive the white flag. Then it is a final lap race.
Okay.
Caden with the full send.
Yeah.
You asked earlier how violent they are inside. They're surprisingly not as violent as you would think.
So I'm guessing they have proper race seats in there, and
That's
obviously
right.
5-point harnesses and all that kind of thing.
That's right.
Now, usually though, when you strap on your car and you go racing, you've got some big bypass shocks that are looking out for you. Got all these things, and you're using your little skinny seat there to keep you happy. You haven't got all of that protecting you in these, are you? So you are very much reliant on your seat to keep you together.
That's right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Jim. Give you a ride a little later.
Oh no! Looks like that flat might have bit them there. Nate Levy stuck. Lacey stuck there.
Yeah, you got 3
Left
cars
rear
right there in the
flat.
same section.
Looks like Blake's still running out front. Looks fast. Looks smooth.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody can trouble Blake Wilkey right at this moment. And depending on where he is on course, I think we will be seeing him coming through and collecting the white flag very soon.
Yeah, he looks good. Looks like Chris May's got some problems over there as well next to Ventura.
Yeah.
Looks like Donnie Donovan. Here comes, okay, Blake Wilkey's on somebody here.
Lap traffic again.
Up, love tap.
Gets up there, gives him a little love
I
tap.
mean, that's Cameron Brantz, I believe, right there, 1175. He was pretty gentle with that. That was nice of him.
Yeah, this is looking like a schooling here from Blake Wilkey right now.
Yeah, he's putting it down.
That's right.
If you'd said to him at the beginning of this race, draw me a script of how you'd like this race to be, I think this is pretty much how you wanted it to be.
Yeah, this is the best, man. Very clean run.
This is the bit that I find remarkable, his concentration levels here, how he can hunt and find that traction in those difficult areas. And there's never a hesitation. There's never ever a moment where you think, oh, he's not got this. He's always just there at the right moment at the right time.
That's right.
No, the guy's clutch, man. Then you put him on a short course and he does the same thing, so it's...
He's just got a lot of experience. He just has a really strong driver intuition, finding that line, carrying that speed. And you can see, even over this distance of race, it can make a huge difference. I mean, we've seen him just lap multiple cars here. There he is again with the King car. Looks like he's got back by Fabian Ramos. Just a few more minutes here. I would expect the next time that Blake comes by, he'll be taking that taking that white flag for one more lap. We haven't seen in a while. We haven't seen Cowboy Ceramony in a while.
I agree. I was just thinking that, yeah?
Yeah.
Wonder what happened out there, Cowboy.
I don't know. Cowboy had to jump out of his T2 and run over to his Class 11.
He's had a rough day, yeah. He raced Can-Am earlier as well.
Well, let's not forget that over 30 of these vehicles started earlier this afternoon. And so, but it looks like we've got some serious attrition out there on course. But there's 2 more races right now.
Well, I believe Cowboy's getting ready to ride a bull, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in May, he's doing a charity bull ride to raise money for his kids camp that he runs.
Well,
right, I believe this is Blake Wilkey making his way into the infield now. Now, if that's correct and my watch is correct, he will be collecting the white flag as he passes through the start-finish. So we're going to keep an eye open for that. So he's making his way out to the Bronco Arch.
Take the arch. Take the arch.
Well, they have multiple lines here, don't they? So they can actually take a bypass around the back.
Yeah.
It's slightly longer, which is exactly what he's done. It's slightly longer, but there's less rocks. So there's less chances for getting a flat tire.
Agreed.
And at this stage of the race, you don't want any problems.
Play it smart.
Particularly when you've got this kind of lead.
So he's going to take that white flag. He's going to lead him around that last lap. It'll be a Grand Prix finish after that. So regardless of what lap anybody's on behind him, that'll be the finish. They'll all take the checkers after Blake. I don't want to jinx him. One more lap.
Yeah, you still got to work for it. Still another 3.5 miles, and any mile in Johnson Valley is a tough mile.
That ain't no lie, Everything out here is rough.
It is. People come out here and they say, what's the best bit about hammers? Finishing.
Yeah. That's a win in its own, yeah. Look at him, man. He just looks clutch out there. Smooth and consistent.
So will he be racing with a co-driver right now, or will he be out there on his own?
Right now, he'll be with a co-driver. At Nitro, they don't allow us to have co-drivers. Yeah.
Every other Class 11 race does require 2 seats and both a driver and a navigator to be in the vehicle.
Oh, and it's great. It's great. I always invite people, and they're like, no way. And all they do is laugh. They're supposed to tell me, help me out, but All they do is laugh in the car. It's good.
Blake.
Okay, right. Any minute now, we should be seeing the start finisher. We should see a white flag. Are we going to see a white flag? Yes, there it is, the white flag. So Blake Wilkey heads out onto his final lap.
Looks like Blake's running that pace, make sure he gets to that finish line. He's got about 3 miles left before the checkers, but like you said, every mile in King of the Hammers is a tough mile.
You just never know, yeah.
That course certainly doesn't get any easier the more the cars run it.
No, it's just getting...
There's Flemate still running.
Oliver Flemate, yeah.
Yeah, we saw a great race between he and Blake earlier on. They were bumper to bumper, swapping back and forth. Appears that Flemate had a little bit of problems, but looks like he's running strong again, Josh.
I was going to say,
up there.
Looks right back on pace. Now, you were talking about these oil coolers and the possibility, and saying once they get hot, you got to back it down to protect that motor. Do we reckon that's maybe what's happened here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could have been something with the carburetor. They jumped out, possibly checked it. I really don't know. It was really
that's worth noting as well. I mean, we're talking about, real old school technology here. We're not talking about fuel injected computer control.
No.
This is literally, it has a throttle cable and a gateway to hell on the top of the engine. That's it, isn't it? We pour fuel in, the faster we pour it in, the more revs we get.
Right, exactly. I believe Flemate is running a Majors motor, Majors Performance. He went with a high comp, something nobody's really doing right now. Most of us are running all low comp, so that was kind of something new, giving it a shot. There's Blake.
I find it absolutely incredible when you actually look at these engines, because they are what we call a flat 4. And for people who don't know about Beetle engines, that means they're horizontally opposed. Well, unlike most engines, which of course is a cylinder in a line.
Yes.
Oh, and Blake stopped.
Oh no, really?
No, he's still moving.
Oh, no, the screen stopped. Don't do that, Emily. What are you thinking? Don't scare people here.
Yeah. The crowd got quiet.
I know. I just want to make sure y'all were still awake.
Yeah, that was fun.
Sorry.
Yeah, so coming up here, Timmy Sledden was up this morning jetting some engines. We got to jet them for altitude. Calgary, we have to jet the engine for the altitude.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is literally, you unscrew the jets out of the carburetor, which will be little bronze jets.
Yeah.
And you just screw in new jets. Then the differences will be infinitesimal in the bore sizes.
We run an AFR gauge in the exhaust, run it up and down the street. We know where we're running lean or fat. We lean it out.
Wow.
It's that perfect sweet spot.
So this is actually, it's full-on race prep.
Yeah, oh yeah. Most of these cars come down to like Blake's car, and most cars out there come down to a full bone chassis. I mean, they completely tear everything apart. It's a body with cage. Everything's off the car. Everything gets magged, just like a regular race car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the real deal.
Now, I was talking to someone about this because I was like, well, they take the body shell and you cut the floor pans out and stuff like that. And they went, whoa, what are you talking about? And I was like, well, surely you don't leave the original floor pans in. They're like, no, absolutely. It has to stay as a complete body shell.
100%. Yeah, it's running floor pans. I mean.
Okay, as we wait for the rest of this race, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. This is the 2024 ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and this is the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. We're going to pop out for 2 minutes. If you're premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises. Passion for performance.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. I'm Jim Marston. I'm joined in the booth right now by Fast Felix and Emily. How are we doing, guys? We good?
Again, we cut to commercial, and there's just all kinds of action. We saw the 1156 car, Will Drummond, ended up on his driver's side, right in that same spot. We saw Ventura get stuck. All kinds of action there. Looks like Lacey got a flat and got stuck. So, again, you look away for a minute, a lot can happen.
Yes, the curse of the commentator, I'm afraid. That's just always what happens.
You know, there goes Danny Reyes pushing hard. It's
But let's just talk about this right now, because right now we've got our race leader, Blake Wilkey, who is on his final lap.
I believe Blake's already through here.
Is he? Right,
yeah,
okay.
I believe Blake's already through here, so he should be okay. But these guys are going full Mad Max out here right now, so it's pretty wild.
Well, again, one of those things, you just don't want to lose momentum. So if you got to dive off that race course to get around, I mean, that's what you're going to do.
Right.
Especially here where you're such deep sand. We've seen what that's done to these Class 11 cars. You've really got to just, pick your line, put your foot to the floor, go for it, and hope for the best.
Right. Ryan Reeder coming in hot. Looks good. 1190.
And you see the car laying on its side and you think to yourself, well, how's he managed to do that? Looking for traction is the answer. You would have been going high-siding off the side of that edge there, just trying to find something, and just gets away from you so quickly.
And you know, Jim, a lot of people don't know is, like Cowboy, when he first drove the 11 car, he said, they're so tipsy. He goes, it's not like my Can-Am. You go down the turn and the top is just all over the place,
Yeah.
Todd Rimright out there looking good. I think that's Will Harris behind him. Looking good right there. They
Looks
got a
like
race
we've
going.
got, is that Remereed there?
Todd Rimright, yeah.
Todd Remereed.
I believe
Getting
that's Will
chased
Harris.
down, coming back into that infield.
Yeah, they look good. They're having a race.
With that Lacey car we saw stuck, they just finished that car getting here to the race, never tested. I think the first time he drove it was over here to staging.
There's a lot of that going on.
There is.
I was going to say, that's real racing in my world.
Yeah, right.
You see Blake charging that sand hill.
Yeah,
You've seen him take varied lines, but again, just chasing that traction, looking to see anything he can do to get to the top as fast as he possibly can.
When you're in that situation, you feel the car. You feel the car, the steering wheel, the way it bounces in your hands. You're feeling it through the seat of your pants. You're literally.
It's above. You feel everything.
Yeah, you're taking it exactly where it wants to take you, in effect, and you're just suggesting a direction.
You're kind of on a ride, for a ride.
And it's one of those, when you're looking for traction, if you turn the steering wheel too hard, what you're actually going to do is create a negative push, and you're actually going to lose traction. So it's very small inputs with the steering wheel, which is why you see them often taking such various different lines. It's often that they don't want to, it's just that the car's suggesting you're going that way.
That was well put right there.
Yeah, suggestion is definitely well put. As that looks like Zirkus got back running. The 1153 of Kyle Zirkus. Blake got by him. Kyle's at least a couple laps down, so he's going to make sure he stays out of the way of Blake. He's got to know that Blake's running strong.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see who the top three is. It does look like our second place car is going to be that black car, Flemate. Yeah. But who's in third?
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And although we've seen Blake absolutely tear off into the distance, I don't think Flemate is going to be that far behind him. Just looking at where he took that white flag. So it'd be interesting to see where third position is, that's for sure.
And who, yeah. Exactly.
We do love an upset at Hammers. And although this is not going to be an upset, this is almost, if you were betting people, you'd say, okay, I'll take a punt on Blake Wilkey taking a third win here.
Yeah, this is domination right here.
I like the race course. I like this 3.5 miles. It's desert, but yet you got the short course. It's fun for the fans. Everybody gets to watch something.
Yeah, and let's be straight. 45 or an hour in these cars is hardcore. This isn't a short race. This is an endurance race in every sense of the word.
Right here, this is more of a sprint, Jim. This is like take it off, run as hard as you can, and don't worry about breathing. Yeah.
Oh, fair play.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
But it is a different pace. I mean, you're running as hard as you can possibly run for that solid hour.
Yes, exactly.
You know, those distance races, you got to pace yourself. Not
yeah,
that you're not running hard all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Right here, it's everything you got.
Everything you got all the time. We got Blake coming in here, one of the last turns before the finish.
Okay, here we go. We've got Blake Wilkey, our current race leader, making his way into the finish right now.
There it goes, sending it. Blake looks good, man.
He's been racing out there for over an hour.
Just moments away from his third King of the Hammers win in the Class 11 showdown in that shark car.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We got Blake Wilkey coming round now into the short course. He's only a first few short turns away. If you're watching here on your feet, he's going to go one last jump.
Wilkey style, he's going to send it.
And Wilkey, he hits the top. He takes the checker flag as he comes around with this final bend. Come on, Wilkey, have you got this? And Blake Wilkey takes his third title here at the Class 11 Showdown at King of the Hammers 2024.
Give it up for Blake. That's going to be 47 starts, 47 finishes, 3 King of the Hammers wins. Really an impressive showing from Blake today. Came out hard, ran a consistent pace.
I don't know about consistent. He ran pretty wild there for a while, but
consistently wild. That's
yeah,
still consistent.
yeah, that's fitting.
Now we're waiting. This looks like our second place car, making his way around the course now. Now he was locked in a battle for at least the first 2 or 3 laps, and then seemingly had to back off. But he got back on the pace, and is now looking like he will take second place on the podium next to Blake Wilkey.
Oliver Flemate. Yeah, Flemate.
Our Baja 1000 winner, coming in for a very respectable, very hard-earned second place here. The Class 11 Showdown.
Yeah, and he was giving Blake a run for his money, man. I mean,
that's right.
You know, who knows where it would end if, you know, we always say what if, right? But that doesn't work out here.
And Flemate comes off the final jump, making his way down through now. No, that's not the final jump. He's got another couple of bends yet.
He's got at least one more jump before he comes in for that checker.
Yeah, here we go. That is the Herbst turn. One more bend, 2 more bends.
Yeah, he's got one more jump left.
Comes around the final Talladega. He's straightening up for the jump, and then he'll be making the right turn across the start-finish straight.
Looking good. Clean line through there.
All right, folks. Again, get on your feet. Got to give it up for Flemate here. Baja 1000 winner this year. One of the longest Bajas ever. Pulling it in for a second place here at the Class 11 Showdown at King of the Hammers. Give it up for
good
Oliver
job.
Flemate.
Yeah.
Great job.
Good job.
Now the question is, who is third?
There's Ryan
That's
Millen.
right.
Ryan Millen's driving the terrible Herbst car out there with his wife. Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
That's pretty cool.
Trophy truck guy out here.
Yeah, we've got this one, and this is showing some pace here. This is the 1181.
Chris May. We saw him a little earlier on that video clip.
Yeah, now he was lap traffic we saw earlier on. He will be getting a finish here, but we don't know his official position.
Is Ryan Millen going to be third?
Hard to tell here in
Yeah,
this
I
Grand
agree.
Prix finish. This is Ryan Millen, like
That'd
you
be
said.
exciting, though.
Yeah, races in the spec truck with the Herbst team. He's in there
Yeah,
with his
exactly.
wife.
He's in there with his wife. That was pretty cool, yeah. Well, that would be neat.
Yeah, and as the cars all cross the line now, we will be doing the awards later on today at 5:30 here live in Hammertown. And Blake Wilkey will be crowned the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown champion.
Here comes Ryan Millen. We haven't seen him get lapped by nobody.
Could be our third place finisher, Ryan Millen.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd be really stoked for Ryan.
That's right.
Real good guy, real good driver. And having his wife with him, that's pretty cool.
Fabian Ramos and Riley King again.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really love about Class 11. It's such an inclusive class. You've got people from the age of 15 to limitless. Then you've also got, you know, boys, girls, men, women,
Husbands,
wives, girlfriends, and everything in between. I mean, Blake actually races with his girlfriend sometimes.
Yeah, Savannah's in the car with him right now.
Right, that's,
Yeah.
that's cool, lads.
We always laugh. Rick Boyer, I think, how old is Rick? 69? Toughest dude in the 11 car out there. I mean, he's always top 5 guy.
We've got 2 more cars now making their way round through.
Donnie Donovan coming
There's
in.
actually one couple out here racing together that met on Match.com, and this is one of just their early dates. So
Really?
anything from married couples to just met online.
Really?
Here we got Donnie Donovan coming in. Looks like Donnie just got around that King car, driven by Ramos, navigated by Riley King. Donnie's ran a great pace all day. Not sure exactly what position he's in at this point, but looks like he's certainly going to be in that top crew. We did see him stopped a little bit earlier, so it'll be interesting to see what we do on corrected and final times here. I guess it's a land rush start, so it's first across is the first finisher.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out at this stage that all timings and all finishes are unofficial at this stage. So we're going to let race ops do their job just in case there are any issues. Although we have fantastic coverage, sometimes we don't see the sneaky stuff.
It's Caden Wells. Does look like Millen.
Ryan
is that
Millen.
unofficial third place.
That would be amazing. I'd be happy for him.
I'm really happy for him. Him and his wife haven't raced together since 2016.
Right.
They're really excited to be back in the car together. It's great to see them finish on that podium today at the Class 11 Showdown.
Yeah, that's great. Great guy.
Here we got Caden Wells, Emma Cornwell. Last couple of turns, about to take that checkered flag.
Looks like they got a flat out there. See a tire, different colored rim on there.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Lots of rocks out there. Saw a few guys changing flats. See how he takes that last jump here before the finish.
Oh, Caden's not going to go easy.
No. So Caden and Emma, again, taking the checkered flag together. Lots of checkered flags for this team right here. Really strong team. Always really competitive. Got Remereed out here. Todd Remereed racing.
I believe that's Will Harris right there. They've been going at it for a couple laps.
Yeah, we talked to Will Harris a little bit earlier. Looks like Will Harris and Remereed there putting on a good race, having some fun on that last lap. There's Reeder in the 1190.
He looks like he's had a pretty clean run today. Good for Ryan. I believe Brian Pasco, another 11 car driver, he's co-driving him today. Yeah, they're coming down into town. Very good. What an exciting race today, huh? Pretty wild, man.
We love what the Class 11s bring out here to King of the Hammers. It just makes it special.
Yeah, special. That's a good word for it.
To be fair, Class 11 and special go hand in hand.
Yeah. I was going to say misfits, but okay, I'll take special.
No, you're never misfits. You're always welcome here, and we want you back time and time again.
Good. We love it, man.
Comes Reeder in that 1190, coming in for his last jump here soon.
And like all the classes we have here racing at King of the Hammers, we wait until all our races are back home.
That's right.
Exactly.
Still on the gas, still pushing hard. A little over an hour into this race. These guys have been racing hard all day. See how much speed he can carry through this berm here before he gets that last jump, before he takes that checkers.
What do you think? He's going to take it easy?
No, he's not going to take it easy. Would you?
Negative. You look good.
Put it on that front skid plate, looks like.
Yeah.
Racing hard to that checker. Every second counts.
The whoop machines.
And he takes the checker flag there, the 1190, crossing the line. I think he's probably in about 10th position, something like that.
That's right. Todd Remereed again, Will Harris.
He's got to be having a really good time in there. Todd's a great guy. I don't know how he gets in there. He's such a big, muscular guy, but he's got to be giggling.
You're going to need a shoehorn to get him out.
Yeah. Will Harris right behind him, so they've been putting on a good one.
You know, these guys have been racing pretty tight here for these last several laps. Looks like maybe they got together, a little damage there on that rear bumper for Todd Remereed.
Yeah. Hopefully they got GoPro. That's always good. Car looks good overall, clean.
So it's Grand Prix finish here. We're going to bring all these racers in. Everybody's taking the checker. Really excited to talk to Blake. He had just such a solid run today for that third King of the Hammer Class 11 Showdown win. I'm sure that he's going to just be really excited and have a whole lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, that's absolutely guaranteed. If there's one thing's for certain, it's the shreddy community always have fun.
That's right. They'll have that right level of energy to take the seat in that T1 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
See Todd Remery there taking the checkered flag.
11:51. I believe that's Will Harris.
Yeah, that is Will Harris by the looks of it, crossing the line there.
Will Harris finishing his second King of the Hammers here.
Yeah, but doing it with his kid, there's nothing like that.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Him and his son are going to have certainly some stories. Look at these guys talking back and forth. That was some fun racing right there.
Yeah, those guys had a good time out there.
Yeah, it's the one thing when you finish a race like this, you come in, you're absolutely buzzing.
That's right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't want to stop, do you? You just want to keep on racing into that sunset. You absolutely, it's an awesome feeling.
That's why you see guys walking around the race suit 5 hours after the race.
Yeah.
Telling stories,
lies.
high-fiving, laughing.
Almost half hoping that the organizers come back and say, come on, we're going out again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you can see all the top guys there doing exactly what we said, telling their race stories, high-fiving. Looks like Blake's right there in the center. Not a big surprise. He's got a lot of stories to tell.
Yeah.
Him and Flemate had just had a great race together today. That was really some exciting.
And the wonderful thing
racing.
about Blake as well is he's super humble with it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, there's no sort of superstars in Class 11. There's nobody who's above anybody. I mean, to be fair, that's the same with every kind of racing out here at Hammers,
Right.
you know? We don't get those superstars who sort of like chuck their steering wheel in the car and just walk off and wait for the peasants to look after it.
Yeah.
They all stand around. They all want to talk to everybody. It doesn't matter if you just started racing yesterday or if you've been racing for 30 years.
That's right.
It's a real camaraderie between those racers.
And I think that's in off-road in general, you know.
Yes.
Off-road is amazing. People are always out to help each other, and I that's what I love about it. You know, that's why I'm here. This is my family. You know.
Totally.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, Blake's always happy to talk to everybody and take pictures with people. He has a huge social media following. He dropped those urban assault videos.
Weren't they insane?
Oh, my gosh, yes. His urban assault videos are just insane.
So as we wait for more cars to cross the line here at the 2024 BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI here at the Toyo Desert Classic at King of the Hammers 2024. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're a premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4,500 Yukon Garage.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the ToyoTires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have just been watching the BajaVida Class 11 Showdown presented by EMPI. I'm Jim Marsden. Joining me in the booth, I have Josh Felix and also I have Emily Shapiro. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Hard not to have a big smile on your face after watching a race like that. A lot of excitement today.
It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had an amazing day of qualifying all the way through the desert classes. Over 200 separate vehicles qualifying, and then it came down to this. 30 plus Class 11 cars racing out there on a land rush start, and then we had an hour of some of the best racing you'll ever see here in Hammertown. So, I mean, what were your highlights?
That race between Blake Wilkey and Oliver Flemate was just nothing but pure excitement. Had a great time watching them. I can't tell how many times. It was Blake in the front, Oliver in the front. That was really fun to watch.
Now, for you, the frustration level must have been absolutely 10 watching this, because I know you want to be out there in a Class 11 racing.
Yeah, it was frustrating. You know, I'm blessed to be here with you guys, my friends. I enjoy it, get to share a little bit. I would have to say my highlight was watching Blake and watch Flemate go at it as well. That was some amazing racing right there. That's where it's at, you know.
It was indeed. It never, ever fails. I love this kind of racing completely. And what's better than being here in Hammertown? Just look out there. The sky is still blue. We've got a little bit of breeze. And what's best? We've got the best crowds in the world right here in Hammertown. But the action doesn't finish here. At 5:30 this evening, we will have the awards ceremony. That's going to be hosted by Pam Hall. So kick back, grab a drink and join us back here for around 5:30, and we will speak to you very, very soon live here at the 2024 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries here for the ToyoTires Desert Challenge. See you later.
those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the place for the race, and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, energy, running to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon. Welcome to our award ceremony for our 1400 and 1450 rush race and also our BajaVida Class 11 showdown. Right now we are going to go ahead and bring up our 1450 class in that number 3 position, the 1461 of Brent Downing. Come on up. And the 7231 of Jason Hutter. And in that number 1 position, the 1444 of Zack Connor. All right, do we have Brent Downing and Jason Hutter? Where are you guys at? Right here, perfect. Okay, come on over here, Brent. We're going to start off with you. I'm not sure exactly where Jason went. So, Brent, out there today on this race course, 35-mile loop, here you are up here on the podium for the 1450 rush. How you feel right now?
It was great. It was a super good day. Lost a tire right at the end, and that was kind of disappointing, but course was super fun. There's some really gnarly technical rock sections you could get hurt in, and we came through those pretty easy. So, yeah, it was a good day. We had a lot of fun.
Well, that's awesome to hear. I mean, I know that the race courses out there are awesome and fun and everything else, but what gave you the flat? Rocks, or did you come into it a little hot?
Well, I came into a section that was, I don't know, kind of rocky in a big lip. Came down through the lip. There's a big rock on the side, hit the rear end of the truck and kicked us out sideways. And, you know, we went about 100 yards and we were pretty sure it was gone. So.
Well, here you are, though, in this number 3 spot. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Oh, I just want to thank my family. I had my boy ride Navigator with me this time, which was really cool. My wife and a bunch of our friends all came out, and we didn't really need pits because it was pretty short, but I think everybody had a really great time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this number 3 spot, and hopefully we see you out here again next year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Right on over here into this number 1 spot. Zack Connor, you're feeling pretty good to be up here in this number 1 spot, don't you?
Yes, I feel so good. Last year we had a little hiccup, happens, but this year we got a really good pace. Everything just went so smoothly.
So what was the trick for you to be up there in that number 1 spot today?
Keep it smooth through the rocks. Didn't really care. My truck's just so fast through the straights that I'll just make up time there and keep it safe, don't break anything, and keep it smooth.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Baja, KMC, Peter P, S-Pod, Rugged, everybody. Nitto, KMC, a lot of people. Mom, my dad.
So, Dad, did you co-drive?
No, I had him co-drive today.
So what do you think about that course out there being in the co-dog seat?
It was really fast. There was some technical parts in it. Zack did a great job listening to the calls as I called him out. We ran a very, consecutive day today, and it showed. We got around and got a lot of good people today, so we had a blast.
That's good to hear. So congratulations up here in that number 1 spot. Ready for next year?
100%.
That's awesome to hear. All right, so we normally go through 1, 2, and 3. Our second place got out here a little bit later, but here you are in that number 2 spot. How do you feel?
I feel pretty darn good. Actually, I didn't even know I got second place. Somebody saw it on the camera over there and said, hey, you better get up there. So, no, it was pretty awesome. We run a 4-cylinder, LC Engineering 4-cylinder, tuned by Gabe at SNP Speed Innovations. And that thing ran awesome today. BF Goodrich tires, Method wheels. Yeah, it's just great. And my co-driver was not feeling well this morning, and we were shoving Brad Lovell into the right seat of my truck as we were going up to the start line this morning. So it was pretty rad to have Brad in the right seat with me today. I've done a lot of co-driving for him in his 6100, and flipped it today, and he rode with me, and it was awesome. He called a great race out there for me and got me on the right lines, and yeah, made it around.
That's awesome. I mean, obviously, very experienced driver out there in your co-dog seat. I mean, he was out there earlier on with his son Adam as well. But who else would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
So like I said, LC Engineering, they've been helping us out a ton. Gabe at SNP Speed Innovations, like it's the BFG tires, Method Wheels, Camberg, it's all Camberg suspension under there. Fox actually got into our shocks as soon as we got here this week, and I mean, I held it to the floor with that 4-cylinder, and it was 7,000 RPM all day.
Awesome. Well, we're going to do some celebrations up here on the stage. Congratulations on this number 2 spot. I'm glad you saw it on the camera.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know. I left that's my truck sitting over there. I just ran away from it to get up here. So, thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for our 1, 2, and 3. Zack Connor, Jason Hutter, and Brent Downing. We have some more celebration stuff we need to give you guys before we finish this. First of all, all right, guys, let's give it up for our 1450. You guys, Zack is 15 years old, and he just came out here and won. Beat these guys. These guys obviously have been racing for a while, but here he is, 15 years old, in that number 1 spot. So let's give it up for Zack Connor. And that is sparkling cider. All righty, congratulations again to our 1450. We are going to move on to our 1400 class in that number 3 spot, the 1494. Vincent Munoz, come on up. The second position, the 1419 of Brett Michael. And in that number 1 position, Darren Parsons. Do we have Darren Parsons and Vincent Munoz? All right, well, we have these lovely young ladies up here. They're going to stand in the spot for these guys, but let's come right on over here into our number 2 spot. Brett Michael, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I thought I got 3rd, but I'll take 2nd.
Well, here's the official results. It's definitely you in that 2nd spot. So what was your trick out there this weekend? Missing the rocks, and here you are up here, number 2.
I just wanted to play it safe and not get a flat and just cruise and have fun, and I wanted to save the truck so I could go play around tonight and play around tomorrow and go watch the trophy trucks, and it all worked out. Ended up with 2nd. I'm happy.
Well, that's awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Definitely King Shocks. Truck rode amazing today. Did so good. PCI race radios, Clutch and Coffee, How Performance Steering, Method Race Wheels, BFG, my parents. Got a long list of people who helped me out, but yeah, Fiberworks. That's it.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 1 spot. Let's go down over here. We're going to get a photo op with you. All right, let's give it up for our number 2 spot, Brett Michael in our 1400 class. All righty, it's time to move on to our Class 11. Who loves watching those Class 11s race? Definitely a fan favorite. all around in all kinds of racing, especially out here at King of the Hammers. Right now, I'm going to bring up Mr. Cole Mamer. He is a representative for BajaVida. He also is a Pro 4 driver. He is a BajaVida sponsored racer, but we're going to let Cole come up here and give away these awesome trophies to our 1, 2, and 3.
What's going on, guys? Man, it looked like a rad race today. Seeing the land rush, considering we do that in the short course stuff, it's cool to see here in the desert. No other series does that, so props to Ultra 4 for pulling that off. And then let's pull up Ryan Millen up here. He's third place today. Oliver Flemate, second place, and then Blake Wilkey took the top spot, so let's get Blake Wilkey up here as well. Give these guys a round of applause. Class 11 isn't the smoothest class, and these guys put on a show today, and really, I feel for them. So Blake's in a trophy truck tomorrow that I see in the trophy bug, and hopefully he'll be ready to rip in that thing as well. Let's give them a round of applause, guys, as they stand in their spots. Yep. Yes. So here we got third place here. We got Ryan Millen here. Man, first of all, what did you think about that start? So I think that was kind of the conflict of the day or the talk of the day over there. Did your co-driver help you out through that start?
Oh yeah, the start was a little wild. Nobody really knew that we were going, so we were a little behind. And both of us kind of like, okay, I guess we'll go. But you know, it was such a blast out there.
So what did you think of the course, it being a little shorter this year? I think it was 3.5 miles, if I remember right. And what did you guys think about that?
Well, it was a blast. Like last year was a little daunting, being 40 miles and all those hill climbs. And you know, I race spec trucks with EJ Herbst, so racing in Class 11 is quite a bit of a change. But man, we had so much fun. We were giggling and laughing and banging doors with guys, and it was just as much fun as racing unlimited vehicles.
And that's rad. That's what Class 11 is about. It's about having a good time with everybody that's around you. Who got you up here? Who do you got to think?
Well, we got to thank Troy Herbst and Mr. Herbst. You know, without them and providing the car, and my lovely wife riding with me, and Grandma and Pop at home, you know, we couldn't have done it. So I want to thank Monster, BF Goodrich, and Terrible Herbst.
Congrats, you guys. Third place, Ryan Millen. Over here, we got second place. I heard these guys have gave BajaVida a run for their money all score season last year. So the rumor on the block is you guys did a really good dominating performance. Props to you guys. I wouldn't want to drive in one for 1,000 miles or somewhere around there, so kudos to you guys. But what do you guys say about that race today? What do you think?
Oh, it's a pretty awesome. It's a great course. It's our first time here. It's my second race here in the United States. We're learning a lot. I really enjoyed the course. It's a little hard to start, but after that we are fighting battle with Blake. It's an awesome race. Unfortunately, I have a flat tire, and I changed the tire and I lost like a minute and a half. But it's a great race. I love my first race here, and I really enjoyed it.
So what's the difference from, say, score? Those are long point-to-point races or a loop race. What was that different driving mentality coming into, say, a 3.5 mile race where it's kind of all out for an hour? What do you think about that?
Oh, it's a complete different. In the score, it's not the pace we are racing. It's not too fast. Here, you have to, no problems, no issues. Here, if you see the videos, me and Blake was flying. We're racing like 110%. It's a completely different race. The driving here is a lot of reaction, a lot of different skills. But thanks for Blake. He's driving really awesome fast. We are both really fast, but unfortunately I get the flat. But it's completely different. Baja, if you don't get a stock or you don't have any failures with the car, you keep going. It's different. But in Baja, the big problem is the hour. It's a long. You have to paint a lot, but it's different here. It's adrenaline 100%. I really enjoy it. And next year I be here again. I really love it. I enjoy it.
You guys, let's give him a round of applause. Second place here, King of the Hammers. First place, Blake Wilkey. Man, where do we start? I heard your some engine guy was saying some Sletton Engineering was pulling somebody down the straightaways here in the infield. I don't know if that's true, but kudos to those guys. What do you guys say about this race?
Oh man, this is our fourth time racing here since they started the Class 11s, and our third win. Last year had a couple issues and got fourth, but man, it's so much fun. I just keep coming back. The Class 11 is the roots, you know. It's the OGs. It's the lowest tier, and we're gonna race the top tier tomorrow. But it's all bug love, baby.
That's rad. So super good race, dude. Who do you got to think? You know, you got two bugs, one little, one big. I saw you got TT2 done, and super cool for you. But who do you got to think to get you up here?
I mean, that Sletton engine was on the floating valves the whole time. I mean, keeping up with him, he's from Mexico. These guys are fast. They have a huge reputation. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, and we diced it up, exchanged positions a few times, and then he got that flat and had a little bit clean breathing air. The King shocks were working phenomenal. If you watch the live stream, that car I've dialed in over the last 4 years, just getting it to where it works super good. And actually, Brent and his daughter built those together when I sent them in, and it was cool to hear them put those together. The two, you know, the man that started it and the next generation. His daughter was out there racing, co-driving. She's co-drove with me, so we've been teaching her the ropes, and she kicks ass, you know. This is her first race with me in the desert. Savannah, my girlfriend, and she did a great job. After a few laps, I'm like, babe, we got this. Like, she's talking the whole time. She's excited, which is good. But with the shorter loop race, you find your lines. You know, XComp Tires, I couldn't do this without them. They're huge. They're family. You know, I can personally call the owner, and I think a lot of tire companies, you can't do that, which is awesome. And just got on board with Monster Beast, which is rad. Shout out to the homie Nick Breon putting that together. Magnaflow, Camberg, and Baja Designs, they stepped up to sponsor us this year. New partners, and then all the other partners, you know, they've stuck with me from the beginning. We have these crazy ideas and execute them and lose a lot of needed sleep to get here. I think I slept freaking average of 4 hours a night for the last 2 weeks to get here, and I wouldn't have it no other way, man. Build your dreams.
Hey guys, let's give these top three a round of applause. Ryan Millen, Oliver Flemate, Blake Wilkey, these guys killed it. And you guys stay tuned. We're going to be tossing out some jerky. Top three guys, co-drivers, drivers, we got enough for all you guys. Come grab some BajaVida, grab some products right there behind you. Toss it out to these sweet fans. And you guys, be sure to come by the BajaVida trailer. We got show sales, stuff's on sale, huge lot sales. Buy a box, buy a couple boxes. Let's get this product pushed. And kudos to these guys. Try the jerky, post it on social media, and come buy some at the trailer. Thank you.
Okay, one more thing really quick, guys and gals. If you raced today, what we need you to do is we need you guys to turn in your trackers, your transponders, and your rally safe right over here by the King Shock Arch. Those have to be turned in tonight, please. So that is a wrap. We are done with our awards for our Saturday Desert Challenge races. And tomorrow morning, we will start all over at 8 a.m. So you guys make sure you stay tuned and watch all of the action. Good night.